They just popped in here. That Godric give us a full report from California, if you want to.
Weather will be warm today in Cali.
He went with the weather report. He still gave us a current state of California or whatever. But
It
that's
is
all good.
still it is still flat.
Is there still a large percentage of people wearing face diapers in California?
About 20%.
20. Come on, people. Quit suffocating yourselves. Anyway.
And those 20% people wear them in their car.
Alrighty then. Anyone has a topic they want to strike up, feel free. Right now, we're enjoying silence for the non-globe. Does not exist. Anyway,
Families that come to the park, like three of them with the parents and the kid, they all have face masks. Just, out, there's nobody around them.
yeah. I see a little bit of that around here in Kentucky. It breaks my heart when I see these kids muzzled. You just want to go up and say something to them. Anyway, just worry about this generation of young people with all this fear being pushed on them. It's crazy. Anyway, we'll go back to globe silence till somebody's got something they want to say. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. All we need is reality based demonstrations of this globular object that everybody thinks they live on. Starting with the curvature of the Earth, we need a direct measurement of that. And if I have to explain to you what that really means, then you're lost already. We need to see the drop over distance from point A to point B. Go 20 miles, show the drop 267 feet or whatever it is. Thank you. Then we need to see the motion of the Earth detected properly, scientifically, and the proof of how we exist with air pressure system next to nothing. So 3 simple questions. You can shut this server down. Come on in with any of that. Thank you.
What is the waffling about in the chat?
It's waffling.
I don't know. It just came back.
I'm not looking at the chat. Sorry, somebody else can talk, maybe.
Why don't you start and tell us about the flat Earth?
Who?
Zarn, I'm going to stop responding to you in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, let me hop in.
You.
I found, I found this just a little bit ago on We See Through a Glass Darkly, which is Truth is Stranger Than Fiction's blog. And it's beautiful. Here, Glober Logic Fell is the keyword for this meme.
Glober says, or is that a flat earther, Ed Garrett?
That's a Glober.
Okay, Glover says, my problem is that I see curvature. I can't show it to flat earthers because of their presuppositions of no curvature. At any rate, flat earthers' assumptions are making the physical into final reality. What?
Is it Glober that said that?
Yeah.
I think I'd have to read that like 50 more times to even come close to... I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, it's beautiful because he's doing two different things in this short statement. He's doing the presupposition thing, which is so hilariously ironic, and
Yeah.
basically he's admitting that the only way that you can see curvature is with the presupposition that it's there in the first place. So he's admitting that, which is hilarious. But then making the physical into final reality, bro.
Yeah, that's the part I got lost. I don't know. Final reality, like
They love nothing more than to gaslight themselves.
I know. I was like, so is there a non-final reality? Like, who finalizes reality and when?
It's a Glober Logic Fell. It's
Oh boy,
pretty funny.
yeah, it's good.
Who is this trying to friend me? Mist Weeper.
Should I
Yeah.
take a guess? Can know. I think I know what it is.
Mist Weeper. Why are you always trying to friend me? I don't get it. I mean, granted, I don't try to abuse you very much.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm nicer than some. I don't know.
Mist Weeper, why don't you go ahead and give me a request?
I've been pretty fair and square with him. He doesn't want to understand what it's all about in the right way. He's making up his own things.
You guys think
I
volcanoes
see
are hoaxes?
Zarn is spiraling in chat. That's nice to see.
He doesn't get sarcasm, does he?
It's like, let's see, what do we have today? Oh, yes, another Glober spiraling in the chat. Moving along. Next.
Wow. They
Yeah,
actually made a poll about it.
I've seen that before.
Satan worshipping pedophiles in the government. God damn.
15%? That's actually quite a bit.
Mm.
That's a
In
chunk.
the government? How many are there
No,
in the
no,
government?
no. 1 in 8 people that were surveyed, if this is true, right? This is true. 1 in 8 people that they surveyed believe that. Now, how did they do their selection? How many people did they survey? What was the specific question?
And which did they round up or down? Because 15 is a clean number.
Yeah. So I would love to know their sample size at the very least, and I would hope that it was at least 10,000. I would hope that it was a bare minimum of 10,000. That would be the absolutely anything below 10,000 would just be like so ridiculous. There's no, and then of course randomized sampling and all that other good stuff is important. But if you could somehow do a survey, you know what? One of the good ways to do it, I've said this before, somebody like Mr. Beast could do incredible statistics. Like, you know how the YouTuber allows you to do like a poll? Like those guys, somebody like Mr. Beast. Now, I understand that the sample population of who you've got people all the way down to probably 7 or 8 years old that are watching Mr. Beast. So there's that to take into consideration. But still, I think it would be a really interesting method for doing a poll. I don't really remember what his current subscriber count is, but I know it's a big number. Let's see here. 96.5 million. Yeah, that's what I mean. Now I know a lot of those people aren't in America, but yeah.
Yeah.
The dude gets 20 million views a day.
This Mistweeper guy's amazing.
Where?
Wait, why?
Lobby?
Well, he's random, and I'm just playing into it for fun.
What?
I mean,
Here, I'll
he's
post.
random?
I'll
What do you mean?
post a
We already
picture
know
of
who
it
it
real
is.
quick.
Oh, okay. Because I was pretty sure it was
bad. He's a troll for sure. He's just messing around.
I thought it was a ammonia laden person that we're familiar with already.
Oh.
But I sure know
Yeah, it might be
government.
ammonia. Nice.
Yeah.
Where did you post it? Flobe? You said you posted it where?
No, Glat said he was going to post it. He's DMing him.
Oh. Ask him what is dirt. I mean, what is earth?
What is dirt? That's funny. Yeah, I'll ask him what dirt is.
No, earth, sorry. Ask him what earth is.
No, we've gone past that here.
Here, we'll do this. I'm just gonna give Mistweeper listening pass. There you go.
Yeah, that's
All right,
fine.
there's the first part of the conversation.
Yeah,
that's
that's definitely our ammonia friend.
And he just goes on from there, just random, nothing, points. Not even points. This is fun to do sometimes.
Yeah,
Don't judge me.
I'm not.
Okay, fine. You can judge me. It's fine.
Whatever spins your wheel.
He says Earth is dry land suitable for cultivation. That's what. So Earth is dry land
he's
suitable for
being-
cultivation.
Okay. He's been upping his game
he's
a bit. I see.
deflecting. Still, though, he's not talking about curvature or the lack thereof on Earth.
Say Earth is flat. See the response.
He says rocks don't grow trees. Mhm.
Rocks don't grow trees. What?
I don't even know if that's true. I've seen some nutty shit in the woods.
I don't understand how someone has so much time to write things instead of coming in here and talk.
To be honest, he
It's better
wouldn't.
if he types instead.
He wouldn't be productive in the live
I think
the live stream.
I think Clay is talking about Zarn, not Miss.
Oh,
Zarn.
Oh yeah.
Zarn, get in here. Come on, stop wasting people's time. Typing is horrible. Come talk to us.
Hey, he's probably even listening to the live stream.
For sure.
This is what I see when I hear Zarn, I think Zoltan. So I imagine Zarn is one of these guys in the bubble wrap.
He even had plants in the background.
What?
Dude, what does mine say? Sweet.
What?
What?
What does mine say?
What does what say?
My tattoo. Have you seen Dude Where's My Car?
Dude, what is mine say?
Oh, okay, Flatty. It took me a second.
What does mine say?
I don't get it.
It's a quote from the movie. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know the movie.
Yeah. I think that Dude Where's My Car is a metaphor for how messed up you get after an MK Ultra experiment. It's actually just a metaphorical mind trip of the victims of MK Ultra.
If you guys couldn't tell, I'm making fun of P Drinker or whoever that is in my last post.
You know what? True.
Really lean into it, pal. There's puns there. There's puns.
It's so funny. Yeah, Zarn, think about what you did or didn't do. Just come talk to us, man.
Illogical and a hoax.
Was that your attempt at an impersonation of the Trump accent?
I didn't. That was not me.
No, Quetzal.
Oh.
Trump? Who?
When
What?
you said illogical and a hoax, it came off very much like a Trump accent.
Really?
Yeah, it kind of did. It was funny.
I just did it. I don't know what happened. It just came out of nowhere.
It was definitely raspy,
I was reading
like Trump.
Zarn's
Yeah.
sentence there. I was like, okay, I'm gonna make make it sound funny or something. I was like, okay. Well, that's new. I never heard that one. Trump.
It was there, close to it.
Oh my god! All right.
There's
cool.
a future in that impersonation for you.
Bro,
Yeah,
there is a guy. I mean, people do impersonations, but there is this comedian that really he's spot on. I'll find his name. I've been watching him every now and then. I'm annoyed by most of the modern comedians. They're all pretty garbage, but as far as skill goes, Tyler Fisher does a great job.
No.
Some globies would join you, true comedians, but they don't even know that. The way some people got me laughing sometimes by what they presume.
Well, you can see them
You
as
have a-
clowns coming in with their spinning wet balls.
Yeah, but sometimes, sometimes off mic, I'm just laughing. I don't know, especially when Matthew is around and people are starting to ride with him in the voice. It's not like that I'm laughing about him. It's just I like him in a way that he makes me laugh. I don't understand how to describe it.
That's pretty
Like
decent, Gospel. That's pretty decent.
Yeah.
If you close your eyes, it's Trump, right?
And it's not the best I've heard. He actually, in this video, sounds higher pitched. He usually is a little bit slower and a little bit lower, which is better. But I gave him some sewing needles. Nice.
It's certainly better than I've heard in a long time.
Yeah. Tyler Fisher's all right.
That our cartoon president was a show, and the guy who does Trump in that cartoon show is the best I've ever heard. I thought it was Trump doing it. I was like, Trump would probably sign up for something like this.
Oh man.
So
intonation, yeah, it's pretty close. Yeah.
Let me point out, in my opinion, the funniest thing Tyler Fisher has ever done is his sketch series on Man-Boy Unit. You can look up Man-Boy Unit Undercover Cop mini documentary by Tyler Fisher. And as far as comedic, sketch humor and stuff, that is some high, like that's some big brain hilarious. So because he's a really short statured adult man, his whole comedy sketch is about him playing on the swing set at the park, luring in the pedos, and then revealing that he's actually an undercover police officer and arresting them.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
The premise is pretty hysterical, and how he pulls it off is yeah. So that was probably the best. That's probably what made me go, all right, this guy might have a little bit of promise. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough out there. There's a lot of quote unquote woke comedians, and they're just trash. But
it's like when craft beers started to become a huge thing amongst cool people. Like most of them are terrible, and then. So to me, it's the same thing with woke comedians.
You're not a big fan of New Belgium and stuff like that?
New Belgium's awesome. I'm talking just like so my stepbrother and stepbrother-in-law and stepsister, they make craft beers in their garage. And most of it's just kind of like, I mean, I'll drink it. Well, I used to drink it. I'll say, yeah, I mean, I see what you're going for. I couldn't not be honest about it, but yeah, I mean, I used to live in Austin, Texas, and I've had a ton of really good ones too. So it all depends.
I got you. Yeah, Foster's and New Belgium variety packs tend to be the bee's knees as far as specialty stuff goes. No, did I say Foster's? That is not what I meant to say. I am not talking about that.
I was just going to let you have it.
Foundlings?
No, Founders. Thank you.
Founders, sorry.
Yes, Founders.
Founders is definitely what I meant. I've never even. Maybe I have had Foster's once, but it was an unforgettable. I mean, wow! It was. There you go. I'll roll with it. It was so unforgettable. I forgot about it.
There you go. It's spinning so perfectly in line with not feeling it.
Yep.
Yep.
The reason you don't feel it is because it's going so fast.
Well, now they say it's going so slow, right? Because they know that the it's going so fast argument is destroyed. Now they're saying, well, you don't feel it because it's so slow from your vantage. Because again, you're just an ant on some big dirt ball.
Mm-hmm. I'm doing that hot mic thing again, Lionel.
What? I'm at home right now. What's going on?
You're hot micing?
Oh, damn.
Yeah, you're humping your mic in the home. Take it easy, man.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize.
No, just letting you know. I mean, there's nothing but silence right now. I'm watching a low budget stories video, the Wojak story, story stuff. Maybe
No.
maybe y'all don't know. Here, I'll post in the chat. Nothing else is happening.
Jesus.
Where are the globes? All right, here we go. Living in a metaverse. This
Nice.
guy is the Wojak memes, man. Some of these, yeah, I don't know who this low budget stories guy is, but he does some
Oh,
decent.
he's amazing. Yeah, yeah.
He does some good
He made
writing.
it. He made it. He made it. But if I play it now, will everybody hear it in the chat?
I don't think so. But especially not if you are you talking about if you just click the video?
Yeah.
No, that's not how Discord works.
Ah,
It's independent on your own machine.
right.
Yeah. Dustin O'Daffer is the other one. Does a really great job with these Mojack videos.
They are so funny and so simple. It's genius.
Yeah, and they're using voiceover or the electronic voiceover voice readers or whatever they're called. There's still a decent amount of work to put the animation together, but I assume that it's also pretty straightforward, click and drag type stuff.
I watched the one about cryptocurrency before, or at least one of them. So fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, they do really. I mean, they're educational as well as funny. So stuff.
So Gospel, you work from home?
Yep.
Nice. Because I have the mic, that's why. Give me a second. There we go.
D5. Excuse me.
Gospel, I just watched the video.
Yeah, I haven't finished it yet. You finished it?
Yeah, I just see the ending. Or like there's like 1 minute left. I'm sorry, 1 minute left.
Oh,
But
gotcha. Like I'm still working through it
oh,
myself. I was like, how did somebody beat me to it?
okay, all right.
No, it's fine.
Oh man,
Wow.
this is so good.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, he has other ones that are like on the crypto stuff, but I saw his thumbnail for growing up in a metaverse. I haven't watched that one yet, but the living in a metaverse, man, he nailed it spot on. Is really good.
I'm gonna watch 2022 so far. That's the first picture. Oh man, have you watched 2022?
You talking about more of his videos?
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
Okay. Watch 2022 so far. The first picture will make you laugh. Are you watching 2022?
Yeah, it's so
Okay.
man.
Jacob Rothschild.
Mm-hmm.
Masterpiece.
What's that?
Masterpiece.
Oh,
The
the
video.
living in the metaverse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big brain stuff. Appropriate for that use this purpose.
Why do you think people have so much rejection for the metaverse?
Rejection.
Yeah.
Well, that video was a good cautionary tale as to why people would be rejecting it. Preference of the actual over the artificial.
No, it's like an implement. It can be like an implementation, no, to reality, like we are doing right now.
Yes and no. I see. Like, I'm when you're involved in VR, it is different than this. Isn't a virtual reality; it's an actual, real conversation that we're having in a virtual reality system, like Second Life or whatever different versions of things that there are. It's an immersive experience, right? I'm able to multitask. I'm answering emails. I'm taking phone calls. I'm having real conversations with you and other people. Though we don't know each other, there are similarities and overlap, but VR is a different thing because it's immersive. It's exclusive of your tangible reality. Now, when they incorporate AR with VR, I think that will be the very appealing to a lot of different people.
Yeah, I can see that.
Augmented reality, which is demonstrated in like the movie The Sixth Day, Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
I haven't seen it.
No.
No.
Anyway. Yeah. So in that movie, he's at his friend's house, and his friend is doing VR, but it's not just VR; it's AR, VR crossover stuff. And I think that's where it starts to be a little bit more appealing to people.
If it like, I think it could be a great tool. No, I don't mean to contradict. I understand the consequences that it can have in society, but
Tool
but
for what? What do you think it could be used for?
Yeah, no, like blending it. Like you can just blend reality. Like, for example, you can be in your house. You can still, you're like kind of blending. No,
Yeah, that's what AR is. Augmented reality. That's what I was talking about. I agree with you that will be very appealing to very many people. There are certain people that have an aversion to that appealing thing. And I'm sure different people would explain different reasons for why they are disinterested in that.
as long as it's functional, as long as you can continue living your life.
Well, what's your plan for that part?
Like you can still do things. You can be in both realities at the same time.
Uh-huh. So you want to escape reality to join another reality?
Not like escape it, but like just add something to it. Add something else. Like,
like help you cut the grass or do your dishes. Like every time you have your VR AR headset on and you're mowing the grass, and like at the same time you're also like carrying around a bazooka and playing some version of Call of Duty while you mow the grass, that sort of thing.
Yeah, probably.
And then when you get done, you look at your yard and it's just
it's just a fucking mess.
just a garbled up mess. But somehow you mowed everything. It just looks like garbage. I don't know. I think that there probably are ways that you could gamify different day-to-day activities like weed whacking.
What is weed whacking?
What's the other term? Trimming.
Uh-huh.
Doing edging and trimming of your yard So typically you would mow a yard and then there would be spots where the mower couldn't get to. And you go over all those spots with some people call it a weed whacker, some people call it a trimmer. Weed eater, weed trimmer. Trying to think, what's the other more string trimmer? String trimmer, I guess, is another term. Grass trimmer, weed whacker. Got a lot of different names.
If I'm being honest, if I'm being honestly, I think this is the best. To me, I'm so happy with just being able to interact. I mean, yeah, and I don't think. I suppose that when you're having a presentation or something with other people, you are meeting in a room, kind of. Can be kind of cool. But they're doing it now. They're doing that now, no?
Back in 06 or maybe 05. Yeah. I got started with Second Life way back when. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. I thought it was going to revolutionize the world. It was, the world wasn't ready, apparently. I have a different perspective now, but yeah, I don't know. I think that they would certainly have to incorporate real life necessities somehow. And then a lot of people would end up being disillusioned because they would feel like they were being manipulated into doing unpleasant tasks for the sake of the pursuit of fake pleasure. I don't think it would work out. I think it would fall apart. But I might be wrong. I mean, some people would love it.
It might turn out in a way that it's useful in a way. I don't know. I'm really old school, I work from home also. And I do it on the phone. I teach English, and I don't even connect myself online to teach English. I have a server, for example, where I do weekly group lessons, where I just allow all my students just to meet, just a chat, just to do something similar like what we do here. But my private lessons are on the phone, just and I help them. Communicate in English, maintain a conversation in English. And everybody lives here. All my students live in different parts of Spain.
Yeah. Cool. I just watched a video about Spain recently about the vast amounts of arable land that are completely uninhabited.
Yeah, I was watching that too, dude. I was watching a similar video, if not yesterday.
The train system and everything.
Yeah, what about it? What did you hear?
No, that's it. Just that basically the consequences of the high-speed rail system resulted in wide areas of land being completely uninhabited or extremely low density of inhabitation, and that's coupled with lack of internet access and different things like that. So it's very hard to even try to get people to move out to these different rural areas.
Makes sense.
So it's just interesting to think about all these different countries that are fairly large. They have a lot of land, but their land is not being made use of. And then you've got this competing narrative, contradictory narrative, that we're running out of space.
Yeah. Doesn't make sense to me either.
Yeah.
At all. For example, Argentina, right? You see in the map how big Argentina is in South America?
Yeah, there's a lot of square miles.
check this out. Check this out, right? So Argentina has approximately like 40 million people apparently, has a population of 40 million, and half of that, half of that amount, half of it is in one city, right?
Wow. Buenos Aires.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
And
Yeah.
it's even more empty than Spain.
Wow.
But
Yeah.
kind of makes you think like, yeah. And I hear of people, and some people, for example, are actually. I was watching a documentary the other day where people have the desire to move to, because check this out. There are a lot of ghost towns. So the population is everybody's moving into the cities, and so there's a whole bunch of like ghost towns, like where pretty much like you can buy houses for like, I don't know if you ever heard about this, but you can actually buy houses. I mean, the government just can buy a house for like nothing. But a lot of people are like moving to these places, but I don't know what, like the government doesn't seem to be happy about it. I don't know what, doesn't want people to be spread out in the country for some reason. They just, it seems, maybe it's just, it seems like they just, probably government seems to want to have them all like clustered, like in just centers, like.
Yep. Yeah, I did that thing that you're talking about. I moved out to the middle of nowhere for a very low amount of money. Very,
Yeah.
very, very low amount of money comparatively. Mm-hmm.
To where?
North Dakota.
Like
But
in the middle of nowhere, in a small
well,
town.
very, very, very far away from any big towns. I'm pretty well situated, remote. So if you were to make a list of the most remote cities in America, I would
Hmm.
I would definitely be in the top 50, maybe
Mhm.
in the top 20. So like for instance, the closest Walmart to me is an hour and 40 minutes away.
Mm.
Just as an example, the closest grocery store to me is 32 minutes away, something along those lines. The closest
Wow.
gas station to me is 25 minutes away. Um,
Wow.
the town I live in is just around 100 people.
It's
And
like
most of
paradise.
the average age of the people where I live is above 65, if not above 70.
Uh-huh.
So in the next 10 to 20 years, the population will likely be in the low 20s or so, 20s or 30s.
You're there at the moment?
Yeah.
Or
This is where I live.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's nice though, peaceful. I just went to the town meeting of the town I live in last night
No way.
and got to see the local politics. And I tell you what, big city, little city, they all
Uh-huh.
have the same. They're humans are humans, and even if it's a very small town, they still experience a lot of the same political drama and what's the word for it? Clicky behavior,
Mhm.
backbiting, judgmentalism. I mean, sometimes people call that small town behavior, but
Happens everywhere.
it happens everywhere. Yeah.
It's amazing how you have internet.
Fiber optic, 100 meg for a pretty good deal, I'd say. I don't know. Does anybody have symmetrical 100 meg for any less than $70 a month? Anyone?
I paid 210 Danish kroner, which is like a lot less.
You have 100 meg or more symmetrical fiber optic?
Yeah, 100 up, 100 down.
Danish.
210, that should be like a
I'm
bit
looking it
under
up.
$30.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, 30 bucks monthly.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really good.
I pay 20. Unlimited internet and unlimited phone calls. 20 euros.
Yeah. Europe has some different systems. Do you think any of that is subsidized by your tax system?
I have no idea.
I mean,
There are a
in
lot of
Denmark,
competition.
definitely.
We have a lot of companies here competing with each other. Like, come with us. You know, we have the best deal. You can
Sure.
choose.
Yeah, that
anything.
too. Like the tax pressure in Denmark with everything is like 48%, like 38 to 42 in pure taxes, and then there is some other shit on the side. But
Yeah.
pretty much 50% of what we earn is taken somewhere.
Gotcha. Well, let me give you an example. USD to Danish. Give me just a moment. Here we go. So, a week's worth of groceries
Mm-hmm.
for my family of 5 is about 2,800 Swedish krona. I'm sorry, you said Danish, huh?
So it's a bit less. I think the Swedish crown is less worth than the Danish.
All right, give me a second. Trying to find the conversion. Here we
But
go.
I mean, already there, like a family of 4 cannot do it for that unless they're like scraping the bottom of the treasure chest, you know.
I guess it's saying DKK is 6.9 here, so I'll just do it this way. 2,000. About 2,000 Danish krona per week.
Yeah, I mean,
How
family of
much?
4.
Yeah.
I guess that could do like a single or a bachelor that is not living like luxurious should be able to do it for like 1,500 Danish kroner a month. But then again, like inflation and other stuff. But
That's what I'm saying. It was half of that a year ago.
yeah.
Just in 1 year, things have almost doubled in regards to going to fill up your shopping cart with the exact same items.
Yes, 100%. Like here, like 500 grams of ground beef was normally 20, 25, 15 on sale, and it's like 45 to 55 at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's so dumb, like literally. And that is just like, I mean, I have like paid attention, and it's like 75 to 150% inflation on everything, from gas prices to food to I mean, basic, like, I mean, maybe not closings and stuff like that. They pretty much stayed the same, but all essentials, you know? And they dare to blame something like the Ukraine war because this happened long before that. Like, this is aftermath of the 2008 crash. It's an aftermath of all the decisions up to that, you know, all the bank packages and stuff like that. It's a side product of printing money out of the blue air to pay for the COVID show. It's a lot of these things. It's the fractional reserve system. It's the the money creation on banks. What is it called? On the bank's hands instead of the people's, aka the government's hands. You know.
Well, I want to address a new guest to our voice chat here. Nomar, welcome to the VC. No more.
Welcome.
Welcome, man.
No more. You got any
No
grapes?
more, no more.
No more. You got any grapes?
Hi.
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
Batman.
No. Got any grapes? And he
Grapes?
waddled away. You don't know the
Well-
Got Any Grapes duck song?
No.
Oh man, here I'll put a bump bump bump. Got any grapes? I'll put it in the chat. It's the graphic you have for your profile picture. It looks like they got any grapes. Duck.
It's from Avatar.
It's from what?
You know, Avatar, the series.
What?
Oh, with
Yeah.
the airbenders and stuff.
Sorry, I'm not familiar. It's all good. Hey, what do you know about the Earth?
A lot.
Yeah? You're pretty familiar with the heliocentric model?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, for kicks and giggles, do you know how many miles they say the radius of Earth is?
Not out of my head, no.
Oh, okay. What would you say you know about the heliocentric model?
The sun is in the center.
Okay. That would be the heliocentric model basic explanation, yeah. Like it's in the name. So there's that. Okay. Anything else?
Just the basic stuff. Planets and stuff.
Alrighty.
But
Shoot for the
I gotta-
stars and you'll hit something,
Yeah.
right?
True.
Yeah.
I gotta go though.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Just want to check this out. I have an exam tomorrow.
Okay, well, come back when you want to learn about physical reality and the fact that the ball has been falsified and that there really isn't any curve. It's a lie.
I'll do. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you next time.
All right. So, bye.
Good luck.
I guess the bear is set pretty. Oh, guess the bar is set pretty low for him. Just the basic stuff. I know, just the basic stuff. Planets and the sun is in the middle. Wow. Really aiming high there, bud. Wow. Hey, you ask somebody, how much you know about the heliocentric model? And they're like, oh, yeah. Oh, I know the model. And they're like, they have a good kindergarten level maybe not even. Maybe.
I mean, I'm
We'll give them
impressed when they
kindergarten.
say they know the heliocentric model at all, like the term heliocentric.
Yeah, his proof that he
True.
knew the model was that that he knew what the word meant. Sun in the center. It's good. Good job. Somebody give that guy a cookie.
Basic stuff.
What's that?
Basic stuff. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, gravity.
Yes, I do.
Nah, it was an addition to basic stuff, you know.
Okay. You know what I wish? It's just I wish there would be like we would have available like some sort of like just like a mini quiz type of thing that you can complete to see what score you have of the flat, the flat Earth theory, like
I mean,
kind of like a basic quiz.
that should be
I
relatively easy to
like
construct. Just 10 questions
that.
from each side.
Yeah, I mean that would be a challenge for me. That would be a challenge.
Well,
I guess I know what you mean, but in
Yeah,
theory,
yeah,
it
yeah.
should be
And after doing it, like they should, the moderator should give you like a recognition, like pass the exam, type of thing.
got 19
Graduated.
under 20 questions correct.
I would do it. I would do it, dude. Listen, I would pay. No, no, no. Listen, I would pay. Somebody wants to do that. Like I would pay to do the test and to get a like a recognition, like good job, Leo, like or like you're certified. I would pay for it to
Oh,
complete
like
the
a
test.
mini app or something like that?
Not even, bro. Like a PDF file type of thing. Answer the questions and pass the test type of thing.
I mean, the idea is good, especially because this Discord is so huge and they are going through the introductions every single time. So before they can actually get access to all the voice chats, they should, do this 10
Listen,
question thing. Just so
we
you guys have.
we do.
you,
And we've had paper and online quizzes and all sorts of things in the past. It's also tedious, and
Oh,
it's a little bit easier to just get to know people.
I
And
mean, I guess the way you're doing it now with starting off with personal one-on-one contact is evenly great. I think I said that to you the 4 or 5 days ago when I met you the first time.
Mhm.
That it was a good way to break the ice, if you may.
Yeah. But yeah, to answer your curiosity, Leo, we definitely have had these types of quizzes, but it still exists in the form of the 3 questions.
mm-hmm.
So that's the form that it still exists in. You utilize the word theory. So most people would disagree with the use of the word theory, because that is referring to some type of speculation. And sure, people have all sorts of speculations, but there's not a singular agreed upon speculation about all things. That's what personal speculation is all about. This server and its communication on the topic of flat Earth has to do with um, what is empirical, able to be seen by all people, not just speculated on or what might be. It's about what really is. The really is questions, not the what might be questions.
Mm-hmm, exactly. You're talking about the test, no? What the test should be? Is that
Yeah,
what you're talking about?
I'm also talking about the nature of the server, in that
Mm-hmm,
we don't
mm-hmm.
really deal with theory.
You don't under the what do you mean exactly? Theory in the good sense of the word, under the concept of oh no wait. What do you mean by theory? I
Yeah,
mean,
so what I mean is the Earth having a smooth and planar surface, that
mm-hmm,
over the course of the entire face of the Earth, it's level and straight on average.
mm-hmm.
Um, that isn't a matter of theory.
Uh-huh. Okay.
It's exclusive of theory and inclusive of measure and observation.
It's a theory, right? I mean, a theory can be scientific. A theory can be valid. There can be a theory that is invalid as false, and there are theories that are valid. Oh, he went to probably to a phone call.
Yeah, that's probably true or something. But hey, did you know that the Earth measures flat with no curvature to be found anywhere? Isn't that crazy?
How we call flat something what measure flat?
One more time.
How we call something what measure flat?
What is something that measures flat only? Is that a globe or not?
How we call that? When measure flat.
Trying to keep it simple.
I don't know how to answer the question.
That something is flat if it's measured flat. Or we cannot say that.
Objects can be flat. Like only an object can be defined as flat. And you need to you have to prove the whole surface in order to prove that it's flat.
Okay, let's prove whole surface. How we measure mountains?
By a system of measurement.
What is the reference frame to measure mountain?
A mountain?
Yeah.
To measure a mountain.
Yeah. Elevate. How high it is.
Yeah.
What is our base for that?
Oof.
Sea level?
It would have to be the ground, obviously, but
does we use sea level for measuring mountains?
By sea level for measuring. You need level, right?
Elevation above sea level.
For example, Mount Everest is 8,000 blah 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 meters. What that mean? 8.
To be honest, I don't really know what it means. I suppose that's the altitude, right? From the base, from the bottom.
It's usually measured from sea level.
Oh, what? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Sea level is assumed to be the universal baseline off of which you get elevations everywhere. Because land is topography, it rolls, it goes up and down. It's not as good a baseline as what's assumed to be otherwise flat water.
That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense.
So to have a universal baseline, you have to use sea level. And most people more or less assume sea level is flat. Unless you're a glober and you try to wrap it around a ball.
Dude, it's the first time I think about it that way, actually. Thank you for that.
No problem. So, do you think that sea level is flat, or do you think that sea level is curving around a ball?
How can you think it's curvy, man? Like, I have a hard time, like, just thinking about that.
Me too. I assume that it's flat, since water in my glass tends to lie flat and not curve. If most of the world is this flat water, then by logical extension, most, if not all of the world is probably flat. Otherwise, we'd have to prove that water has convexity, that it curves in some way downward. A convex surface tends to curve downward. A concave surface curves upward.
I have a very difficult time conceptualizing the water going around, because I try to think in terms of it's very I don't know what the word is. I cannot conceptualize that.
It is inconceivable.
And I want to understand it. I consider myself a curious, open-minded person. I have a difficult time conceptualizing that.
Well, we usually think of water as flowing, and that flow essentially being one part of the water climbing over or under another part of the water. This process of flowing with one part climbing over or under another part would continue until all parts of the water are next to each other with no part above or below the other. This would tend to be conceptualized as a flat surface on the top, not a curve. So philosophically, we're not even really prepared to think of water being anything else other than a flat level. I think people try to think of water curving around the ball out of necessity for the theory, but I don't think they actually treat that as fact. I think they treat water as a flat, not a curved one.
What is the statement that normally we use in order to invalidate the concept of water bending? You know, like not leveling. Like, what is the how do we invalidate?
We need to check how much the water curves or deviates from a straight standard. We need a laser or something like that. And we'd have to shoot the laser over the water to see if the water is curving down and away from the laser or some sort of straight standard.
Mm-hmm.
As far as we can see, we're not seeing 8 inches per mile squared of curvature down and away from some sort of straight standard, some sort of straight level. Most of it is deceptive optics, curved lenses, or just perspective. If you're low to the ground, eventually the sky and the ground are going to meet at this place we call the horizon, but it'll be optical. It's just the point at which you get a vanishing point for the sky and the ground, essentially. The place where the ground appears to flood out the lower half of your visual field, and the sky just floods out the upper part, essentially. And these two zones come together and make a line in the middle called the horizon, but it's just optical. Anything that's too tall beyond this zone appears to set bottom up, not because it's going behind a hump of Earth curvature, but because of the limitations of perspective and vision. That's it. It's like looking down the train tracks. The train tracks will appear to ramp upward, but they're not actually physically rising. It's just perspective. The sky will appear to ramp downward. It's not actually lowering. It's just perspective, like looking down a really long hallway. And eventually the ground will meet the sky and a line will form in the middle if you're close enough to the ground.
Or seeing an airplane flying over the sky.
Same thing.
In the same height, yeah. It really does give you the impression that the airplane is like going up and then going down.
Yeah. Taller objects like the airplane need a further vanishing point than what the eye can give at that low height, that low altitude. So it will appear to set behind the horizon that forms in the foreground because it's looking for a further vanishing point than what the eye can give it in the background. In the foreground, you get a vanishing point for basically your low height. If you're like 6 feet off the ground, you get 6 feet up, down, left, and right from the level of the eyes, and a horizon tends to form for that zone. In the background, you're going to have vanishing points for taller objects. So they're going to tend to appear to set bottom up, but it's just optical.
Anybody? I've posted this website in the chat before, but I'm gonna post the little snippet that's interesting from this blog. They say 211 miles is the farthest you could see in any direction from the top of Mount Everest, and then they say, interestingly, the world's longest line of sight is not from Everest, but from Dankova, Kyrgyzstan to Hindutog, China, a total distance of 334 miles. And then, of course, they provide the height. They provide the height. Curve calculator.
Okay, real quick. I'm so sorry. If we look at this, is probably not going to fly very well, but interestingly, the first word in that paragraph is spelled incorrectly. My OCD is going nuts on it.
Oh yeah, it's definitely
Look at that.
Annoying.
Yeah, and you know what? It doesn't discount or discredit the information at all. You know, typos happen. It's just funny.
Yeah. 500.
It looks like they use. Sorry.
Go ahead.
It looks like they use the curve calculator because when you use 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height, for the Mount Everest thing, you get roughly 29,000 feet, which is the height of Mount Everest. So you take 1.22 times the square root of x, which is what you're trying to find. And you set that equal to what they say 211 miles and solve. So you take 211 miles divided by 1.22, that gives you roughly 172. And then when you square that to get the x under the square root sign, you get roughly 29,000 feet, which is the height of Mount Everest, 29,093 or something like that. So basically, it looks like they said 1.22 times the square root of, what was it?
Well, I threw it in the calculator there.
Yeah, 29,000. 1.22 times the square root of, 29,000 equals 211 miles.
I'd like to see this observation that they reference, because according to this 6436, 1,000 meters of the Hindutog, China, whatever mountain they're referring to there, 1,000 meters should be visible. And the horizon is supposed to be at only 275 kilometers. So it'd be nice to see if we could find that observation and see where the horizon actually is. And if the horizon is beyond Hindutog, then that would be obviously a falsification of their little claim.
They're probably using the same thing just in meters. I think the meter version is 3.71 times the square root in meters to get the number of kilometers to the horizon. So,
I used the Earth curve calculator that I used doesn't use that type of mathematics to do what it's doing. You've seen the formula that calculator, the GitHub calculator. You've seen the formula before, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I can post in the chat if you want. Copy. Well, I'll do it anyway, just because I mentioned it. So the other method is certainly accurate as an alternative, but it's supposedly using this other more long form method. So anyway, I need to find the name of this place. Let's see, Dankova to Hindutog. Dankova to Tog observation. Photo. There it is.
I'm sorry, 3.57 times the square root of the height in meters to get the number of kilometers to the horizon.
Oh, this website doesn't get it.
Sounds like a good deal, man. Where do I sign?
Huh?
Is that your writing, Gospel?
No,
Oh, I was gonna say
no,
it. Look at me.
that comes from the GitHub of that calculator.
Crazy. Wait, so what distances do we have here? Oh, this is a formula. What? This is interesting. But I find it very difficult to conceptualize. Target. This is related with the previous image, right? That you sent on the how far you could see from the top of Mount Everest. How far could you see from the top of Mount Everest?
One 1.22 times the square root of 29,000 feet from Mount Everest equals roughly 211 miles expected to the distance of the horizon at that height.
Yeah.
But how much can we? Oh, so I'm kind of like. So that's in theory how much we would be able to see
On a ball, yeah. 1.22
on a
times the
ball.
square root of your height in feet. That would give you the
Okay.
number of miles to the
And
horizon.
but we cannot like invalidate this, right? Because we would have to be able. Can we can we see further than that? It's
Yes,
impossible, right?
yes, we have seen further than that.
No way.
The Globers talk about refraction and other things that sound like excuses, but I just say it's a flat plane and the globe's just off. It's just a bad assumption. But the main thing is we need a way to invalidate, or I'm sorry, falsify the ball. And this math kind of gives us a way of checking what we quote unquote expect to see, if anything. I think people try to counter that, on a flat plane you'd see forever, but we don't even see forever down a hallway. Eventually the ground ramps up, the sky or the ceiling appears to ramp down, and a line forms in the middle, one would expect. You wouldn't even be able or expected to see forever on a flat plane. A horizon would eventually form if you're close to the surface anyway, one would expect. If you want to see beyond the horizon that forms, you got to get higher and get a wider viewing angle. If your viewing angle is wide enough and high enough off of the surface, then the surface is no longer in the way, and you can see much, much further. But if you're close to the surface, a horizon will tend to form.
£450 for a Nikon Coolpix P900.
Yes. We've invalidated their curvature with the use of cameras and long-distance imaging. With infrared, you can see even further if you're high enough in a plane. One dude says he's seeing up to 1,000 miles in a plane with infrared.
Dude, I'm tripping with Japan. I didn't realize Japan was so small. Is there a big difference between the P900 and the P1000? Sam asks. Big difference.
They have different abilities. One is more versatile than the other. The other is better for infrared. The 1000 is better than the 900 for infrared, and the 900 is better than the 1000 for versatility and lens exchangeability.
Infrared is becoming very popular nowadays, huh? Second hand, man. Buy a second hand. You know? Who cares? How much can you get it for second hand? Let's check. €200. Hell yeah. The basic difference between the P900 and the P1000 is the zoom, basically.
Yeah, but I also think that I know that the 1000 supposedly can't change out the lenses.
Oh. More pictures. Now we have to...
I've got a 900. I don't think you can change the lenses on the 900 either. It's just built-in zoom.
Don't forget that you need to buy also a tripod, a very good quality tripod with it.
You're still hot mic and Leo.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever.
True, true.
It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me hated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is photoshopped,
we accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Social criminals, these people in the space program, nassholes I call them. I have a very low tolerance level for stupid bull. Every one of those items is provably untrue at one level or another, but we believe them because they're pounded into our heads from the time we're children. That's what they do with that kind of stuff. They put it in the heads of kids. They pound it in there because they know kids are too young to be able to mount a sophisticated argument against these kind of ideas. And so kids, and up to a certain age, by the way, kids are going to believe everything a grown-up tells them, everything. So kids never learn. Question things. Nobody questions things in this country anymore. Nobody questions things. Why? Americans have been silenced, bought off and silenced by gizmos and toys. And as a result, no one's ever learned to question things. Kids who want to learn to read are going to learn to read. Much more important to teach children to question what they read.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what did we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instincts. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition. Now, The Matrix is a story. It's a story. When told enough times to enough people, it becomes part of that culture. It becomes the tradition. And this story is being told over and over every day.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
What's up?
Yeah, lies become traditions, man. What? Yeah, man. My grandpa knew it was a glove. What? Yeah, he flew airplanes in the. It was definitely a glove, right? He flew airplanes. That's it.
Coming in a little low.
Yeah, I was talking low. Sorry, I'm in the hills. Maybe it's fucked up here. I don't know.
What is this globe you speak of, Flat Earth dude?
Some people. I went too far. Some people flying airplanes, therefore globe. How do airplanes work on a flat Earth? Fuck, come on. I love some people's logic sometimes. I'm like, what? Are you kidding? Okay, that's logical.
Hey, wait a second. Airplanes don't work on a flat Earth. They fly over a flat Earth.
There you go.
Otherwise, they'd be just called ground planes.
You mean trains?
Oh, you guys are talking about some long distance photography or visual.
We were talking about that a little bit ago, yeah.
Yeah, I was listening. You said it was like 350 miles somewhere in China or something.
Yeah, there's a spot that it was in that article, but
I'll check it out later. I'm driving, but I just go back to Jay Tolan's infrared, where he demarcated the lakes, the mountains, the states. And we could give him 40,000 feet, but he was seeing 1,200 miles at 40,000 feet, man, which is, as you know, that's going to debunk the globe straight away.
Marconi. It's another one.
Marconi.
Marconi,
that was a little not Dead Air Davish. That was really bad.
Yeah, sorry, Dave. You were coming in and crackled.
I was just saying, if you account for gravitational refraction, it's still a globe. You're incorrect.
Oh yeah, gravifraction.
Don't make me laugh.
You gotta always remember gravifraction.
Gravifraction, man. It's in the Urban Dictionary. Check it out. Gravifraction. That's hilarious. Flavors. Anyway, the Jay Tolan, my favorite because it's modern. A lot of us could replicate it if we had the right gear, man. He had some really nice camera there, man. That Sony he uses, it's like an 8.5 or 7, something, I don't know. That camera, they used to make movies in Hollywood with it. It's like super high def, 4K. Fuck, incredible. And then he put the infrared on that bad boy. Woo! Cameras aren't cheap. The lenses on those are more expensive than the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Dave, what camera did you use to capture that apparent satellite obscuring the moon?
That was P900.
900. Okay.
Yeah. 2000 millimeter equivalent zoom, which is a pretty big lens, man. Woo.
P900 will go down in history as the original globe killer.
No doubt
Also.
about it. But what I loved about Jay Tolan, like again, the demarcation of the landmarks that we're looking at it from 40,000 feet, seeing 1,200 miles. I think the 8 inches per mile squared works up to like really super accurate up to like 1,000 miles. After that, it starts to dip out a little bit, but calculations get a little weird. But anyway, I think love to have that kind of setup that Jay Tolan uses. It costs a couple, maybe $1,500. If you get to add the computer in there, maybe a couple thousand. I mean, you can hook that right up to the computer and you can see what you're doing right in live real time on a big screen, which is kind of cool. Can't really do that with the P900. I think that the chip on the Sony that Jay Tolan uses, it's like, I don't know if it's 32 megapixels equivalent. So it'd be like twice as sharp as the P900. Woo! Talking about some resolution. Yeah, that's why he sits there in his videos and goes, look at this incredible flat Earth. It's incredible. Damn. Yeah, he's got an interesting style to his videos. It's incredible flat Earth.
Ah, gee.
What? What happened there?
What's up?
Well, you're all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. There's a dilemma that I have with my work.
Did you find something you lost? Mesmerized by?
No, it's just a catch-22 situation. That's why I said, oh, geez. I need to delete a product image because it misrepresents a potentially available component, but that component, it's not available, but the picture itself portrays a necessary aspect of the product. So I can't delete the image without deleting a necessary portrayal of the quality of the product. So it's a catch-22 situation.
Wow.
And about 0 people care about that in this live stream right now, but you're welcome for the explanation.
to sort of relate it to the subject matter, just imagine if you're tasked with we falsified the globes, and now you have to go through the internet to delete every globe image.
Oh boy, imagine that as a job. You know, that would take more than a lifetime.
Oh yeah.
That would if you employed all of Google worldwide on that task. I don't think that they could. I don't think that they could do that in a reasonable amount of time.
It takes several years for a whole team doing it, so who knows?
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to throw this idea out there. I wouldn't actually want anyone to ever do that, to delete all the images of the globe, fake ass images, because I think we should remind people in the future that a lot of people were fooled about this. Now, it's a similar kind of reasoning of why I don't think we should tear down statues of people from the past, even if they're bad people. Like, why not just, bring a field trip of children, students over there, and, point out to them and say, hey, this guy was a terrible guy. He did this and this and this. Try not to do that in the future.
It's a good point.
Yeah, you got validity to that point. I hear that. Because even if you want to delete something people used to believe, you're still participating in censorship, right? Kind of. Whatever.
Right. In some kind of side door way, you're censorship. You're censoring. Hey, if you want to
Not
believe
really. Sorry, not really analogous to what gospel's dealing with. Because if he has a false image that he's selling a product, he needs to delete it. I understand that.
well,
Yeah.
it's the data sets that he's dealing with. It's photoshopped.
It's actually not a photoshopped image. It's a component on an item that we sell that specific component, the emblem, no longer exists as part of an option. So it makes people think that there may be an option that isn't actually available. But within this image, it portrays a different view of the item being sold that is important. So it's a catch-22. I appreciate what Dave did in trying to draw a bridge between my silly personal situation and the actual relevance of the server. That was a good effort on your part, Dave. Thank you.
Thank you,
He's always Dead Air Dave's on it, man.
Identify the source and origin of things. They can make up their own mind afterwards. It's if you want to be an occultist, you have that prerogative. But if you are going to be an occultist in this server, I'm going to point out that it is associated with the origins of the heliocentric lie. The occult teachings birthed heliocentrism. So you make up your own mind on if you like that or not. There you go.
Centrism. Great.
Heliocentrism.
Wow. What's the definition of centrism? Centered?
Yeah. Centrism, like the quality of being in the center.
Right. I love being in the center, man. Why not? Especially with drums.
That's called egocentrism.
Drum
Me
circle.
in the center.
I was in a drum circle last Saturday night, and I was in the center of the circle and hearing all the drums around me, like super stereophonic. It's pretty cool.
Her emblem photo edited to have the brass appliques because this is still a great image.
Hey, when I checked in, I jumped on. There was somebody at BC, man. I don't know. Check in.
Oh yeah.
I saw somebody in there. I just came here.
Quetzal's in there right now.
Okay. I'm driving, so if somebody wants to. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. I'm in the wrong lane. Oh no. Oh no. Yep.
Make sure you're obeying all traffic laws and operating your motor vehicle safely, sir.
Yeah. 2 hands on the wheel. 10 and 2 o'clock. That's what I learned in school. 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock. Boom.
Is that the only thing they didn't lie to you in school about?
I think so, man. I don't know. They switched it though. Now it's like you're supposed to be down at like 4 and 8 or something like that.
Are you saying the science of driving has changed?
It did. At least for where your hands are supposed to be on your wheel, your steering wheel.
I've come to realize that parallel parking and backing up is not, it's not something that you have to worry about as far as being lied to. They basically told us the truth about that one.
I think so, man. I'm a pretty good parallel parker. I've been to the beach in the summer. You got to park.
Can you parallel park on a curve?
What?
Can you parallel park on a curve?
Good
yes.
question.
It's hard. It's harder.
It's much harder.
It's a lot harder. At least if the curve is facing you, as if the curve is hugging you, or the curve. Sorry, not curb. But if the curve is hugging you, or that you're on the inside of the curve, and you're trying to parallel park, it throws things off. It's super hard.
Your wheels are going to touch that curb.
Yeah. No, the irony is parallel.
Yeah.
I think I get your joke, but there actually are places where you park in town centers where there's a roundabout, and also parking on that roundabout. That's an example. So I mean, I actually have experienced parallel parking in big old roundabouts that are. Anyway, you get it, and it's tough.
Yeah.
But I've never traded paint, and I've done some really, really tight. Washington, D.C. is probably the worst that I've ever experienced in squeezing an SUV into a spot. Tell you what.
I bet if you were in a selected public clown, they'd give you 2 spots for your vehicle.
Oh yeah, well, you don't even have to park it yourself. They just, they have a man for that.
I guess some animals are more equal than other animals.
2 legs good. 4 legs bad. Did anybody listen to the audiobook of Animal Farm? I sure did.
You do a great sheep.
Yeah, I'm just mimicking what I heard in the audiobook. It's a good one. The audiobook of Animal Farm. It's probably on archive. That's probably where I heard it. Let's see here. Animal Farm. It could be on YouTube too. Audio clickety clack.
When you become somebody that believes we live on a flat and stationary plane, your sense of humor tends to change a little bit. You start asking yourself what a pirate would say about the radius. You know, what do you come up with? And you would go, "Arr." See, you get that that strange sense of humor.
Yeah, we laugh. There's a lot of inside jokes and flat earth, and only flat earthers get it. It's funny. Yeah, you can, but you have to have a bit of history in the flat earth community. Yeah.
What you do is you walk into NASA's headquarters and you go up to the front desk and you go, "Do you do space travel here?" And just see what their response would be. Or outer space travel here. See what they say. There's no punchline there. Sorry, I didn't have one.
I'm trying to come up with one, but
That's definitely not the one. The one they have some audiobooks on YouTube, but that's not the. I found one by Steve Parker, but that is not the right one. I can't remember who the voice actor was. Stephen Fry? Maybe it's Stephen Fry. Yeah, Stephen Fry. That's the one. Here, I'll post in the chat. Copy video.
the reason they changed your hand position for your driving was because of airbags. You want to be down below the airbag. You don't want your arms flying into your face when the airbag goes off.
I mean, is 11 and 1 really comfortable for anyone? Doesn't that just make you feel anxious?
10 and 2?
Well, even 10 and 2 or 11 and 1. I mean, do either one of those... Huh?
Yeah, I'm on yeah, they're both comfortable. I mean,
Isn't the normal way to drive is like one arm out of the window and one on 12?
Yeah, I mean, that works too. Typically, I'm resting an arm on the side.
The
I'm
top
usually at like 9 o'clock with one hand, and my arm resting on the armrest of the door. That's my default position.
I like to just like have both my hands basically in my crotch and just my thumbs on the steering wheel.
Gotcha.
That's pretty cozy too.
That could have gone in a different direction.
I mean, not directly in the crotch, but down there relaxing. Not my arms not over my heart.
Hands on your crotch, one knee on the wheel.
Yeah, man, somebody's gonna clear what you already said. Nothing you can do about it now.
I mean, the knee on the wheel works too.
Carry on. Sorry.
Oh yeah, YouTube. I'm not promoting any way of driving. This is just.
This is not medical information.
Exactly. This is not... Exactly. That was what I meant in the driving sense.
I get in my car, I just go car on nearest coffee shop, and it takes me. I don't have to do anything except just listen to the radio.
A fully automated car, huh? Cool.
Yeah, when I was a Glober, I had more money and I was smarter, so I could afford it. Now that I'm a flat earther, you know, I just live off the time when I was a Glober. That's what
Yeah.
That's what not Professor Dave said in a 12-minute video. The 10 things that all flat earthers believe or flat earthers say. He goes, well, if you're if you're you shouldn't procreate. That's the one thing he said. Flat earthers shouldn't procreate. And then he said, if you're rich enough to have your own plane, which you won't be, so it's like, okay. And then if you keep a job long enough, you'll be able to do this. It's like, okay, now Professor Dave, thank you very much. You're a very kind and giving soul.
Professor Dave, the multi-time college dropout, the double college dropout guy,
the double master's dropout guy, the double time.
Cock, fucking cock.
Hey, Professor Flat Earth dude, you drive careful because we don't want to lose your professorship.
Right. I don't. One hand on the wheel.
And I think we're going to give Gospel a one day permission to call himself doctor. He's done the dissertation, and he's Doctor Gospel.
Wow.
Wow.
But then again, Dr. Gospel would have to tell us what his dissertation was about. So
it just so happens that my first and middle initials are DR. So this was an early interest of mine to pursue a doctorate, and then I was disillusioned shortly after my master's degree, where I determined that the entire system was compromised, and I had no further interest in accomplishing any further studies.
So you have your master's, so you're technically a professor Gospel. I like
wow.
I like it.
Professor.
I like it.
Qualifiable.
At least you're a professor. You're not a not professor.
It could be Professor.
I'm eligible to be a professor. I have never been a occupational professor, if that makes sense.
I think that the University of North Dakota is just waiting for you to come help them out.
I don't think they let me hang out for more than a week.
And if you get
last night, Gospel, I don't think you were here, but somebody was putting pictures of your governor in the Livestream voice text.
Okay.
I guess they all think she was pretty hot or something.
Oh, that's South Dakota.
Oh, is that South Dakota? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right. Doug Burgum is not exactly an attractive man. He's really vanilla ice cream and as boring as it gets, which is just fine with me. The less machismo, awkward, like he's just a really boring and plain dude that tends to lean towards just really basic, simple constitutional rights. So awesome. He's unexciting to most people, but that's not a bad thing necessarily. He's not maybe unexciting in that he's not overly what's the word for it? He lacks not gumption. It's the word that means you want to move up in life. I'm drawing a blank on this silly word.
Ambition.
Yeah, thank you. He lacks political and social ambition, which in my opinion, that's actually probably a good thing. Yeah, it probably means he's less manipulatable, something like that.
Manipulatable.
Less easily manipulated.
Generally speaking, politicians, the less they say or do, the better politician they are.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I bet your good governor appreciates oil at $119 a barrel because you
No,
got
there's North Dakota's really suffering.
Really?
Yeah, because they shut everything down up here.
Oh,
It's artificially.
how dare they?
It's artificial. Yeah, they got the pumps running at like, when you go on a YouTube video and you can change the speed down to like one quarter.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's like when you go by the pumps up here. They've got them running at super slow trickle speed.
Wow.
And yeah, man, there's more than likely there's just unlimited oil in America, and seriously, it's just unlimited.
No doubt about it.
And it's all artificially throttled, hardcore, and there's a whole thing going on with Union Pacific Railroad and what's the gas station? One of the biggest gas stations in America.
Mobile.
Exxon.
It's not Exxon.
Mexico.
They make up whatever the gas station parent company this is that I'm drawing a blank on. They make up 60% of all diesel exhaust fuel cells, and Union Pacific has made this proposal in the last couple of weeks to do this weird thing where they're going to reduce the amount of raw materials in order for the manufacturing of diesel exhaust fuel by 40 or 50%. And anyway, it's a really weird I wouldn't say circumlocution because that's not the right word. It's very roundabout way of harming the entire logistics sector and transportation sector, because the industry requires these things, and therefore when the constituent parts, it's not the fuel, right? It's the diesel exhaust fuel. When that gets limited and throttled in availability and there's mass shortages of that, then there's other weird things that wind up happening. It's problem, reaction, solution stuff in the making.
So last week I talked to a guy who was talking about diesel trucks. Nowadays, you have to have not only the diesel, you have to have this other additive.
Yeah, diesel exhaust fuel, DEF.
Okay, and you mix the two as they're driving along, I guess.
No, it's in a separate tank. It basically,
it's in a separate tank, right?
Yeah.
They're both getting shot into the engine at the same time, and apparently your engine will not just run on just plain diesel fuel. You have to have this additive. For there's a big shortage of this additive. There's a big shortage of it, or they're throttling that shit back. So, and diesel's, I don't know, $7 a fucking gallon out here. I don't know where you guys are, but it's expensive.
Yeah, they call that stuff AdBlue up here, and it's like, you got a low tank indicator. If it hits that, it just stops the car working. Car doesn't necessarily not run without it. It's just the car will just turn off if it doesn't have it. That's all.
Yeah,
it's a computer thing.
It's all artificial. It's all manufactured crisis stuff. You just literally watch it happen.
Yeah, we're watching this manufacturing of shortages and of course, inflation. Fuck. Woo.
Not only do I have a car that will go to the coffee shop when I tell it to, I also have an electric car. So ha 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 ha.
Yeah, I mean, don't laugh too loud.
I don't, but I just want to rub it in.
Because you do know that that's the same car that with literally a button or probably even a spoken word, they could shut down the entire network of all of those cars instantaneously and simultaneously. Like you couldn't, it could just be instantaneously shut down, deactivated.
Well, aren't you the you know
the bearer of truth, man, is what he
Well,
is.
I like the concept of the the electric car and everything. I think it's the way to go in a lot of ways. The torque, the silence, I don't like. I mean, I've looked into exhaust, the components
Maintenance.
of exhaust. I think that there's
enough.
well, yes and no. There's pros and cons. I like the idea of the electric cars. I don't like the idea of monopoly stuff. I don't like the idea of the overarching control. Now, the same is true for everybody's cell phone. The same is true for a lot of other things in our life, and that's frustrating. But on the other hand, what are you going to do about it? And how are you prepared to cope? And not cope in a negative way, but like what are you going to do if anything like that does happen?
You sound like the Grinch that stole my electric car. How dare
Aw.
you? How dare you?
You're welcome.
I wish
Jimmy,
I
Jimmy
wish,
lucky didn't go into the bus.
I wish I could sound like a 20-year-old girl from Europe. Dare
Well,
you? How dare you steal my future? You stole my future.
Well, here's the thing. You're sitting in your car without any knowledge whatsoever of the potentiality that they could just rug pull you. To use the metaphor of the rug pull. You're unaware of their ability to rug pull you. You're on the side of the road or in the middle of the road. It could pull you over. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Whatever the case. And you're sitting there going, oh my gosh, what's happening? And then you do everything that you can, and you're just like, oh my gosh, I can't use my car all of a sudden. And then a message pops up on the screen. You have been deactivated. The authorities are on the way, blah, 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 whatever. Right. And then you're like losing your mind in confusion. Maybe you just run, you do whatever you do. Right. But if you already know, I think a lot of the time when you have an expectation for certain things that could happen and then they happen, like I'm gonna drive through this area. I could get a nail in my tire. You get a nail in your tire and you go, oh, I got a nail in my tire. Oh, gee, right? Oh, it happened. Oh, that stinks, right? But you knew it could happen. Your emotional response is going to be way different than when you're driving on a freshly paved road. It looks as crystal clear and clean as possible, and then all of a sudden, nail in tire. You're like, what? What is this about? You freak out and you're angry because, good grief, it's a freshly paved road. It's beautiful. This shouldn't have happened, and you're trying to like rationalize how and why it happened. I just think that good old fashioned phrase: expect the worst, hope for the best, and plan for both. I don't know.
How dare you, Gospel? You stole my future. I'm 19 and I've been Time Person of the Year, and I'm everything and you're nothing. So don't steal my future. Leave me alone. Save the planet. Yay! Mother Earth. Yay!
Not my mama.
I love these climate people, man, when they're $1 million homes and flying around in their jets and yachts and Yeah. You kidding me?
All right. Well, I got the name of the mosquito insecticide that my local town uses.
Yeah.
Permethrin, SFR. Permethrin. I've not heard of that one. I'm gonna have to. So this is the benefit of going to your town, your local city or town meeting.
Yeah.
You can get
some nuggets.
Information and help. I said, hey, I'd like an MSDS on that mosquito fog they've been spraying. They're like, yeah, we can get that.
How are they administering it? By
A fog via a machine driven behind a truck that's pumping out a big fog.
Got it.
Permeates the air. It soaks into the grass, allegedly killing or destroying the eggs of the mosquito, which it doesn't kill any of that living insects, from what I understand. Somehow it only destroys the eggs, but I am about to look up the MSDS.
Check it out.
Permethrin. Man. Here we go. Maybe. All right, here we go. No physical hazards. Interesting. Wow. Highly toxic to fish and aquatic organisms. Hey, for anybody else that lives in an area where they do mosquito fogging, here you go. That fraud. Just FYI, this is.
They still do that? Mosquito fogging?
Yeah, where I live, yep.
Wow. Close your windows.
Oh yeah. I'm reading the MSDS right now. Low oral, dermal, and inhalation toxicity. Minimally irritating.
I bet it's good for your liver and your organs.
Drinking the raw liquid is not a good recipe. No, it really stinks when an MSDS says no data available on a specific thing. It's like, guys, are you kidding? Is this a joke to you?
They're doing it for the children.
Yeah, well, I'm specifically interested in its effects on gardens. Like, I want to find out what this stuff is. It's how it dissipates, how it decomposes, whether or not it remains persistent in the soil, or there's little potential for movement in soil or entry into groundwater. What?
I remember when I was a child, they used to do that, and the smell of it. I remember being outside when they passed with that thing.
Yeah, I've heard people tell stories about when they were kids. They were like, "Yo, we used to play in the fog cloud." It's like awkward. I mean, it's apparently not highly toxic or anything. It's just it is a poison. So
If it's poisoning the mosquito, is it poisoning other animals, birds?
apparently, fish. It's extremely toxic to fish specifically. And I
Wait,
wonder.
fish are supposed to eat mosquitoes, larvae, and stuff.
Oh, thank you for mentioning that. I didn't make that connection, but that makes a lot of sense. That it affects the mosquito larva somehow in a targeted way, but then fish eat that.
And then we eat the fish.
Yeah.
The circle of life.
No. Marlow species. I've never heard of a category of fish. Marlow. Take a really smart fish enthusiast to know that, I suppose. I've heard of brackish. Obviously, there's saltwater fish, there's freshwater, and then there's brackish. But marlow, Marloe, it says marlow species are often more sensitive than freshwater species. Avoid contamination of the aquatic environment. How weird.
Jimsy.
Bro?
The video you posted about the sun and the object above, have you figured out what it does? What that is?
Well, me, myself, I can kind of picture that it's actually the sun and a reflection of the light on the clouds.
You mean like a projection?
You know, when you have a flashlight and you can bounce the light off a surface of water, you can see both the light and the reflection.
Right. And what do you think this other sun is somewhere?
The only thing is that the circle of the light that we see is not that bright as when we see the sun, right? So it might be some sort of phenomena with the cloud at the moment, right? Like, I guess it could be an effect of whatever the light and all of the medium that is in between the observer and the light. I think it's a reflection of the light. That's what I think. on the clouds.
Could be.
Yeah, because remember, since the light is going through between the observer and the huge flash of light, there is how many hundreds or who knows thousands of miles of light going through that air, right? And it's causing a reflection that the observer is looking at from that angle.
Well, this lady has 1.2 million subscribers.
Yeah. Would be nice if she zoomed into that top part of the light. I guess she's using camera, mobile camera or something. But yeah, I mean, it's just an interesting observation. Just trying to figure out what's really going on. If that's if that sun is above the real one, and there's a projection is going through something and showing the bigger one down below. On the low
Somebody said, sorry to cut you off, Quetzal. Go ahead.
No worries, no worries. Go ahead.
One of the person's answers is it's a component of the sundog.
Okay.
Yeah, they do tend to have orb-shaped parts.
Aren't they usually horizontal with each other from apart? The sundog?
Well, I think that the sundogs are typically best seen during clear sky with lots of cold upper atmosphere, cold ice crystals in the upper atmosphere is supposedly what is ideal for a sundog. If I'm not convinced that that's the right explanation, though, but something along those lines makes sense.
Well, as you can see, between the observer and the light, there's a lot of activity, a lot of air and clouds and stuff. So it could be an effect of, like a reflection of light from the sun above and the lower medium, that is all the particles in the air reflecting the light. That's what I think. Because when you see before she zooms in, you can see this huge. How do you describe when the sun doesn't look like a circle? It's like it's not. It doesn't look like the sun. It's a whole
glare, or what's it called?
Yeah, glare. A big glare of light, and that glare is on the clouds.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's the camera being exposed that way, though. If you use a filter, it probably show the real.
I like Vladdy's answer.
Who's Vladdy?
Vladdy.
Oh, Vladdy. So you said Vladdy.
Go ahead, Vladdy. Say that again, Vladdy. We're gonna hear you because of myself.
China's new son. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Oh
yeah.
China.
Now.
But there's days that if there's a lot of clouds and stuff, you will see the sun like it looks when she zooms in. Like it looks like a kind of dimmer. So yeah, it looks dimmer. But when you kind of look into it, there's a lot of atmos between the observer and the sun. So I'm almost certain that that's what's going on. You see the actual sun above, and then you see a reflection of the light on the clouds, just like a sunspot. You're looking at a sunspot on the clouds. If you were above, right? If you were like above the clouds, you look up and you see the sun, and then you look down and you see a hot spot of the light on the clouds, but you're looking at that from below.
Yeah, I understand what you mean.
If you start going up on a, let's say in a hot air balloon, you're gonna see that spot, that flash of light that is reflected in the clouds. You're gonna see it staying on the clouds, and then you're gonna keep going up, and you're gonna see the sun up in the sky. But still, the reflection of the light is still gonna be on the clouds if you go fast enough. Let's see if we can. I've seen images of people like high altitude balloons where you can see the sun and you can see this huge reflection of the light on the clouds. People call it hotspot or.
Oh, yes, the hot.
I'm pretty sure it makes sense. It makes more sense than a second sun.
You mean it's an easier answer, or it actually makes more sense?
It does make more sense. Because everything adds up to being a reflection of the light, for me, at least for me, it adds up for that. When we put together all of the variables, the light being reflected on the clouds makes sense.
I think, yeah, if it's reflecting through the, you know.
Oh no, I think I found
barrier.
something.
That might be possible, yeah. I think you can do a similar demonstration with a small-sized flat Earth with a dome. And then you have a flashlight. From a certain distance, you can create that little sun inside as well. And that, flashlight could be the one outside as well. This so-called sun, or whatever you call it. Source of light projecting through the firmament. That's a possibility, yeah. We can easily demonstrate that. But who knows? This Cosmic Wipes channel has quite interesting videos. I noticed. Venus Earth swapped.
I think I can hear an echo. Yeah. Who am I echoing in?
It's probably me.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Um, see if I can find that video I was talking about.
Is it possible that something like this is happening?
Oh, yeah, I see what you're talking about. In the bottom, the hot spot.
Yeah, but the cloud deck or the spreadsheet is blocking the top sun. I don't know how you would see both of them at the same time then.
Obviously the cloud formation on her video and this one is different. You can see clearly it's a different kind of angle, obviously, because this is above the clouds and she's below the clouds and the light is shining through. But there is something like this happening. She's looking at the hotspot from below the clouds or sideways.
Uh-huh.
Got him.
Yeah, like I said, might be possible explanation, but it doesn't really set with me, that one, as the only one. Let's see if there is another one.
Bro.
You guys figure it out. I'll be back.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
What do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts. Okay, that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of hundred miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit. And I'm sorry, as an astrophysicist, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said.
Does that mean that ISS is not in space?
I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on space station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go, and this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys, and the last time they went was 1972. And they just all happen to be Freemasons. Out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit, because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. So after 90 years, we're still only able to go in the same spot Auguste Piccard went in 1931. And that's because you can't go any further.
Hello, family. What's up? Family? Hello?
Howdy.
Yoo, what's up? Where's the channel in the server to play music and think?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. if there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
In the end, there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
You're in a fight with somebody and you hurt them, the objective of the fight is not to back off and let them recoup. The objective is to smash into oblivion.
But the law says if you made a mistake, you rescind.
Whose law said that? The law of the United States?
Yeah.
Or who controls the law of the United States?
Legislatures?
Yeah,
Supreme Court.
legislators that have their whole own agenda. Laws mean nothing. You give me the currency of a country and you can make all the rules in the world. And that's all that matters. Who's in control? That's all that matters. Who's in control? That's all that matters. Who's in control?
Do you know it fucking rain diamonds in certain planets like Jupiter and shit?
What?
It rains diamonds.
What?
Show him. You believe that shit they tell you, right? If that shit tell you it's true, you believe it, right? If that machine, that shit that these geeks made tell you it's true, you'll believe it. I don't know if it's true, but those geek motherfuckers told me it was true. Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh? We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet, only by people telling us. But we really don't know who we are, where we came from, who the fuck was our purpose here.
I'm not going to go for that. You're not going to tell me that on a round planet, though.
How do you know that? You never been out of space, nigga. Go ahead. What you say? I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Now, listen, I'm a 3rd grade, 4th grade dropout, and I know this shit.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
They tell me I live on a spinning blue ball, off of which somehow I don't seem to fall. If I'm flying through space at incredible pace, why don't I have to hold on? I think it's a lie, I can tell you just why. The reasons are many and plain. If you think there's a ball off of which you don't fall, I'm afraid you're quite clearly insane.
For thousands of years the same stars do appear, the very same place in the sky. Were we hurling through space, this could not be the case. We would see a new sky every night. When I stand on the shore, I see many miles more than I could should I stand on a ball. We can see miles away, 100 miles only on a plane. Can this be real? There's no place called space, there was never a race, and they never put men on the moon. It's all made for TV just to fool you and me. Should I buy it? I'm just a buffoon. Satellite dishes are always suspicious, they never point up to the sky. They point to the side, radio towers hide. I'm sure it's just one of their lies. As forgeries go, they set the bar low. Just 3 photos of Earth that they claim. Photoshop clouds, shout the truth loud. None of them look quite the same.
up that far, play golf and to take a joyride. The sun, moon, and stars really aren't out that far. They move round this flat disk once a day. Place we call home is all under a dome, just like our forefathers did say.
There's no place called space, there was never a race, and they never put men on the moon. It's all made for TV, just to fool you and me. Should I buy it? I'm just a buffoon. In the great void of space, a rocket can go any place. It would sit there and spin with no distance to win. The idea's absurd, it's all fake. There's no place called space, there was never a race, and they never put men on the moon. It's all made for TV, just to fool you and me. Should I buy it? I'm just a buffoon.
Day after day, alone on a hill, the man with the foolish grin is keeping perfectly still. But nobody wants to know him, they can see that he's just a fool. And he never gives an answer, but the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spinning around. Well, on the way, head in a cloud, the land of 1,000 voices talking perfectly loud, but nobody ever hears him or the sound he appears to make. And he never seems to notice, but the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spinning around. Nobody seems to like him, they can tell what he wants to do, and he never shows his feelings, but the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spinning around and around, spinning around. And he never listens to them, he knows that they're the fools, and they don't like him, but the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spinning around.
33. You need to remove that image. I could remove it for you. I'm just trying to make sure you do it so that you understand. PSA 33.
Can you remove it, please?
Yeah, I was doing a countdown. I think I'm gonna go ahead and ditch this guy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, old dude. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, I don't know who gave it to him in the first place. I've seen a handful of his other
Very quiet tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're lacking Globers, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have any left, I think.
Right. That would be great, right? If that would be the case.
Someone said we only got the bottom feeders left, and I said, "Is it the planktons?" Oh well. I mean, I'm talking about the real Globers, not the LARPing ones, whatever.
Does any one of you do a specific sport or sports or something like that?
Sports?
Yeah.
Disc golf, bro. Disc golf.
Just golf?
Yeah.
Hey, that's a great one. It's actually one of the most fun, I would say.
Yeah, I like ping pong and disc golf. Those are my faves.
Oh wait, I thought golf. What is disc golf? I don't know that one.
Oh, here. I bet you there's a. That's a pretty funny GIF. It's an awesome GIF.
That stuff. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's disc golf.
Oh, we
That's
have that
cool.
here as well.
I still remember when I was a child and I was introduced to a boomerang the first time. I was like, what? That's magic.
Yeah, in the early 90s, early and mid 90s, there were a lot of boomerang Nerf boomerang toys. There was like a triple handled Nerf boomerang that I remember having. Nerf. So it's not just the curved one. There's other designs. See if I can find the one. Yep, there it is. A lot of children, whatever, from the 90s will remember this.
Oh yeah, I remember that my brother had one.
Yeah.
There was also this.
And this one here. The Turbo Screamer. This is the exact one I had. I had the orange one. I don't think I had the blue or the black one, but this is the one I had, the orange one there. That is the one. 1992. Yep. That's the one.
Hey, Gospel.
What's
Sorry,
up?
I never make it. But the only thing is that's the same day I go to church. So it's like, it's impossible for me to get there in time, and then still
I
be
got you.
part of what you guys.
I got you. Hey, I sent you an MSDS on the mosquito fog spray that they're spraying around here. Well, I didn't send it to you. I put it in the chat. I can send it to you though. Not that you necessarily care, but
Oh no, I do. Why? What is there something in it that we shouldn't be inhaling?
Not really. It's from what I can tell, it's not really bad, but you definitely don't want to like go up to the truck, dip your cup in it, and drink the stuff. It apparently can pretty much just kill you if you drink it. But in the form and concentration that they fog, it's not extremely harmful from what I can tell. But it's weird. The one thing that I found that was very unusual, not unusual, but just concerning maybe about it was its toxicity to fish. And somebody was pointing out that might be because the fish are eating the mosquito larvae that have been poisoned. I don't know though.
That's interesting. So they're putting it in the water too, then, huh?
Well, it's just a fog, it settles wherever it settles. So,
Well, I haven't noticed. The freaking mosquitoes are bad where I'm at over here. So hopefully
Yeah.
they do some more spraying, man. These mosquitoes suck, man.
Yeah, they do. They do.
And they're only that way because of our intrusion into the habitat, really. Because North Dakota used to be full of trees. And you've had dragonflies are what eat mosquitoes.
Dragonflies and bats.
We don't have any. Yeah, we don't have any dragonflies up here. I don't know if you noticed that there aren't any.
Yeah. There definitely were down in Iowa, but not up here. I agree.
Because that's the thing. I mean, they usually roost on like either really tall grass or trees, and there's nothing here for them to hang out on. They're not gonna sit there and fly around all day. I mean, they do fly around for a long time, but it could be because of the weather too. But I mean, it wouldn't be that because there's places where it's cold and you have dragonflies seasonally,
Yeah. May 27.
Well, at least people are talking now. It was just the music by a couple hours ago.
Yeah, no, it's been a quiet day today. There's not been very many people to talk to. I just sit here all day. Every now and then I ramble to myself, and that's moderately entertaining to some people, but I, after a while, feel a little uncomfortable just rambling. So I just stop talking until the next person is ready to talk about something. A lot of flower. Please, do you have, what is this? They need to come to the Quetzal. They need to come to the VC. That's the whole point of this place. Maybe you, Deepak, you got questions? Great question. Oh, Quetzal. Gotcha.
Did somebody call my name?
Yeah, Deepak, I said, do you have any questions?
Oh, no, not at this moment. I just joined. I was just thinking that I'd be in the middle of a topic, or sorry, you guys would be in the middle of a topic, and I'd catch up on it just by listening. But
Oh,
I guess
nothing real important whatsoever. You know, we do a lot of shooting the breeze when there's not anyone here that doesn't already know that that the curvature was falsified.
yeah, I've heard a few talks. I've not been that active recently on any Discord servers. Just been busy with other stuff. I don't know if you've gotten any recent like drama or anything here with people like joining and I don't know, masquerading as like a flat earther and then turning out to just be trolls, essentially.
That has happened over and over again throughout the years.
That's a regular thing.
Yeah. I was saying if it's happened recently. So
Yeah, I mean, nothing that comes to mind in particular, but I'd say sure that happens every couple of weeks, probably.
I'd say like every 3 days.
yeah. So do you guys know of this guy called like Bart K? Has anybody heard of that? He
No.
does he did a bit of debunking of the flat earth. He's actually not.
How do you debunk a falsification?
I think it was sorry, I think it was proving how the earth is a globe. I think it was that was his title of the video.
So
But
he
let me see
measured
if I can find
curvature then?
it. Sorry?
So this guy measured curvature and demonstrated that how to measure curvature?
I don't remember the kind of the context of the video and the details it went into. Let me see if I can get it up.
So basically, he was talking about space. Really, he never really focused on the Earth, right?
Oh, do you know Bart K?
I was asking me from what you remember, like just like from what you remember, what was his main point of examination?
I can't remember like with any degree of useful specificity other than I remember him doing some geometric measurements of a kind of globe, a diagrammatic globe, and that's about the extent of what I remember it to be.
Yeah, it's like when you're playing with Legos.
Yeah.
You can make anything, bro, and with models and math.
You guys
pretty amazing. But we usually just stick to like demonstrable reality, you know what I mean?
Has anyone like done a live stream or a YouTube video on like debunking Professor Dave Explains? He's on a
There's nothing to debunk.
Okay. There's the thing. Have you guys seen that video? 10 challenges for flat earthers.
Oh yeah. More than once. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, yeah, is it sorry.
No, I was just saying I wish I could one day sit through one's analysis of one of these videos.
There's probably 2 or 3 analyses right down in the information rooms in the server down below. But with that said,
is it that video where Professor Dave uses, for example, a droplet of water to prove curving water? Do you mean that top 10 of facts?
You're asking?
Yeah. I can tell you, man, he is not even a professor. Did you know that? He just made that up.
So what is he? Just a doctor?
No,
Nothing.
he's a dropout, bro.
He's just a freaking dude. He's just a dude.
He's a two-time dropout that doesn't like chemistry or physics, but pretends to, and has a really big YouTube channel as a result of grinding really hard as a shill on YouTube. Oh, what do you mean he's a shill? I don't know. He's a shill for disinformation. Anyway, you would probably want to go down. Let me find out what room this would be. I think it's the
Watch the
meta.
last video in the Livestream voice text, Deep Arc. He admits himself not to be a professor and a dropout. So
Really?
trust me, this.
So he actually, sorry, I zoned out
Yeah.
for a minute. He actually came to this server.
No. He himself published videos of saying that the professor title is just made up. But on the other hand, if you noticed in his background, he always has the sun curtain where you have the sun depicted on. It's typical for people who worship the sun in a helio religion or in a there are different kind of religions, but he definitely is some kind of chill. Like he defends his religion, and he is even showing you that he is an open sun worshipper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that curtain all the time in his background. So trust me, this guy is 100% a reality denier, and he's and on the other hand, he's also a very unreasonable guy, because I literally saw a video where he was just insulting a flat earther that he had a conversation with. So he just acts like a little kid because he knows he's wrong. But that's the other story.
Yeah. That's why I started off with falsification, which you seem to ignore as if it's irrelevant that something has been falsified. Maybe you're not familiar with what falsification means. Let's say you claim to be 9 foot tall. All right. And then we measure you. And then you're not 9 foot tall. Your claim would be falsified. And then if you were like, well, did you see so-and-so's video about how they debunked your falsification? Wouldn't that be really weird?
Yes, it would. Like I said, I'm still learning myself. Do you understand? Like I need to have like the full context of both sides to understand it with enough dimension that I could like properly rule out, in my mind at least, the globe Earth model. Which again, I'm not.
So the thing is, oh sorry, I'm just
saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is, what you just need to understand to make your life easier and to maybe, get a clearer view of more faster is to understand that the only thing that globers want to keep out of the conversation is the reality and the fact that we have measured the supposed curvature rate and it's not existing. Okay, so if the numbers that are given to us through the heliocentric model are not aligning with reality, we have falsified their claim, which then makes everything else they want to claim obsolete. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if we then start, if we have no curvature, it doesn't matter if we then start talking about what the sky is doing, what the sun is doing, what the stars are doing, blah, 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 all this stuff. It's all about flat or not flat, right? And if there's no curvature, it is flat. So if we measure it flat, it must be flat. That's the whole story. Everything else around it is just things we can talk about, but it's not necessary the very point that we want to make people understand. And trust me, many people refuse to see that falsification that is established by us crazy flat earthers in order to go back to topics which have nothing to do with it, because it's the only straw that they're holding on to is all these things like, yeah, what about other planets? What about the sun? What about blah blah blah? You know, they don't want to talk about the very fact that it's measuring flat. So if you understand this, you're gonna have an easier time instead of, you know. I'm just trying to clarify it for you.
I do get that position because a lot of what I can remember from Professor Dave's videos. I mean, I just skim watched a few just to get a sense for kind of, I guess, the elements of his argument or so-called evidence was. And yeah, he did seem to be focusing in on, as you just pointed out, extraneous stuff like how just the stuff you explained, like the sun and all these geometric measurements that seemed, I guess, too complicated for what he was trying to argue. And yeah, this is going back a few months, and I'm currently post smoking a doobie, so I'm a little bit mentally unsharp, so I can't remember too well the exactitudes of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that's all I can remember. It's just he was arguing for the globe, Earth, but just with a lot of extraneous, complicated details. Yeah.
Yeah, and through the complication of things and through their, you know, weird way of holding onto topics which have nothing to do with the Earth measuring flat, they stay in their religion. You know, it's just cognitive dissonance, trying to find something, a branch that you can, you know, stay on in order to keep a certain belief system. If these people like Professor Dave or any other of these weird chills on YouTube would actually, you know, be scientific and talk about the Earth measuring flat and look at the falsifications, it would be a whole nother level. But unfortunately, when they do it, they just come up with stupid excuses like refraction, you know, that they themselves can't even certify it to be true or prove to be true. So it's just another way of, you know, gatekeeping
or promoting nonsense, more
Right.
accurately.
Yeah.
The claim of refraction invalidates the R by perverting the R value by a 7/6 ratio. And even when you invoke that perversion and accept it as valid, it still doesn't rectify the observation. It doesn't work. So even if you use the perverted methodology of nonsense, it still doesn't work.
Right.
It would need to be something more like 70/6R instead of 7/6R. It's at least an order of magnitude off, if not several orders of magnitude off. There are many problems with the anyway. That's what falsification means. It has been falsified, as in it's invalid to claim a 3,959-mile radius.
Sake, man. Shit. Shit.
Ugh. Gee. That's annoying.
Hello.
Hello.
How are all of you today?
Good.
Fantastic.
That's great. That's great. Alright, I just joined to see how you were. I have to go to sleep now. Goodbye.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, it's they must be putting through the ringer in the VC check-in. Like they go through so much up there that by the time they come down here, they're just like, oh, I'll just say hi and then I've got to go. That was too emotionally intense.
Is it just me, or 1.22 miles radio doesn't? How does that make sense?
What? Okay, so this is quick math that is applicable up to 1,000 miles. So it's the easier form that you can do on your own. So it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay. Which it can be it can be zero, right? If you're doing it from the sea level.
Nothing could ever be. It could never be zero. You need to be, 0.000 something.
Okay.
If your lens is partially submerged and you're trying to say that it's as close to zero as you can get, you still need a positive number. And then you take the square root of that, and yeah, then you'll get your number. So the square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.222 1.22 is 1.22. That's why 1 foot observer height is the 1.22 miles. However, where's this?
I mean, that graph is insane. I mean, you can see the line right next to the first point, the one on the today at 22:18. No, that's your time. No, that's my time. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So you see the line almost next to the first point.
Yeah,
The first location at 122. So that would be that would be like the limit we are able to see. I mean, that would be the horizon from the first point. No,
that would be the
Sorry.
horizon, not the limit,
Yeah?
because anything that's taller than the obstructed value, you would be able to see. Okay, but
really?
what you wouldn't be able to see is a horizon beyond 1.22 miles. Geometrically, that would be impossible.
How high, in theory, you would have to be in order to see 29 miles?
The point of that graphic is to demonstrate the fact that you can see 29 miles from that 12-inch observer height. The island is literally in that GIF off to the right side, and from the looks of things, the horizon is even beyond the island. But it's it's a vanishing point. There's too much air and atmosphere and particulate and all the other reasons that you can't see forever. But yeah, you can see the island or not island. You can see the land that juts out, but that land is, like it's saying, about 28 to 29 miles away. So that's pretty significant.
That's interesting.
It's insane. I mean, it doesn't even like, I don't even understand how.
Long distance observations, there's a lot of examples, and they invalidate the claim of 3959 radius. They invalidate the claim, and when you invalidate that, the whole system, you have to return to your default, which is we see what we see. It appears to be flat, and there's no evidence of curvature unless you can provide it. But the entire heliocentric model hinges on these numbers. So you can't just act like it's an insignificant realization when you falsify them, because everything is dependent on them. In other ways, they are loosely associated to observable. Basically, data gets appropriated onto a spherical model, and the data is the data. Distances from one location to the next, and so on, which where accurate distances can be measured. Because boats and planes are not measuring devices, for instance.
When I look into the horizon, for example, I mean, when I'm in front of the sea, and I look into the horizon in front of me, right? The horizon, it looks a lot more than 1.22 miles, doesn't it?
Do you lay down right at the water line to get yourself about 12 inches off of the water line?
Not at all.
Okay, so if you're standing in that instance, then you're talking about more like 5, 6 or 7 miles. Right? It changes. So
a lot, dramatically.
Well, let's say you're 5'6". Maybe you're taller, you're shorter, but let's just say you're 5'6". Then you're talking about
Yeah, it makes sense. It looks a lot closer when you are standing 3 feet.
just
Yeah,
about
if you use a
3
camera,
mile.
if you use a camera, you can see more, and it's like, yeah.
Hey, Gospel, look at that gift that Justin posted. Right up at 318. 18 after.
18. Well, I think that's Logris that posted that.
Okay, well, you see that dude surfing?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, look before the camera zooms in on him. It looks like the water's at his chest, but as the camera gets closer, you can see he's on his knees. Like he can't be more than 50 yards, if that, from the camera. And the water line looks like it's up to his chest till it starts zooming in on him. Then you can see he's actually on his knees.
I think he's swimming. He looks like he's on a surfboard swimming.
Yeah, look, he's on his knees when it gets close to him.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
But look, in just that short of a distance, look how much of him is cut off until you zoom in on him.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. All the while, from beginning to end, the horizon itself is in the same location the entire time. But yes, you can tell that there's a wave that obstructs his legs, and then the wave kind of goes down as he's zooming in, and then you can see his legs on the surfboard for a brief moment. But yeah, the horizon is way, way, way out there, even as far as I can tell, beyond the island, which puts the horizon at probably 50 miles or so, 40 or 50 miles probably.
Now, doesn't it seem like, what are those called? Stations? Water stations? No, what are those things?
Oil rigs.
Oil rigs. Don't they look really close from the coastline? I mean, you're able to see them without zoom, no?
Correct. You're able to see them without zoom, and
big.
They are very big, though. Yeah.
They must be like huge.
They are.
No?
Yeah. Much bigger than a house. Like big. Very, very big.
Like a building?
Yeah, like bigger than a building. I know that I think it's 30 or 40 feet just at the bottom of the main structure. And then another, 40, 60, 80 feet or something for the main structure. And then that boom, the big tall thing, that's like even taller. I don't know, 80 feet, 100 feet, something like that. They're very big. I'm rounding. I don't know the exact height. I just know I remember hearing somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 to in between 100 and 200 feet altogether. They're tall. But the point is not the oil rigs nearly as much as the position of the horizon. That's the relevant, important detail.
It looks like the horizon keeps on going also.
Yeah, exactly. There's a vanishing point.
Like way far into the distance. Like the horizon doesn't end right there. Like it keeps on going, it seems. I mean, it's kind of difficult, right, to see. I mean,
Because when you look at water,
right?
when you look at water at a certain angle, it starts to like reflect the sky a lot. So it looks like it's not there. But then if you look again, you'll see out in the greater distance, you can see it again, and then it stops, and then you can see it again. There's like multiple, it's not multiple horizons, it's how the miraging of the water is reflecting the sky, but ultimately the horizon is above the second oil rig, somewhere
Above it.
above the second oil rig.
Yeah, I can see it.
So that's why I'm suggesting that it's probably in between 40 and 60 miles, ultimately, before all obscuring takes over.
You're not able to do this if you have the camera on the sea level, right? Because of the humidity and stuff, right?
You mean like
Because you can,
even shorter than 12 inches?
in centimeters would be like half a meter, maybe. I have difficulty counting with feet.
I think it's a third of a meter, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. For example, it would not be possible, right?
Give me
It would
just
be more difficult because the guy from the camera is like standing up. It's standing on the sand.
So he's at 30.48 centimeters. That's his height off of water level.
How high?
Just over 30 centimeters.
Only. We've been looking for this for like 10 minutes, dude.
Yeah. I've been looking at it for like 2 years. No joke.
The Black Swan. The Black Swan is the name of the concept, not this specific example, right?
This is a black swan example, yes.
Okay.
The black swan metaphor applies to this, rather, is I think the better way to say it.
Okay.
It has earth-shattering implications. Or should I say globe-shattering?
Yes.
Wow. That I could do this type of experiments here. I live like in the Mediterranean. I have no excuse for that.
Yeah, that'd be neat.
I live in a really good location for doing this type of things. And also the Mediterranean, some of the qualities of the Mediterranean is that it's very, you can get, when it's calm, it's really calm.
Yeah, I mean, there's a really small opening.
It's like a lake. You see the waves like against the shore, it's ridiculous. I'm like, sometimes I wonder like how such a big body, like a body of water, you take a look at, it's literally like a lake sometimes. You see the waves crashing against, it's like just tiny micro waves.
It's only going to be as affected by the wind, the local wind, as opposed to the ebb and flow of the ocean. Oh, wait. Zippity doo dah.
I've been cleaning my house for the last 2 hours.
It's a lot of cleaning.
You think so? No.
Depends
Yeah.
on what you're doing, I guess.
It feels a lot different now. Clean the floor. I clean the floor every day in my house. Actually, I like the feeling of the
Me too.
of the floor.
Yeah, clean
just-
floor's a good thing.
Yeah. And then I worry about the other things. Like the second thing is my desk, and then after that, furniture.
Do you need like a concrete home, or is it Jason board or wood?
It's the floor is made of tiles. Yeah.
And under the tiles, is it concrete?
Yeah. 100%.
Alright.
Yeah.
Live like in a warm region?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Those houses is good. You could clean them. You could use a lot of water to clean the whole thing.
That's exactly what I do, man. That's exactly what I do.
That's the best way to clean the concrete house. Just water.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You don't need a lot either, just a tiny little bit. And in a tool that I use that I don't know, I have no idea how to call it, but it's like a similar tool that you use for cleaning windows, right, with a gum thing. And I use
Like a water
it's like
pressure machine?
a water pressure. No, no, I just spread water around the house, like corners all over, and then I use this. It's like a mop.
It's called a squeegee.
Oh, the squeegee.
Yeah, squeegee. Didn't know that word. Thank you. Squeegee. And
Yeah. That word is American made.
I'll be honest, man. If my room or my desk is not clean, I get crazy. Like I feel my mind feels like if I don't have order, like I just it somehow goes over into my mind if there's no order in the room or dirt somewhere or whatever.
I'm the same way, man.
I need to have things clean all the time. I'm absolutely like. Also, I what I hate the most is if there's like grime or something on a mouse or keyboard. Like I can't look like that, or on the phone or something. You know what I mean? Well,
Oh, guys. I just got trolled hard.
Why?
Oh, sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Oof.
Take it easy. Relax. Breathe.
No, it's bad. It's DMing. My Discord is DMing everyone I know.
Okay.
Like everyone.
Oh, sounds like bad news.
Did you gave the troll any money?
No, I didn't give any money.
Good.
Don't
Bro.
give them money, okay?
This is bad, though. This is really, really bad.
Wait, what happened?
I'm getting invites to a server called Pepe.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah,
From Ronnie Swolman. Who's
This-
Ronnie Swolman?
It's crypto.
Crypto.
Yeah.
Oh.
Crypto. Yeah, me too.
I have Cuddles the pirate as well.
Is it what is it? Is it like a virus or something?
I don't know what it is. It's really bad.
What happened when you joined the server?
Not you join the server, but then it
Just the fact of clicking into the link
You
looks
have
kind
to
of funny.
you have to verify the server, and then it apparently hacks you. And
Oh,
Pirates. These people are pirates.
wait, why is Crypto's roles getting removed? What is happening?
All right, leave the server, Bear, because maybe your mod's power it can be affecting the server. So you're gonna have to demote yourself for now.
That's how that works.
I mean, if they have control over your account and you are a moderator, I mean, you can kind of mess with a few things in here.
I don't know if that's how. I mean,
Or you're saying that you're saying that someone else's cryptos is being changing roles or something? You said something about crypto, right?
Yeah. He got trolled.
Oh, okay.
I've got a control V like 100 people in my list though.
Destroy your computer. Destroy your computer.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Just do that. Thank you.
Just use the self-destruction mechanism. Activate it.
Copy.
Goodbye, Gusto. God bless you.
Real fun.
It was nice meeting you.
Right.
Don't kill us, bro. You're going to kill us, dude. You're a threat.
Wow, you guys are weird. I'm sorry. I'm not as much in a joking matter about it.
I know. I'm sorry.
Hey, I am.
There's like people that I don't know if it's only your friends list or what exactly, but whatever the case, dear God, so many people I'm having to reply to.
So now, you have moderator limited activity.
All right, whatever.
Yeah, you and Crypto have been demoted. Well done.
Thanks.
I'm taking over now, guys. Don't worry.
All right, Jamesy, appreciate you. Ay.
Reset your password in your account or something.
Yeah, I don't think it. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll figure it out. Just stop talking to me. Leave me alone.
If you want us to stop talking to you, you have to deafen yourself.
Oh, is that how that works? If I deafen myself, you can't talk to me?
Exactly.
Oh, I didn't realize that's how it worked.
Yeah, because the input of words that we put into your ears and head is affecting your critical thinking at the moment, and you need a lot of that to figure this out.
All right. I definitely need to it's trying to send invites in every server, and it's in an infinite destruction loop in one of the servers I'm in. Oh dear.
You're gonna get banned for spamming.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. it's in an infinite loop of error with how do I stop this?
Let's find out in Google.
No. There's a it's how you connect to servers. I'm trying to remember what this is called. When you verify a server, how do you de-verify a server?
Leave the server.
Yeah, I'm not in that server anymore. It actually kicked me out of that server right away.
Damn.
Yeah. It's a creepy thing. Oh gee, make it go away. When you verify a server, how do you de-verify? I don't know. I don't know what it is that's the cause. But I have to deauthorize and kind of like start from scratch, I guess.
Is an actual invite that you got, or is it like a fake invite that then opens like a?
No, it uses your account to send invites to everyone that's on your list.
How is that even possible? Like, what is wrong with Discord being so easily hackable, so to say? Like, it's pretty bad on Discord's side, so to say. You know, like, imagine you're someone who has like, I don't know, very important stuff on your Discord, and just because of someone you trust sends an invite because he already got, you know, that's crazy. Discord really need to work on their security.
It's spreading like wildfire, man. I'm looking at all different servers. Going crazy. Seems to be spamming from people's accounts while they still have control of their account.
So gospel is gone, right?
Yeah.
It's like Neo from the Matrix.
capture the international flavor of the Seattle World's Fair in the skies. Here are scientific crossroads that symbolize the international spirit of space, age, tomorrow.
Yeah, we're at a crossroads. I'm living in your tomorrow, and it's an international dystopia filled with man's sorrow. You can forget the delusional utopia. Sitting at your workstation, do you get the implication of your predestined designation? Syndrome, domestication, status, victimization, vocation, misapplication of man in creation. One step closer to automation or complete behavioral modification, a psychological operation on the entire population. Programmed emasculation and freedom eradication, now it's truth by declaration and character assassination. Wars between puppet nations, propaganda on every station, public lost in mass consumption of poisons like fluoridation. They fool you with the concentration, it's still rat poison by demonstration. Is Epstein's friendly relation the solution to overpopulation? With his World Health Organization and the justification, vaccine monetization for a fake infestation, complete dehumanization, medical registration, moral degradation for the elite's preservation. All based in misinterpretation, using the media centralization through the repeated indoctrination and state-sponsored misinformation. It's human experimentation, trauma-based vaccination, isolation and deprivation is not medication. For psyche fragmentation, done in desperation, a fear of humiliation, done with our cooperation, a moral resignation, and controlled publication, a scientific imitation. That's not science, bruh. That's pseudoscience. Bring up child exploitation related by royal blood relations, protected by black law legislation is all an abomination. Protecting its reputation, an aberration, deserving no admiration, leading to your predation. Fixation, inflation, deflation, endless persuasion, familial separation, and economic migration is actually an invasion. Racial segregation, CTR integration, discrimination, guilt by association, all for the acceleration of your damnation. It's just your imagination, but requires your hesitation and moral pervasion. Compliments of the Mason. So welcome to the plantation. Understand the ramification. Through our cooperation, dedication, and determination, you get the qualification. It's time for a re-evaluation, an actual verification, a graduation from animation and manipulation. Work on your cultivation and communication. Share the information with the population about the situation. This will lead to the unification and scientific invigoration. Through endless inspiration, it's a harmonization of civilization. Avoid the temptation, break the domination, have the realization and find the motivation. The invalidation of the explanation and imagination brings about a transformation. It's time for a rejuvenation of mankind in creation. This is your invitation for participation in mankind's liberation, man's salvation, a true revelation. Peace. Trace, love, wisdom, harmony. Greetings and salutation. Thank you for your participation. We share the earth in cohabitation. It's time for some in-depth communication. Now, let me tell you the situation about the flat earth revelation. But first, some rules for preservation of your reputation. Accept sophistry or fallacious argumentation, faulty generalization, flawed misrepresentation, needless equivocation, endless misinterpretation, baseless affirmation or model reification, to name a few. That's not sophistication, it's sophistry or obfuscation, the cause of mental retardation, causing the need for special education. To stop the self-annihilation before the gamma radiation leads to more humiliation. Just skip the frustration. The globe deserves no dedication, it lives on indoctrination, repeated incorrect memorization or base regurgitation of debunked theorization without substantiation, a parroting fixation, not actually education. A faulty emulation for mental domination with fallacious incantation and false information. Don't believe the visualization, accepting the globe installation to media inundation and diabolical machination. We support no such flawed imagination. We support application over theorization, real measurement over derived calculation, empirical observation over imagined correlation. Just forget the animation. This is the globe cancellation. No amount of rationalization can bring enough justification for this abomination. This backwards postulation of fundamental entropy violation. There would be an equalization and gas evacuation that would lead to asphyxiation and globe deflation. Regardless of the gradient summation, it is within expectation. More gas with evaporation and vaporization, less gas with condensation and precipitation. I can show you a citation, one of the many facets of creation. A solid flat earth foundation, how the globe fails examination. Have you heard of falsification or scientific verification? Do you really need elaboration? You saw a curve, a hallucination, or lens manipulation. What you see, a manifestation in your mind's eye, an interpretation through light localization of solar radiation. All light has attenuation or light limitation. It's an oscillation or perturbation subject to magnification and polarization and Mertz experimentation. That's it, a globe decimation. It just doesn't fit observation. They want you to believe in undetectable gyration with 1,000 mile/hour rotation. Yet we see no deviation, it's lacking validation. And mass on mass acceleration, an incorrect postulation, the down vector an average approximation, an assimilation of inverted flotation, a needless complication, the latest globe iteration maintained with medication or complete lack of maturation and non-stop masturbation. But I forgive you. You're a victim of a psychological operation.
I have a question for everybody in here.
Go right ahead. Ask your question.
Okay, did anyone get DMs from Crypto or Gospel Bear?
Yes,
Yes.
from Gospel.
Crypto.
Make sure you ignore all of those. Both of their accounts have been phished or something.
Yeah, I blocked them.
Yeah, it happened live here in the live stream, so some people in here already know, but I gotta warn everybody else that some type of exploit.
Okay. So, if you are foolish enough to have scanned that QR code, you are pretty much screwed.
But the second to last.
Yeah, so be aware of people trying to phish or scam using QR codes and other things, links. If it looks fishy, don't click it.
So that this can be achieved by scanning a QR code? That's kind of crazy.
I went to different servers, and the same invitation has been made in other servers. It's crazy.
And since you guys aren't saying anything, I'm just gonna play some more music.
He fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they raise you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hoes, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they raise you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave, make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, who's a must. Hopes of bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, every baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let it this go. Oche Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, make it sunny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
What's up, Eagle? Got a question, Eagle?
I'm just vibing.
Just asking because I saw you unmuting your mic, so maybe you want to say something or ask any questions.
Sorry, that was a misclick. I put my book on my mouse.
All right.
We're looking for a globe. You got one? We can't seem to find one anywhere.
Yeah, only in the decoration section.
So if anyone can help us out, that'd be great.
Welcome to Globe Mart. We have all the globes here. We got the exclusive rights to the globes. We are the only ones that have globes in Globe Mart. All globes come with curvature over distance.
They ripped me off on this one. I didn't get any curvature on this one.
Oh shoot! Yeah. Well,
Can I take it back, or?
the representative
Usually
told
good.
us. The representative probably forgot to tell you you're not supposed to try to match the globes in the store with outside.
Ah, shoot.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
this is a common problem. We'll try to make it up to you. We'll give you the second globe free.
Oh man.
They said they had a globe for me to live on, but it's got no curve. I don't know what to do about this.
The sticker was missing off the bottom. God.
That stock has been in there too long. Okay, we'll have to switch out those stickers.
If the sticker was there, then we would have all known. Damn it, guys.
Right. Hey Joe, next time put those stickers right on the outside, okay? Stick it right on the stick it right there and right on the outside of the globe. No, maybe not in that country. They're a little sensitive. Okay. Stick it out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. That sounds great. Put it there.
Yeah. Just stick it right there.
Silly parents, globes are for kids. Only to play as playthings, that is. Nice to hear from you, Drace. I haven't seen you on in a while.
Yeah, Grandma's been a little sick, so we've been taking care of her, and she's been going to the hospital, and she's back now. Things are looking a little bit better.
Good to hear that.
Can I say a prayer for her? What's her name?
Her name is Eileen.
Okay, let's say a prayer for her.
That was pretty funny with the Globe Mart store. Everybody, think of your own Globe store. Funny thing, you could go pick up some bendy water or something at the Globe store. And the bendy water store might actually have a freezer section where they have bendy light for sale. Or lemon flavored bendy light. Sounds refreshing, don't it? flat earthers talking about bendy light, man. What's wrong with them?
How about gravity? Can I buy like an ounce of gravity? If they can isolate that, they're scientists. I can buy some, no?
If it was real, should have been able to isolate it.
Much was the thing, right?
Don't be late. Never forget to isolate. Not meaning yourself.
Of course, if they're all at gravity, I'll take some dark matter.
Why don't you step into the light? We'll let the people decide.
How much is dark matter going for an ounce?
We'll let Gemseed decide. I see Glad Flubs in the house. Hey there, Glad.
Yeah, yep. I am about to go pick up my car.
Right.
It was getting fixed or getting, like the real expensive tune up and check up and all that, and then 4 new tires. So, yeah.
That's always good when you get those kind of things done, right?
Yeah, hopefully I won't have to do it for at least another year, but I'll probably do it at 6 months. Not the tires thing, but the rest of it.
I'm sure that whole deal's not cheap.
No, almost $2,000 for the whole kit and caboodle. And that's cheap because we know the family who does who has a an auto repair place.
Right.
They're called the last name of the family, then Tire, right? And so they're real good with us. So I probably saved a few hundred with them. So that's nice.
Zoom.
Absolutely. Yep. How you doing, Sonny? You okay?
I'm doing all right. I had a moment there. I'm kind of like taking it easy right now. I'm resting.
All right. Taking it easy. I hear it, man. We got to. I think 2 things people should always try to do more in their lives is take it easy and drink water.
Lots of water. I've been chugging tons of water. Just gotta, yeah.
And it's 2 things that if you think about it, not hard to do, especially the water thing.
Yeah, because you could just start little by little. Start 4 ounces at a time. Half a cup.
Yeah.
Like some people, yeah.
Yeah, if you really spread it out, it's not even like you're drinking a gallon. You could take small amount, a chug here or there, and if you do it enough times in a day, oh my God, I'm at a gallon. It's crazy. Anyway, thanks for checking on me, Sonny. I got to go get this car, but I'll talk to you guys here in a bit.
Yo, Sonny.
Yeah. Thanks.
Can you just I'm not here to bash on anyone. I'm just trying to figure out, basically figure out how you guys think. Can you maybe just explain how on a flat Earth model the Coriolis effect would take place?
Get him, Sonny. Get him.
Okay, is this only you want to know? Well, Earth is not in motion.
It's already not observed doing what it should do anyway, so what's the problem?
Yeah.
If it's not in motion, how does the Coriolis effect take place?
You think it
only
does?
in the minds, and paperwork of someone that believes it. It doesn't occur in reality.
Coriolis effect, yeah, it does.
When have you seen it?
No.
When have you seen it?
You can see it in the difference between hurricanes and cyclones.
This is some kind of secondary correlation that's not a correlation. It doesn't have anything to do with the conversation.
Why not, though?
To be fair, I haven't heard hurricanes and cyclones in a long time, so
Me neither.
But we could go, yeah, you could explain that to us, please.
So,
what?
No,
in the southern hemisphere, cyclones rotate.
Okay, hold it.
Hemisphere.
I got to stop you right there. You said hemisphere. You're going to need a sphere for that.
Yeah, so the first thing you got to do is measure some curve before you go on to talking about hemispheres.
Right. So we need the curvature measurement. It needs to be a direct and physical. So do you have the curvature measurement?
Everything outside of Central Africa, all right? There we go.
Okay, great. There must be curvature there. So can you give us that curvature measurement?
What do you mean curvature? It's just on your on your map. Everything behind.
On your globe that you imagined. Listen, we need the curvature measurement, or else you're not getting off the ground at all. You need that curvature measurement to start the whole fundamental claim. It's supposed to be a ball.
No, I
and
don't.
you can measure
You
it to be a ball. Listen,
No.
okay, so motion. You want to know about motion?
No. Can I just quickly finish? In certain parts of the world, tropical storms only spin clockwise. In other parts of the world, only spins counterclockwise. Why?
Okay, how can you validate this, please?
Yes, I can pretty easily with weather maps.
So, weather maps.
Yeah, let's grab the data. Let's see if that's the case.
Are maps reality?
The cyclones and hurricanes are, high pressure, low pressure systems that are interacting. How do you have that on a globe without a container?
Well, gravity is the container, isn't it?
No, it isn't.
Oh, there you go, guys.
You're also going to need curvature to start that little song and dance there. But we'll just start with the curvature measurement first, and then we'll get on with the rest of the conversation.
Yeah, Eagle, gravity was supposed to make the Earth into a ball. What happened there?
Yeah, we need the ball.
So it doesn't seem like there's much gravity going on around here.
Here's one thing about gravity too: you cannot demonstrate it physically. There's no experiment you can perform. See, with something like electromagnetism, you can do things to isolate variables. With gravity, you cannot take gravity out of an equation to see what happens with the experiment and then put gravity back into the equation to see what happens with the experiment. We can't remove gravity because we don't know what the fuck it is. So we can't experiment on it. We can't even see it, touch it, smell it. There's nothing. So gravity isn't a force. It's just an idea and it's hijacked to relative density, buoyancy, and fluid dynamics are really the way that things work in this place, if you truly break it down. Thank you.
Well, of course, gravity is just a reification of a story called The Globe.
That's true, yep.
While you're completely correct, you can still argue from within the premise of what he is trying to claim, that gravity can contain gases. We can just test that claim, and that's not true. At ground level, gases will escape. So they're not contained or held down by any gravity. So that theory of his stands in opposition against the second law of thermodynamics, so I give him no hope.
Yeah, plus, the positive claim is that the Earth moves underneath objects above the surface. So where does this happen with dragonflies, butterflies, hummingbirds, other types of, we'll leave the birds, the aerodynamic birds out of it. But where do we have motion under helicopters, drones, anything like that?
Don't they just create lift with movement of parabolic shape?
How are they adjusting for the change in velocity with altitude? One, and why is it never occurring? Why is it not measurable or witnessed?
What is measurable?
Yeah, why is this thing that you not actually observed? And why should we have to explain
Why is
it?
Coriolis ever measured or witnessed? You can't observe it.
The Coriolis effect, yeah, you can
Where
witness
do you
that pretty
tell me
easily.
where you observe it in reality, in nature?
In tropical storms.
No, it's not. Listen, buddy, we're talking about
You personally?
The surface of the Earth is in motion. There's easy ways to detect motion of objects or surfaces. You can tell. You're going to use the secondary correlation of storms, which have all kinds of dynamics going on. It's not. We don't live. Come on, man. Get real.
What? I'm trying to argue sensibly.
Well, why don't you show us? Why don't you show us that cyclones? Show us that cyclones only go one way or the other, and then we can talk about that.
Yeah, show us that first.
Well, that's not the only problem.
Let me go back to my YouTube searches. I have a video here.
Coriolis is what you see when you're on a moving thing, while something else has a straight trajectory. So if you're moving and that other thing has a straight trajectory, you're gonna see a curved path for that thing. So that's what Coriolis is. I don't know how that applies to a cyclone, because it would be you, the rotating body, that would experience the Coriolis effect when looking at something going straight.
There's a pretty good example of a weather map for cyclones and hurricanes.
Okay. We didn't ask for a map. We asked you for a measurement and reality of this Coriolis thing you're talking about.
Yeah, now the thing here is what Elijah was trying to tell him is he doesn't understand what Coriolis is. So I would like him to try to articulate what Coriolis is and then try to connect that to the cyclones he wants to.
It's a pattern of deflection. So
The Windy website, great. So all of that digital effect on a screen, that's reality?
I would hope so. Just like I am an actual person, but I'm on your
Hope so. Great.
So you need to take a little bit of time and look up Coriolis and look at videos from educational institutions. Because
yeah,
you
I
don't
am.
understand
I'm
what
on
it is,
National Geographic.
because it's not actually deflecting anything. That's just an optical illusion from within the rotated frame. So you're
It's the same way how if
you're
you
arguing
were
for
on
weather
a
systems going in circles, where that's an actual deflection, when you're talking about an apparent deflection from within the rotated frame.
what? Say that again.
You're talking about actual Coriolis is an apparent deflection from within the rotated frame. So you throw a ball over a roundabout, and as you lie on the roundabout, the ball appears to curve in the air. But in reality, the ball did not curve at all. The ball went straight over the roundabout, and you rotating underneath the ball made the ball appear to curve to you. That's an apparent deflection. That's not an actual deflection.
Eagle, have you ever read I'm not a big fan of Wikipedia, but have you ever read what it says about Coriolis force? It says in physics the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion with a frame of reference that rotates with respect to an inertial frame. So it's a fictitious force.
Exact. It's not. It's not though.
Yeah, but that's what it's saying.
Can you send me that quickly?
Yeah, it's Wikipedia. I mean, do you need the link or can you just Google it yourself?
I would like the link.
Sure.
Yeah, and still we have a major problem because we're missing the first part of your fundamental premise. Earth needs to be a ball.
So, right. So it further says a fictitious force is also called a pseudo force. A Lombarд force, an inertial force, is a force that appears to act on a mass whose motion is described using a non-inertial frame of reference. So we're just talking about assumptions here. It's not reality.
So all you have to do is take something like a drone.
Doesn't exist.
Which we have, and if it's left the inertial frame of reference, if it's not in motion, it's not in motion. We have video. We have actually a drone footage of a drone off the surface, and the moon and the stars are moving in sync and with each other, in sync with each other. The ground is not moving.
Yeah,
So
I would also like you to watch this National Geographic thing, because that's what you cited earlier, which talks about the Coriolis effect, and he clearly says it's an optical illusion from within the rotated frame. So
It's
you
an
just
optical
don't have
illusion, but it still lands at a different spot than you anticipate it to land.
It would not cause things to go in a circle, so that doesn't work.
So, but let's say the globe is real, right? If you were to stand,
No, we're not going to beg the question.
We're not doing that.
Why do you guys
not real?
so how
to reify it?
am I supposed to see your viewpoint from your stand if you can't see my viewpoint from my
You
stand?
test your own model.
Our viewpoint is reality, where the ground measures flat. Why can't you just join us there?
Yeah, we all used to have your viewpoint, so we all understand it. We all went through this and understand this fundamentally on a deeper level than you do.
And Eagle, we already established the fact that Coriolis is a fictitious force. So everything we would talk about this topic would lead back into the inconsistency of the model itself that you're claiming, which leads to everything being fictitious, talking about the globe and its specifics. So why not just talk about the things we can observe in reality and the measurements and the proofs that you can do for yourself, which will lead to understanding, rather than just spinning around in circles talking about fictitious things. I mean, isn't that like better use time to actually learn something that is there in reality than just making assumptions?
Can I say the same thing about you, though?
Oh, hey man, we're trying to establish the conversation based on things which we can prove for ourselves, which within the frame of the reality that we live in, right? So Coriolis and this we have already confirmed. You have read the article yourself that it's a fictitious force. So we don't want to talk about fairy tales here or assumptions or anything that people prefer to be a made-up story. We want to talk about what is actually real and measurable and scientific, not that pseudoscience, you know?
Okay, the simplest way I have proven the curvature of the Earth on my own is I live very close to the ocean. I go stand on the coast. I take a very big panoramic photo of the
panoramic. You're not getting the real thing.
Yeah, let him finish, please.
And then I squish the image down, right? I take the sides close to each other, and boom, I can see a slight curvature.
Okay, here's the problem.
That's
the horizon's
nice.
too far for it to be globe curvature, so that's not what's going on in your pictures.
That's right.
Did you know that?
Simply not true.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, the horizon is way too far. I mean, magnitude's orders of magnitude. 3 to 4 orders of magnitude.
Yeah, your globe would have to be 6 times the size you say Jupiter is in one of the main observations that we use here.
Why can you cite that reference?
Well, I can just show it to you if you want.
Yes, please.
Check the voice text. Take that in. So that horizon was supposed to be at 1.2 miles on your globe, right? It's seen somewhere around 10. To get a geometric horizon of that distance, the Earth would have to be... Well, just let me finish explaining. No, I didn't. But the Earth would have to... What?
Did you do the maths yourself?
This is the globe math that we're using and comparing to this observation.
Did you do the maths yourself?
The maths are given to us by the size of the Earth.
Are you not hearing?
Okay?
But then I can't believe you. That's the same point. I can't believe you because you didn't do it yourself.
It's the globe math.
Yeah, derived from the radius claim of 3959 miles.
What are you not getting? What are you not getting here?
Is that
Yes.
the wrong size, Eagle?
Well,
Is the globe math wrong?
I'd say so. Looking at this horizon, wouldn't you, Eagle? Your horizon was supposed to be at 1.2 miles there. It's somewhere around 10, and for that to be geometric,
Exactly.
the globe would have to be
Did
6
you take
times
these
the size
measurements yourself?
yourself.
We are using the globe measurements, Eagle.
I'm not asking about the globe.
Measurements, Eagle. The globe measurements.
I love it.
I'm asking about the measurement taken from the two objects.
We're taking them from the globe.
What measurement from the
Outside,
globe are you talking about? There's no measurements of the globe.
No. I'm talking about the one oil rig to the second oil
Dude,
rig from
get-
point
get-
of view of camera.
Get something straight here. The oil rigs are just there as distance markers. That's the only thing they're there for.
Listen,
but did
Eagle.
you take those distances yourself? That's what I'm asking.
They're known distances by the corporations that put them there. They're anchored in the bottom, in the sand.
Those corporations probably believe in curvature and globe.
The oil rigs is not in question because it's an established fact. The distance to those oil rigs.
Yeah, look on Google Maps, Google Earth. Look everywhere you look. where
Oil
they make
rigs it's not an agree or disagree genera. It's a fact.
Just like they know the distance to the island off behind the oil rigs too.
It's over 29 miles.
Yeah, there's another observation at that same place where the horizon is somewhere around 30 miles out.
you take
So
that from
now
Google?
your
Did you
globe
take that
has
from
to be.
Google Earth?
Hey, can you just hold on and let me finish the point before you come back? So now your globe has to be about 3 times the size you say the sun is for that horizon to be geometric. Now what are you going to do?
The guy that just sent that in voice chat, get that from Google Earth, bro.
Those are the measurements.
What's your
Are you
point?
going to doubt those measurements? Those are straight measurements. Those are solid measurements. And yet the globe says we're not supposed to see 3 to 4 miles, and we can see over 20.
Yeah, so game over for the globe and game over for your little horizon thought experiment.
And I have a.
That's why we have to go to baseline every time, guy. We have to go to the baseline.
I have a short 30-second video that shows the camera setup, and it's over, done with. Game, set, match.
Okay, I have to go because I kind of have school tomorrow.
Oh, so now we have the evidence, and you don't want to look at it. Now you have to go.
You can send it to me. I'll still look at it.
No.
Well, let you know that you found out that the Earth can't be a globe.
It's still loading.
And then he posts this bullshit guy, Curtis Buitt, talking in a hallway about around 1 in 10 Americans say the Earth is flat. Do you believe this fucking shit? Eagle, you're a fucking prick. You know that? Stupid, dude. You're fucking stupid.
Eagle said he had to go to school tomorrow. Actually,
Unbelievable.
he has to go to an indoctrination center tomorrow. It's not a school; it's an indoctrination center.
That's right.
Let's just be honest with these kids that come on here. They are being indoctrinated. Then they think they can come talk to flat earthers and humiliate them. They cannot.
It doesn't matter. He said he was using sense. He wasn't. What sense was he using? Now listen, think about this. Every single time somebody brings up a point for the globe, it's always not the globe. Interestingly enough, Coriolis, not about the surface moving. Aristosthenes, not about the surface itself. Like on and on and on. Every little parlor trick they have, that's all it is. Whatever the guy in the shed with the balls, the torsion balls, like, not about the Earth itself. Okay, great. Can anybody think of one single thing where they use the actual thing in question?
No. But I know which sense he was using. He was using nonsense.
Man, no, he did not send this Curtains Bouton video, or whatever his name is.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Dude, what?
Oh no.
What?
He believes that guy over the evidence that can be proven.
Sticks and shadows. What is up with sticks and shadows lately?
It's like they're really every single one of them are drawing the short stick of like like they're who they're trusting as authority is going way down. I mean, next it'll be Bozo the Clown said so.
And the sad thing is, every time we get to the real deal, oh, I need to leave. Sorry,
Exactly. That's
Gotta
like,
go
as
learn-
soon as it triggers in their head, oh, I am wrong. I gotta go.
Yeah, I gotta go learn some more propaganda at school.
So Coriolis guys is basically saying when you're up in the air, which is motionless, the ground below you is moving at 1,000 miles per hour. Is that correct?
That's 100%.
That's what they say.
So what? And I don't make this up. I give this credit to QE. So if you're flying from Raleigh, North Carolina to L.A. and you're going at 500 miles an hour, and let's say the Earth is spinning, at around 800 miles when you get up a little bit higher off the equator or away from the equator, that flight, if Coriolis is correct, should take 90 minutes, but it takes 4.5 hours. Therefore, Coriolis is debunked.
They can't.
No more
they can't
conversation.
explain that.
That's not Coriolis, but it's a valid point. It's just not Coriolis.
Okay.
It would be if it was moving.
No, it wouldn't be, because you would have to be moving and something else would have to be traveling straight.
Oh yeah,
Or
your
independently.
your airplane is going 500 miles per hour west, and the Earth is coming at you at 800 miles west. So it should take an hour and a half to get to LA, but it always takes
You should
4.5
just
hours.
be able to hover.
Yeah, exactly. You should be able to hover and wait for LA to come to you.
And you could never reach those destinations the other way.
Right.
Possible.
Yes, I've always heard your globy normies say that the air above the Earth is moving with the Earth, therefore we don't notice it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Coriolis says that the Earth is moving, but the air is not. Therefore, we must compensate for the Earth moving while the air stays,
Okay.
stagnant.
Okay, but check this out. Like, notice how even when you start talking about it, in order to get the concept in your head, everything else has to stop. Everything. So no more hydrodynamics in the air, fluid dynamics, whatever, all that swirling, all that motion, not all of that has to stop. I'm sorry, it never stops. It's not going in one direction. It's not stacked up upon itself. It's not any of those things at all. Their whole entire little fairy tale, everything else that's happening in reality has to stop. Crosswinds, everything.
Everything has to stop except the Earth spinning, right?
So just notice that when they start talking about it, anything having to do with this conversation, they have to stop everything else. Well, unfortunately, everything else doesn't act that way.
Except their spinning globe, right?
They say it's like in the back of a train. It moves with the train.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife, when we started talking about this 4 or 5 months ago, she's under the impression that the air above the Earth spins at the same, the same as the globe does, the land below. That the atmosphere, all spins together at the same speed, air and land included, and it's just like, and she's a normie, but they can't understand that that the Earth, what the globers are saying is the Earth spins at 1,039 miles per hour at the equator, less as you go north or south, and that the air stays stagnant. And so it's like, okay, whatever.
Great story.
Yeah, if it stays stagnant, then how does the Coriolis come in?
Yeah, so just imagine that very thing you just said about what they're saying about this thing, and then put in surface crosswinds. See how that works for you.
I think most normies, which are the majority of people, just assume that the air above the earth is above the ground is spinning at the same speed as the ground is, and so they assume that everything's moving together, and then that's what they assume. I'm starting to believe you have your globe normies that have been indoctrinated, brainwashed, and programmed their whole life, and they really haven't given it any thought at all. And then you have your paid shills, and the paid shills are the one that keep the normie globies in line, like not Professor Dave.
Professional shill, Dave.
It's been a month now. I think I had my first granddaughter, and I've been doing everything I could long distance, 800 miles away, to stop them from doing anything the CDC recommends to my new grandchild, my baby girl, to do anything to them. And I think they did something to them before they left the hospital, and we're up on 1 month, and they're scheduled to do something else, and then in 2 months they're scheduled to do it 4 times. And it's just like I am just beside myself that I'm the only one who cares about the health of my newborn child and grandchild, that the parents don't care. My wife doesn't care. My oldest daughter doesn't care. They just do what they're told by the CDC, and it just drives me up a wall.
They've had that comfort for so long, thinking the government is comforting.
That's why learning the biggest lie in our reality matters.
I mean, when I was young,
because then all the other ones are easy to point out.
When I was young, a long time ago, my parents did it to me. My wife and I did it to our kids, who are now 27 and 30, but we didn't know any better. And the last 27 months has told me and shown me, not told me, but shown me, that's all a lie. Do not comply. Do not obey. Just run the other way. And nobody else sees it for some reason, and it just annoys the hell out of me.
And when you try to tell someone or tell them you have the problem, it's not the government at all. It's you thinking the government has the problem.
Yep, isn't that amazing? Even when you take reality itself and put it right in front of them, they want to believe they're this imagined thing of an authority because they've never met them. Right? So it's very odd. It's a really odd situation where somebody will believe somebody they've never met's word for something, to have a correlate, to have a loyalty that strong in light of actual reality, something you could go out and measure yourself and test yourself.
If the air above the Earth spins exactly tandem with the Earth, let's say east to west, 1,000 miles an hour to the equator, then what happens if you fly against the spin? You have to fly against that 1,000 mile an hour wind, or no? Explain.
No. It just magically goes the other way. It starts going the other way as soon as you start going the other way. That's how magic works.
Yeah, and you know those things like when the pilot's looking at the weather, he sees a wind speed of 15 miles per hour coming from the north east, let's say. In order for the Glober to start talking about this imagined motion, then that has to stop. So the pilot just has to forget about those crosswinds. No winds. Yeah, don't worry about the winds anymore. Sure. How did the wind stop? For them to talk about this 1,000 mile per hour rotation at the equator, they're not even accounting in all these other factors that go in, as such as a speed change required with elevation. Right?
It's what Sonny said just a little bit ago. He said most people no longer think for themselves. Most people let others who they don't even know think for them, and that's where we are.
So speed change not only with elevation, but speed change with change in latitude as well.
Yeah, and your distance increases the higher you go as well if you were on a ball, right?
Yeah.
It's like so easy to see that a flight would take way longer. You wouldn't be just flying 500 miles, you'd be flying 800 miles or something, depending on your height.
Well, the whole problem is you wouldn't be flying level either. As
Yeah.
level.
Yeah.
If you could put a rear view mirror on that for any aircraft in level flight, the horizon would be exactly horizontal to the forward horizon. What the fuck?
It's the same thing if you're running on a 440. It's the same thing. Go ahead. Somebody's echoing. Is that me?
I don't hear echo.
I just had a guy me the other day.
Is he just backing off of me?
He's roboting harder than I've ever heard.
It's a half an hour quicker flight to get from
Well, I got that to get from part.
Is that napalm on another account?
I don't know. No, I don't think so. I could be wrong, though.
It's not him?
No, it's Flatty. Flatty, you're roboting like crazy, man.
Oh, I meant Smasher.
Oh, it wasn't you?
It was Yoke Smasher.
Yeah, it's probably my internet. Sorry, boys. I'll just listen for a while.
Yeah, Yoke.
Yeah, he does sound like napalm. I told him that yesterday.
So basically, what you guys were talking about before, instead of taking 500 miles, it takes 800 miles because they're up, depending on their altitude on a ball. It's much the same thing as a track and field event where you're running a 440 yard around a track once. But if you're in the first lane, it goes a lot quicker than if you're in the 8th lane. That you have to stay in the 8th lane all the way around. So it just takes a lot longer to get around because you have more area to traverse. Is that kind of what that whole thing is about, the plane and the altitude on a ball?
Well, it would be a difference in airspeed, but then no, not airspeed. Well, the speed over the surface. It's not that much above the surface, but it's just a difference in all these differences in speed and acceleration would be occurring, and they want to forget about all of that too. So just catch them when they start talking about it. Ask them about those other correlating things that are happening. In reality, we know there's crosswinds, we know there's vection, convection, heat transfer, there's energy transfer, there's all this stuff going on. Highs and lows, high and low temperatures, high and low pressures, they're all swirling, intermingling, changing. It's totally mixed up all the time. Movement.
Can I change subject for just a second and ask you a question about their lunar eclipse? That'd be okay, Sonny?
I'm sorry, what'd you say? I'm kind of
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to change the subject on the group, but I had a question about a what if on their lunar eclipse. Can I ask it?
Oh yeah, just go ahead and ask. I'm not in charge. I'm kind of wandering around. I'll be scattered here in and out, so I'm listening in the background.
If the sun is what they say it is, 93 million miles away in this great big, thing in the sky, and the moon is 2,000 miles in diameter, we're told. If light moves in a straight line and the sun would hit the moon, and the moon is 2,000 miles in diameter, wouldn't we have a 2,000 mile diameter on the Earth from the shadow? In their world of
No,
the sun.
because there's an umbra and a penumbra. So like if you put your finger against the wall and then put a light behind it, you'll have a shadow, right? In normal cases, the shadow will be a similar size to the finger, but when you mess around with the light, bring it closer and farther, it makes the finger change in size. So it has to do with the distance from the lights that will change the size of the shadow. And there's like an umbra, which is like the very center of the shadow, which is darker than the outside of the shadow if you look at it. And they're saying that the umbra is the one that's hitting the Earth, which I think is I'm gonna say 70 miles.
So obviously we know they're lying to us about the sun. That we know they're lying to us about the moon, but they're not lying to us about the umbra and preumbra.
Well, they are, because when I saw the eclipse, it just turned red. How is the sun? How is the moon blocking the moon? How is the Earth blocking the light from the sun, blocking the light going to the moon? If it just turns the moon red, how does that work? Obviously, it's not blocking it; it just turns red. So, it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, something's going on there that nobody knows because nobody's been up there to check it out.
The Indians, they call it Rahu in the Indian tradition.
Thanks for the answer.
You heard about Rahu covering the moon?
I haven't, except you just said it right there. That's the first time I've ever heard of it.
Yeah, the Vedic traditions, the Hindu religious people always believed in Rahu. A black sun would cover the moon in the eclipse, and nothing to do with the other sun.
I just find it interesting how the Globers never question the fact that their sun and their moon are the same size in the sky. One's 93 million miles away and one's 238,000 miles away. But the moon, when it goes in front of the sun, is the size of the sun. And, what's the chances of nature, Big Bang, evolution, of that possibly happening? And nobody ever thinks about that.
Yeah, so look up Rahu and Ketu about those dark objects, but I also have video on my channel about the shadow thing, the shadow subject. I'll post that in a minute here.
Professor, excuse me, not Professor Dave, just assumes that if we assume flat earthers assume that's not the moon, that's covering the sun, there must be something really wrong with us, mentally. And it's just like, well, you assume we've been to the moon, you assume outer space travel is possible, you assume all those things. And so if we tell you that Apollo never happened and we tell you that outer space travel is not possible, will you still assume that it's the shadow of the Earth covering the moon? And it's just like, they just assume because they've been taught to assume.
We'll have to start with their first assumption. That's that the Earth is curved, so that we're going to need that curvature measurement. And then they can move on to gas pressure without a container.
What XO said last night. He said, the next time you get a Glober, say next time you get Matthew in here, just ask Matthew. Matthew, have you ever gone out to try to find curvature of the Earth? Have you ever personally gone out and said, I'm going to go find curvature, with my own eyes? And let's see what Matthew says.
We've asked him many times. You know what his answer is, right?
He would say, I would guess, it's way too big to see it with with your empirical evidence and observation.
No, that's not what he says.
What's he say?
Here's what he says, and if I'm wrong, he could correct me, or anyone else could correct me. He said it's not necessary to. What? No, I'm not going to, and it's not necessary. The reason it's not necessary is because he says that he has enough other information that leads him to believe, quote unquote.
I see. So he's not he's going that direction instead of saying it's too big to see, even though Bill Nye says, boat going over the horizon, we can see with our own eyes, and when it disappears, obviously that's Earth curvature.
So no. So what Matthew says is that the fundamental claim, this positive claim of the globe Earth, that the Earth is a ball, is not necessary to look at that.
Not necessary to look at the Earth that you want to measure. Damn it!
He might not like what he finds, huh?
You might not like it, dude. BC check-ins bumping, man. What's going on up there? Some of these
we're enticing them in. Hey, Kenny, what's up?
What's up?
Is there a party over there?
It looks like it, man. It looks like there's a couple of people over there.
They're all flat earthers.
Are they?
That's a party. Yeah.
What? What do you mean they're all
flat earthers? Moderators.
What the hell are you doing up there? Freaking Mongos.
Don't you hate it when they have a party and they don't invite the rest of us?
It's all right. There was a Discord hacking going on or something earlier. I heard Gospel Bear and Jamsey, maybe a couple other people were like, there was some kind of hack going on there with Discord. I don't know. So they might be up there trying to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, I had someone send me a mail and a DM we know that got kicked from Discord from using the mobile app. So I'm glad I don't use the mobile app. I couldn't log in. I couldn't get past the two-part authentication. Probably just because I'm like, I don't know. I'm not dumb, but sometimes things elude me. I'm like, fuck that shit. I won't even mess with it then. Plus, I don't have a phone good enough to use it.
Right.
Hey, shout out to Yoke Smasher. Yoke Smasher, because he's my first recruit to Discord 24/7 Flat Earth. So shout out to Yoke Master from Seattle. Nice to have you here. Nice to have you here.
OG Flat Earther.
Yeehaw! Hey, cool, Yoke Smasher. All right.
Yeah. Scramble some eggs,
Can you hear me
man.
now?
Scramble some eggs, baby. Put some cheese in those eggs.
Hold on, let him speak. Can we do a mic check?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, pretty good.
Great success. I'm on Wi-Fi at work, so sometimes it chops out. But yeah, I'm just listening while I paint a wall.
You're in the great Northwest?
Yeah. I'm across the out on the thumb on the west coast of America, or of Washington.
That's where I used to live.
Nice. Yeah, I'm near Paulsbo, Bremerton.
Oh my God, I lived in Bremerton and I bought a house in Silverdale.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't still have the house. I wish I did now. It's because it's a half acre in Silverdale, right when it first started, before the big boom.
Yeah.
There in the 90s. I mean, yeah.
Yep.
Now it's like $500,000 to get a trailer here. So.
Shoot.
Fucking the coolest thing I ever did in Seattle, man, was took a boat ride on a Chris Craft cruise on Lake Washington, man. And
nice.
We started on one end and then ended up like right near downtown there, and all those cool houses. We went by Bill Gates's place, and all those cool little boat fucking people over there, man, and living on those houses right on the water, man. It's cool as shit.
Yeah, we got a 20 to 30% mask ratio here still. Everybody just masked up.
Oh shoot, that's bad.
Ridiculous. What a bunch of numpties.
It's not the place to be these days.
So they stole our word, woke.
Yeah.
Mooched our fucking word, man.
That was
Anyway.
quick too. We said woke
Mhm.
like 3 times and it was gone.
It was gone, man. And I used to come in here and go, I love talking to all you woke people. And now that if I say that now, it's like, oh, really? You're one of them, huh?
Yeah.
It's like they just robbed us of our word, one of our words, man. Fuckers. Bastards.
Wokeism. The belief that you can just hijack the other party's words and completely change the definition of things.
Yep.
Yeah, they still didn't catch on to just use the word awake though. So we can still use that.
Right. That's true.
Flat Earth dude, are you on Mars or is that my internet?
We can use that one. I like it. It'll probably cut in and out here and there. Is it not working right?
You're good now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it takes a minute to catch up or something.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hey, Yoke Master, if you ever want to know anything about the flat Earth history of the Cherokee and the Blackfoot and the Cheat Indians, Flat Earth dude knows all about it.
Nice.
So if you ever want to know, just ask him. Private message him or ask him on here because I learned all about him listening to him.
Yeah, and make sure they were Hebrew speaking. So yeah, that part. Keep that in mind. Proto-Hebrew.
You can learn a lot from a Stony.
Speaking Cherokee.
Cherokee people, Cherokee pride.
Speaking Proto-Hebrew, yeah.
Woo! That was good. Oh shit.
Yeah, I live like a mile from a reservation up here, and they are the most sold out on all the regulations and lockdown stuff. And I'm like, don't you guys remember smallpox blankets or any of that sort of end of your history?
Right.
They remember, how to fish and kill whales and do canoes, but they don't remember how to stay away from the government.
Or they don't remember that when they came over from Europe, they put them in the mines to dig out gold and silver, so the people who came over from Europe could take it back to their puppet masters. And while they were working in the mines, they worked them literally to death. And nobody thinks about that. They just the people that came over from Europe to get the riches to take back to Europe absolutely just worked the natives who were here already to death, literally to death, so they could get stuff out of the ground to take it back to Europe.
Yep.
What if I told you guys that the story we were given was only the smallest iceberg of what actually happened? What if I told you guys that the first slave trade was Arabs, and then it was other Africans, and then it was people from Europe, and then it was China, and then after that the Native Americans enslaved blacks, and it's the Cherokee specifically had slaves, and there was different groups over here, right? And some of them won favor, right? So there was 5 tribes, but there was
500 other tribes, right? And it's like some of them were like completely wiped out, and then others like joined together, and then some of them like joined the white man. And it's really interesting to think about. But the most important thing to think about is that it's like everybody has slaves, like Africans at one point. But think about it like this. This is what I'm getting to. A lot of the slaves in Europe were from the Americas. Like they went over to Europe in the boats as like, you know, captured slaves, and then they became like part of the civilization. Like they, you know, eventually got freed in Europe and like became part of it. Like what was going on there. Anyway, I find that really interesting that not a lot of people talk about the natives being brought to the Europeans like for slaves. But yeah, I think that was happening a lot more than Africans were getting enslaved. Because think about it, like how far away is Africa? Like why would you want to go to Africa to get some slaves when like hey,
right?
I'm almost done. Why would you go all the way to Africa when there's like slaves here in the Americas? Anyway, I'm done.
Larry just reminded me of the Twilight Zone. Imagine, if you will, your history being 100 degrees wrong or 100% wrong.
180 degrees.
180 degrees, 100%. Yep.
Well, if you're black, it's not wrong for you. But if you're white, perhaps, but not if you're black and you were brought here as a slave, your ancestors. So, the fuck you guys are talking about?
I can agree with that. Absolutely. The people who own the gold, who rule the world, write our history.
Yep.
Like what that one guy said. He said, "What do you think? Like I owned a bunch of your stuff and I owned you guys and I just lost it and I'm like here in the trailer park with you? Like, no, man, I've been poor the whole time. They took my shit too, bro."
Where's my reparations, man? Ah.
Are we going to share this plum or what?
Yep. Yep.
Somebody told a story, and then that person told a few other people, and then the rich, the rich people started to spread it. They made it into a textbook. Once it made it into a textbook, Rockefeller bought it all out, put a globe in every classroom, and the rest is history.
Yeah, Rockefeller's history, his narrative, his explanation, his medicine, his education, his diplomas, his degrees. Like, think about it. If you went and like,
his doctors.
yeah, with the snakes and everything to let you know, so you weren't wondering when you got the pearly gates. Like, oh man, what happened? It's like, did you see the snakes outside of the building, bro? It's like, oh yeah, I saw that. Like, that wasn't a fucking hint.
That was a clue for you, man. Oh, lost you guys. Just dropped out.
Yeah, Yoke Smasher up there in Seattle has a bunch of great places to go for flat Earth photography. I mean, he just got a wonder of islands and land out in distances that you can go be on the west of a seashore that's actually inland and look west and look at other land and prove that 3 mile geometric horizon at 6 feet elevation height is total bunk, is total lies, because he can see islands out there 20, 30, 40 miles that the sun moves away and sets on the other side of, and it just debunks the globe just right there in nice little Seattle area.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get a camera soon so I can just actually record some things and start making YouTube videos. And the Northwest isn't really utilized for flat Earth shots, I've noticed. We got a canal that's like 40 miles long that I think I could get a shot. But yeah, any distance you want to find pretty much is right here.
So I know this is a little unorthodox, but I really trust that guy named Jim that used to come around here all the time. The guy that got pissed off and disagreed with us all the time. But he said, like, basically there's this thing you can buy that like attaches to your camera, and it's like a ridiculous scope for like a couple $100. But the P900s are so cheap now that it might just be worth it to get a used P900. But that's another option too. There's like scopes that attach to your camera.
Nice. I will look that up.
They supposedly, and I saw it about 3-4 months ago, but I'm landlocked here in Dallas, so I have to go 350 miles to Galveston to prove it to myself. But there's this like $65 10 power magnifier that you can put to your iPhone, any iPhone you want to. It goes right over the iPhone, and you put it over your lens. It's 10 power, and you can get a $25 tripod to put it on. It's for less than $100, you can put 10 power on your iPhone, and I guess it's really, really good. I mean, you can't trust maybe some of the shots they show you online in their webpage, but it's like for less than $100, you might be able to do 10 power zoom and really have some fun with it.
I heard you can get a lens for your iPhone that clips on. It's like 60 times power. That's what I've heard. Somebody was talking about it.
So yeah, if you guys got the iPhone 13, it's got a really good video camera. It's like the best in the market right now, they say. So if you had, something similar, like, one of the older iPhones, it's not really so much about the resolution, it's about the reach of the zoom, but the resolution helps when you get the end product. But yeah, you can go to Corpus Christi, dude, and you can see Ingleside on the Bay, like for sure, while you're in the water.
Yeah, that's one place I really want to go. It's 500 miles away. I really want to go. I already know the Earth is flat, flat and stationary. So I just be proving it to myself, and I already know. So it's just like, if I lived where I did for 20 years, which was about 150 miles away from Lake Michigan, I'd be up in Benton Harbor, which is 62 miles across from Chicago. I'd be up there and I get a nice little hotel in case the weather wasn't so good when I was up there. And I'd be up there for 3 or 4 days, and I'd just be looking right across Benton Harbor to Chicago. And I'd take something with me to take photography, but it's just like, I mean, that's the best place. That's almost the best place in the world to prove these globe clowns wrong.
Well, hey man, I'm going to the ocean. I don't want to say exactly when, but I'm going to the ocean this summer. If you want to tag along, bro, I'm bringing my family. I can show you the USS Lexington if you've ever been there. Like, it's pretty amazing to see it like with your own eyes. Like, you're in the water, you're like, okay, so there's about a foot waves at North Beach because there's the Mustang Island that blocks the real waves. So it's like about a foot worth of a little bit of waves. Like, they barely swell up from like your knee to your thigh, right? So you get on the water like up to your armpits, and you can see like the white shiny building, like all the way over there, like off to the left a little bit, but way over there. And it's like, what the fuck is that? And then you see like the street view, and you're like, oh, like okay, that shouldn't be there. That should be below.
And that's Corpus Christi? I lost you. It was kicking in and out. So that's Corpus Christi, Texas?
Did I miss anything?
Yeah, you cut out. Were you talking about Corpus Christi, Texas?
Yeah, bro. I'll probably live like a few hours from you.
I'm about 300 miles from Galveston and 500 miles from Corpus Christi. Texas is a big state.
Dude, it's huge. You know everybody in the world can live here, right? And it wouldn't be no more populated dense than Dubai or New York City.
Yeah, I heard there's
And it wouldn't be comfortable.
I heard there's 171 million acres in the Texas, so you can move everybody from the United States, the other 49 states, and everybody would have a half acre in Texas. You have to bring some water in because there's certain parts of the state. I found it interesting that on the western part of Texas, they get 10 inches of rain a year, and on the eastern end of Texas, they get 55 inches of rain a year. That's pretty amazing.
So Texas has 5 out of the 6 like land types. So we don't have tundra, but who wants tundra? But we got everything else. So this is like one of the most diverse like landscapes to live. We have the most species of grass than any other state. We don't have the most amount of land, but we obviously got the most amount of usable land. I can't think of a whole lot of land that we really can't use here except for what we're already using. So, but yeah, I love this dirt.
It's amazing the concentration of population in the Austin area, in the Houston area, and the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's basically about half the state's population of 29 million live in just 3 metropolitan areas, and the rest of it is there's lots of people, but big concentration in 3 areas, and then you can drive for hours and not see anybody.
Yeah, when you go out west, like it's amazing how the population is different from east. Like out east, like there is a shit ton of white people and Mexicans and a few blacks, and then you go out west and it's like nothing but like a couple of white people here and there. It's like just a few. Like, what are you guys doing over here? Like, oh, we're making money hand over fist every couple of years or every 4 years when the president change.
Friday Night Lights with Billy Bob Thornton was always one of my favorite football movies, and I always thought Odessa was a little bit, north and west. I had no idea it was so far south. I just had no idea. It's just like, wow, those people in Odessa and Midland, where that where that movie supposedly was shot. Those people are out there in the boonies. I mean, they are a long way away.
Yeah, if we could just get our state of Texas like in order. There's so much disorder at the state level. Meaning the government or whatever you want to call it. For one thing, our border is in crisis. The amount of like child trafficking and drug running that's going on at the border. I mean, it makes me want to like join the border patrol just so I could it's ridiculous. And then because I don't like child trafficking. I don't know if anybody else likes child trafficking. And I don't like people bringing fentanyl over here neither. So that kind of stuff pisses me off. So I don't know how you align politically with every other person listening to me, but I don't think children should matter politically. If children being trafficked, you should be for reformation of the border.
China makes much of the fentanyl that we have. They send it to Mexico, and then Mexico takes it up to the United States. And so it's just they make it cheaply in China, send it to the cartels in Mexico. The cartels bring it up here. It's just a mess. I had no idea Matthew McConaughey was on CNN this afternoon. He was at the White House, and I guess he's a Uvalde, Texas native. Who would have known? And he was on there pushing, gun reform at the White House, and it was just like, okay, I guess they're bringing in all their people to the White House to push for gun reform or gun control, whatever you want to call it.
Be a lot cooler if you didn't.
I think they're pushing Matthew for some sort of political career coming up. I don't think Abbott's going to have any problem, in November of taking down Robert Francis, Beto O'Rourke, but maybe
Dude. Oh my God, that dude.
I love Robert. I love Robert Francis O'Rourke because it's a white name, and because he's living in ever more Hispanic state. He changed it from Robert Francis to Beto, so he sounded more Hispanic. But he's as white as it comes. And the fascinating thing, his wife's dad is a multi-billionaire, and it's just like I guess he didn't want to marry into money, but he did.
I don't like that dude. Like, I'm not saying only do I like not agree with like his politics. Like, obviously, I disagree with the shit that he says, but I really don't like that dude. And it's kind of rare for me to have that kind of disdain towards someone, but I don't fucking like that dude.
You were talking about child trafficking. There's actually more money made in child trafficking than there is in drug trafficking. So if you're into that evil stuff, you can actually get richer by peddling children.
Yeah, well, as much as we probably shouldn't talk anymore about that. Sorry, man.
That's okay. That I appreciate you telling us. Thank you.
Yeah, we go off topic sometimes, but that's a definite no all the time.
Okay.
I wouldn't even bring it up in the way that you did.
Okay.
Like there's chill chat, text rooms you can share videos or whatever, but not in here. or the live stream voice text.
Yeah, I'll take
Or
blame for that
probably,
one.
you know what?
That
I
one.
take that back. Don't share anything with hot ticket topics like that. Don't put anything in a text or nothing. Now, a chill chat, you can go in voice. You can talk all you want about that. You're free to do
Appreciate
that.
that. Yeah, appreciate
Yeah, no
that.
problem.
Thank you.
So if you find somebody of interest you want to talk about that with, then just pop downstairs and do that. But yeah, appreciate you appreciating me.
It's mainly because this goes on YouTube and YouTube censors that kind of stuff.
Help me help you, Matthew.
Well, no, actually, the second part that I said was for Discord. Do not put anything in text. Nothing. Unless it's flat earth. Because they really vamped up terms of service and their rules and all that. So I think everybody should know what's considered off limits. So, that could easily get you, not saying you, the person I was talking to a second ago, not saying you, but other people, if they choose to persist, they won't be here very long. Their invitation will be rescinded. So we can't play. That's zero tolerance now.
That's cool. Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah. So if anybody listening in the future, if you guys hear stuff like that, you at moderator immediately.
I just
we could lose the whole server.
I just want to say hello and welcome to my main man Matthew. How you doing, my main man Matthew?
Hey, I'm doing okay.
Yeah, and I can't quite get the masters in there, so I can't quite roll 5 M's off my tongue as easily as I can 4. So I'm sorry. See, that would go my main masters man Matthew. That's how you say it. At least you're
That's weird, bro. That's weird. Just call him Matt.
At least you're a professor, so or be a professor.
So what's the main talking points of the day or the week, whichever?
Have you guys ever looked at Devon Island on Google Earth and saw the NASA encampment up there?
We can talk about that.
Like 5 years ago, you could just go on Google Earth and zoom in, and there was like points of interest with pictures, and you could just click the pictures and see. They claim that they're practicing to go to Mars, so you could zoom in and see a Mars rover.
Yeah.
And all that. And so back in the day, you could just look and it was right there, but now it's all gone. There's like a white blob that looks like a building, and it's still called the NASA Research Center, but there's no pictures attached. You can Google it and find the old pictures, but
it's called access denied.
Yeah.
I wonder if you can find stuff in that topic, in that realm, on archive.org.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I just thought it was interesting. Another thing that got wiped.
Well, if you're really interested, I would make a note of it and do it ASAP, because the same thing could happen there. I don't know how that works. Archive.org. Is that the right? I'm saying it right? Because I don't go on there that much. Internetarchive.org, or is it org?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Sounds right.
I don't know. I'm not 100%, so that's what I was kind of. But anyway, I think everybody knows what I'm referring to. Let me see if I can find it, since I brought it up. Unless somebody can beat me to it.
You know, Jenny, that Forrest Gump had a really, really big crush on you. You know it, don't you?
He did, and you know what? That's so. I think. So, looking at it in a different way, I saw this meme and it wrecked me. And it said that the biggest female asshole to a guy and it was Jenny from Forrest Gump. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, I can believe that.
She kind of was. She kind of was, though. It's like,
Guess he like died from AIDS or something.
I think I saved it somewhere, but I was looking for something.
I think Forrest named his boat after you, didn't he?
He called it Jenny.
Didn't he call it Jenny?
Was it just Jenny, like Jenny, or was
No,
it the Jenny? Or was it the Jenny?
I
It
don't
was,
know.
or was it only said Jenny?
Jenny.
Who knows? Maybe the Mandela effect got it anyway, so it wouldn't matter.
I think it was Jenny. Go ahead.
So let me correct myself. Internet Archive is the title, but it's archive.org. And then if you want the Wayback Machine, it's /web. But actually, I was not wanting the Wayback Machine because that's just for URL. Well, I've only used it a handful of times. But it's kind of like striking gold if you do find anything you really need, right? I mean, that's what the sense I've got about when I've heard people mention it before. I mean, don't they scrub that too? And I don't know who they is, just for the record. Whatever organization would be in charge of that.
So, just Jenny, could you do us a favor here on the voice stream? Could you say, "Run, Forrest, run"? Could you do that for us? Could you do that for us?
I have said it. It makes me miss a certain moderator that used to be here. He used to say, "Hey, Jenny." And I'd say, "Run, Forrest, run."
Yay!
Run, Forrest. Dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far, far away from here. I love that movie so much. Or, I don't know, I can't think of Tom Hanks' name anymore. Ever since the typewriter incident, that got me. Remember that? When the 2-year incident, 2+ years incident happened across the world. I don't want to, that's an absolutely don't talk about topic. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yes, we do.
When he did that Twitter post with the effing typewriter, and we all know the name of that typewriter, it's like, seriously? And then, before that, he would do, I think it was before, where he would just photograph one shoe. Now that's creepy AF. Because, into another subject we can't talk about. So I'm just ruined. But anyway, what I was going to say a few minutes ago was that I cried 7 times when I first saw Forrest Gump. And I could probably still watch it, but I just can't think of it the same. I mean, when you're younger, I'm trying to think of what year that came out. But anyway, when you're asleep and you're impressionable to influences, ideas, what have you, you look at these actors as idols. Like they take you to a place you can't go, allegedly, and yeah. Am I talking way off? Who's in here that wants to talk about flat Earth? I don't want to steer. I always get us in the weeds. Sorry.
Actors who play fake parts in fake movies or shows and make real big money.
Yeah, like Elon Musk. I listened to NPR radio one time, and they were talking about internet availability, how good of the connection is. I swear to God. And there's the lady that was interviewing someone from the Ukraine, another female, and that female from Ukraine said, and I'm quoting, "Thank God for Elon Musk." It's like a big, huge WTF? Come on. I mean, it's like just cringy.
Hey, Starlink is going to connect the world from 250 miles above the Earth. Hey,
I'm
come
pretty
on.
sure
Come
that's
on.
what they were referring to.
Come on. Come on.
I don't want to live like in the Terminator movie. Oh my gosh.
If you remember the first Independence Day, when
I don't actually.
when Goldblum was in the White House with the supposed president, the guy who played the president, and he was talking about how the aliens were going to use our satellites against us, and he got a piece of paper and he drew this round thing, the globe, and then he put satellites, up above the globe, and the side he goes, and they communicate with one another, and the president goes, yeah, line of sight, and Goldblum goes, yeah, and so it's just more propaganda, about how.
And that was like 2 decades ago, wasn't it?
1995, I think, or 96.
Dude, that's pretty serious. That's serious. I guess maybe it's not bad that we do talk about it because people need to know how they're being deceived. Because once you figure that out, and then you come about not just flat Earth, there could be any other information like we didn't go to the moon.
Yeah,
you're going to have a more critical mind if you have a suspicion you're being deceived. People don't like being lied to.
Yeah, the G in GPS doesn't stand for global; it stands for ground.
Ground,
which is
yeah.
which is just fine.
Right, but isn't that called double speak? I mean, there's a whole lot of it in the spoken language. I mean, I don't know about other languages. I forget who it is that's good with that, but in here in the server, but yeah, that would be double speak, wouldn't it? But with acronyms. I cuss in acronyms now, so I can do it in public at work. It's fun. Other coworkers do it, Everybody's favorite is GTFO when you go to clock out. You don't stick around. GTFO. Because I work in a grocery store. A lot of people are fools. There's a couple of people, they spend all their money there. It's like, what's wrong with you? It's like, does not make any sense. It's just, I don't know. It's easy for pretty much all the members in here to figure out if somebody's willing to accept new information.
Yeah, you can get a free Tesla if you can just get out to space and harvest that one Elon launched out there, right?
You know what the kicker is? Probably most people don't know about that. It wasn't on the mainstream news, was it? It was only on. What was the way everyone found out? I mean, please say it wasn't just YouTube. Does anybody remember the source of the video from the Tesla launch?
Man, I don't remember.
Well, it certainly wasn't on the mainstream news. It wasn't on NBC, MSNBC, was it? How many people are in here? 32.
I'm in here, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, did you have us on deafened? Or were you in the other room? Okay, so what was the social media way that everyone saw or witnessed, not in real life, via the internet, about the Tesla space launch? Do you remember, Godric? I mean, it was like 3 years ago. Probably more than that. They're definitely not going to revisit that one.
3
That
years
was for
ago.
us.
3 years
It wasn't
ago,
for me.
3 years ago, I was a Globie, so I really wasn't paying attention to much. I just kind of accepted what they did.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to revisit that one. I've heard people talking here that there was a theory, a wild theory that that kind of stuff was meant for us conspiracy theorists. And most coincidence theorists were never exposed to that event. That's my idea. I mean, I don't know what you guys think. Because if they really wanted everyone to know, it would have been on the mainstream news. It would have been plastered everywhere. And there's a lot of logical people, but their eyes aren't quite open yet, you know? And it wouldn't take much. Like flipping a switch or something. Don't you think that's accurate? Or do you guys think I'm off base on describing that? I mean, because it's hard to unsee things, right? You can't unhear something.
I think a lot of people, go back to what they said in Flatten the Curve. The eyes are useless if the mind is blind, and I think people mind are blind, so their eyes they don't see. So
Right.
I think very few people actually see anything. They're
No,
yeah.
I can vibe with that one. Yeah. The mind is useless. Say that again. I love that.
Yeah, the eyes are useless if the mind is blind.
Yeah, if the mind is blind.
If you go to the documentary Flatten the Curve that came out February 22nd of this year, that's in the first 3 minutes. There's a lady speaking, and she does a lot of great one-liners that are easy
I'm
to
pretty sure
remember.
I think I did watch that documentary because
Yeah.
it had a lot of military personnel
Yep, sure did.
giving their testimony. So that's like, whoa, all right. Now we talking. Like, yeah, I liked it. I should, if there's not enough hours in the day. I mean, I would love to watch that again. I mean, really would. Or you don't even have to watch it. You can just listen to it, really.
Is that what the band Blind Melon's all about?
I never got into those guys.
You just got a blind mind, Blind Melon.
I mean, I remember them. They just seemed to. What was the pumpkin band? I forget. I wasn't into that genre.
Smashing Pumpkin.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, they seemed too smashy pumpkin to me, so I didn't vibe with them. Just wasn't my thing.
It's one of the greatest bands of all time.
Oh, I guess I missed out.
Yeah, so Billy Corgan, when he first started playing, he used to play metal, rip it to shreds solos, and then something happened and he just kind of fell out of that and kind of fell into the alternative style music. It's my impression that he's one of the greatest songwriters of all time. I would urge you, my friend, to listen to the cover song where he covered what's her name? Fleetwood Mac.
Oh.
Yeah, I would urge you to listen to that live.
Really? Okay. That makes me interested if it's great live. Uh-oh. You're in a dead zone. We lost Hank for a few. He's in a dead zone. He'll come back.
He's probably where those orbital satellites can't get to him.
I guess so.
Yeah, the song.
What else could it be?
Landslide by Fleetwood Mac.
Billy Corgan sings with Fleetwood Mac. Oh, God. Live. You said live. That's what people. What? Sorry, man. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Billy Corgan covers Landslide live. Guarantee it's going to be a win.
Dang. Okay. So I would say someone's not an artist if they can't sing their music live, and that's a lot of people. So, yeah, because some people are more of recorded artists, But to me, a real artist would be like if they can sing live. Well, good for him. I'm being serious when I feel like I missed out, but I must have listened to I don't know. I think maybe a song or two of his was a victim of overplay on the radio back in the day. Maybe it wasn't radio, but I don't know.
Definitely. The Song with the Bells, 1979. Yeah, they played the hell out of that song.
So do you
I get you.
recall right
Overexposure
offhand?
kills music.
Do you recall right offhand approximately how old he was at the height of his career?
At the height of his career, I would say he was just going bald.
Right.
And he was probably in his late 20s or early 30s.
Yeah, I was thinking like 32. But yeah, so I don't know. I was just trying to gauge at what generation he would have been, but it doesn't. I'd have to know the year too when he really rose. What would you say that year was? If you were to guess.
The 90s, probably around 95.
Yeah.
He started getting popular.
My ex brother-in-law was a big fan of his music. I know, so I can place that. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry I'm not down with all the trivia stuff, but the music I understand, and it's like he started out with Smashing Pumpkins, and like changed a few band members, lost his bass player, and he just like kept making music, and then like when you hear him sing "Landslide," it's like whoo, chills, Woo. Yeah, I think we'll go listen to some music.
I just wanted to ask Matthew a question if he's listening.
I'm listening.
Hey, Matthew, have you ever gone out yourself and tried to find curvature of the Earth with your own two eyes to observe it empirically and through observation?
There's trees in the way, though.
I've looked at the size of the moon as my own research, but and then I've used the telescope to look at the horizon before, yeah. But
and when you used your telescope, did you observe curve or curvature?
Yeah, I was looking at a beach across the water and I could only see what was above the beach and not the beach itself.
Dude, why do we continue to let him come in here and lie? Dude,
oh, you're right.
I don't give a fuck how many times how you
if I
guys
may,
like this guy. He lies all the time.
it is for the purposes of the listening audience. We are being streamed multiple
Could you list one lie?
He does is lie, dude. Come on.
Tell me one lie that I just said.
This is he's saying he's seeing curve. He's saying he sees curvature. Do any of you guys believe that?
No, I described looking through a telescope and not seeing the beach. I didn't say anything about curvature. I just answered his question.
You looked through a telescope at what beach?
Fisherman's Cove, which is near Laguna Beach, on Memorial Day, which was 8 days ago.
And what was the conditions?
It was pretty clear.
Okay, and what was your observer height?
About 6 feet.
And how far away is the beach that you were looking at?
About 20 miles.
So 20 miles at 6 feet. So roughly, perhaps you could have seen it. Probably not. Maybe if you elevated yourself a little bit more. But did you try that?
No, I was on vacation, just having fun looking through the telescope.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, whatever.
Matthew, could you have a horizon on a flat plane?
No, if it's flat, you couldn't have a horizon. It would just sort of fade away.
So have you ever looked at a checkerboard or a chessboard? Put your eye low to the first couple squares, and you can see the first couple squares perfectly, but then you can't see the squares in the back row. Have you ever done that?
No, I haven't. That's an interesting thing to try.
Check it out. Take a chessboard, take off all the pieces, put your eye to the very bottom so you can see the first two squares, but you won't be able to see the final two rows of squares. That That's what I call a horizon. And if that's
Interesting.
true, why
Okay,
would
yeah,
that
I'll
happen?
try that. That's interesting. I like
Yeah,
that.
let's check it out.
You actually can't have a horizon on a globe because the word horizon means horizontal and horizontal line rather than a curvizon. The flat line sideways.
So
Okay, so
Matt,
you would call it something different then? Because you could have a meeting of the land and the sky on a globe. You would just call it something different?
Yeah, it just wouldn't be called a horizon. It wouldn't be called a horizontal line.
I'd be okay with calling it something different. Sure.
Don't you mean horizon? What you just said a second ago?
Yeah, you would. The word would be curvizon.
and it'd also be sea curve too, not sea level.
I just wanted to point out to you guys, it's almost, or not almost, it is subjective technically. The questions that you just asked Matthew, like, do you see the curvature? Like, it just boils down to that same stupid nonsense of, oh, I've seen the curvature from an airplane window. It's like, okay, so we both go up in the airplane, we both look out the same window. You say, I see the curvature of the Earth, and I say, I see a flat Earth. So you see, it's kind of subjective whether you're from the airplane or the ground, at least at that level. So what I'm saying is, a better question to ask Matthew is, has anyone ever directly measured an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth that you believe in?
Great question.
Yeah, I
Thank
don't think
you.
anybody's ever directly measured that. No.
Forgive me, Matthew. You said with your new telescope, and telescopes are awesome. With your new telescope, you looked and saw something 20 miles away with your telescope.
Yeah, I saw the cliffs on opposite the bay.
And okay, I thought you said you saw the beach, which would 20 miles away would obviously prove flat. But okay,
No,
so
I was looking for the beach and I didn't see the beach. I could only see the cliffs above it.
I see. Okay.
Hey Matthew, I have a question for you regarding perspective. How you doing, by the way?
Hey, how's it going? I'm doing okay.
Good. So, in terms of perspective, do you think that we see visually in 2D? Like our vision is 2D, but our brain renders it in 3D? Or better yet, with two eyes, you would see stereoscopic vision, so maybe 2.5D?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. Are you familiar with the philosopher Thomas Reid?
No. What's he say?
So he has a lot on natural senses in the natural world, not just about visuals, but also about touch, various other senses. And he says that we basically see in 2D, right? But we have a curved retina, so our rendering and perspective is due to the curvature of our lens in our eye, as well as the curvature of the retina in the back of the eye, right? So we see the world in perspective, kind of this globular view, even though it's in reality linear, because we can know that through the sense of touch. So motion and touch over time leads us to understand that we live in a 3D world.
Right, okay.
Right, and visually we see in 2D, but we interpret it in 3D due to other sensory input. So my question would be to you, since you're the math guy, sorry if I'm breathing a lot, I'm spreading mulch. But my question to you would be, do you feel that vision and perspective is Euclidean or non-Euclidean? And with your answer, I would like just maybe a little more substance as to why you believe one or the other.
It seems to me to be Euclidean just because, triangles add up to be 180 degrees, at least on the small scale. And so our vision gives us clues about the real world. Of course, there are such things as optical illusions and that kind of stuff. So we understand very well how to fool our eyes. So we know a lot about how our eyes work. But basically, it's our eyes are taking the two-dimensional images, and then our mind sort of puts them together in kind of a representation, an understanding of the 3D world. Of course, we can make mistakes all the time, though.
So, follow-up question on that. So, the way that we see in perspective, right, and the rate at which things decrease with our vision, would you say that it gets exponential with distance?
I think I think it's linear. So twice the distance would be half the size. 10 times the distance would be 1/10 the size.
Right. So you say that you think it is, but has anybody kind of proven this out?
I think it's just geometry. The math. It's just the law of perspective.
Right. So if we drew a triangle that we see in reality on, say, like a convex surface like our retina, or concave, or a convex surface like the lens of our eye, would that triangle be Euclidean, or would that be a spherical triangle?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That if a straight line, if we're looking at a straight line that's straight in real life, but in our eyeballs, since they're curved at the back, then really the projected image is on the curved surface of the retina. So yeah, Euclidean or non-Euclidean talks about higher dimensions. So I'd still say it's Euclidean, but it's a triangle appears a spherical triangle on the back of our retina, I suppose.
Okay, cool. I'll send you some information via DM at some time regarding this subject and kind of the, I guess you could say, argument that has taken place kind of over time with no real definitive answer as to visuals and perspective and really how we can calculate with like a definitive calculation as to the perspective. So I'll share that with you sometime, but thank you for your answer.
Yeah, it does sound interesting.
I can appreciate you, Matthew, because you're one of two things. You're like listening to CNN, which I do when I'm talking on here, and I have CNN on now, so at a real low volume, and you know what the other side is thinking. So you're like the other side, or you are a closet flat earther, and you're helping us with our debate skills. And I'm good with either one. So
it's the first one.
I always appreciate you being on here because
there's no percentage chance that Matthew's a paid shill.
Oh, I think either way, whether he's a Glober and I like listening to him like I like listening to CNN, which I don't, but I want to see what the other side's thinking, so I watch it, every once in a while. Or he's one of us, and he's just not letting on that he's one of us. And I'm good with either one.
I don't think he can relinquish that information, even if he was one of us, because he would no longer be eligible to teach what little bit of teaching he does. I don't think if he's going to go against their narrative and stuff, that would be very hazardous to his employment, in my opinion.
Yes, and that's why he remains in the quote closet. Yep.
Yeah.
Although it's true that it wouldn't be good for my job prospects if I started saying that I was a flat earther. That's not my motivation.
Well, hang on, Matthew. Let's say keeping your job. you become a flat earther. Somebody, reports you, hey, look at this guy. You have teaching your kids he's a flat earther with that.
I could, if I became a flat earther, then I wouldn't say anything at work, and then I would just teach math and computer science like normal, and just would probably keep it on the DL.
Yeah, but Brian Mullen was a situation where he was an engineer and he gave up his flat earth because he was threatened to lose his career. You hear about that?
I'm not familiar with his name. So what he like at his
Brian
job they
Mullen.
wanted him to give up? Was he teaching or what was he doing?
He had a YouTube channel, Balls Out Physics, where he has a physics degree and he was an engineer.
And you don't think he changed his mind? You think he was just saying he changed?
He had to decide. He was forced to decide between his career and keeping on with what he believed in, because he needed the money to work.
So regardless of any of that, I know somebody, the minute Matthew started talking, came at him with some hostility. I don't know who it was. Not really paying attention to who's in the room. But the one thing I appreciate about Matthew is he's always down to have a cordial conversation. He's not going to sit there and call you names, poke fun at you, and he'll give you what claims to be an honest answer on everything that you talk about. And
yeah, I agree with that. There's another attribute about Matthew that I really like as well. I know that he wouldn't be here talking to us if he didn't think we were actually intelligent people. I do think that he gives us that respect, that we have our reasons for why we believe or why we say we know what we know. He knows what those reasons are, and they're not ridiculous reasons. And I don't want to thank Matthew for being, I can tell that you respect most of the people on this channel, if not everyone. And I think that's, regardless of what you want to believe in, you at least give us that much. At least that's the way I feel. You give us the courtesy of interaction with normal people.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't see a reason for calling people names and that type of stuff. Yeah. I know sometimes people get heated, and I'm on the receiving end of that sometimes.
Do you actually think in the back of your mind, even though you're being very cordial and nice, do you actually think in the back of your mind that we are not smart people? That's why we're confused?
But no, obviously you guys have thought about this quite a bit, so it's not that.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
I don't think there's any
give us
reason
that respect that you at least you acknowledge that we're at least normal people.
That's right. Yeah.
That's correct. I second that motion, and also that's what Matthew said. If I asked you about could there be a horizon on a flat Earth, you said no. Well, does that mean that you can see forever on a flat plane? There's no horizon. To me, it's just a vanishing point. That's just all it means to me. The vanishing point. So there'd be no vanishing point on a flat plane.
I think that it would be hard to see because there'd be so much atmosphere in the way. In fact, when you're flying in a plane and you're up above 30,000 feet, almost all the time that you look out the window, it just is sort of hazy all the time. So you can't really ever discern where the sky ends and the ground starts, even just low enough from an airplane. So I think if the Earth were flat, that's the way it would look from everywhere. That's my guess.
So you're saying there's no horizon, but there is a vanishing point where you can no longer see.
Yeah.
Do you think everything would approach this vanishing point, or would it be an asymptotic approach?
I think it would approach linearly.
Not quite rising up as far. Would it be asymptotic, or would it be a perfect approach to the level of the eyes?
I think that it would work just like all perspective works. That things would get smaller and smaller, approaching the vanishing point. It's just like
Terrible noise in the background. I don't know if that's you or whatever, but somebody needs to stop that noise. I think it would be an asymptotic approach. where the surface would rise toward the level of the eyes, but reach a point where it doesn't rise perceptibly that much anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. My guess is it would be linear. That's why I don't think things would get cut off from the bottom. But I see what you're saying. If it's asymptotic, then it would. That was God Rockin'. I don't know. He muted himself, so we can't hear it anymore.
Well, an asymptotic rise, Mr. Matthew, would match what we see with light appearing to spread from the point source. Light may start out from the eye, but it spreads from there like a pie slice or like a triangle expanding and making the visual scene take in more and more information, which would imply an asymptotic rise toward the level of the eyes, not linear. As the surface rises toward the level of the eyes, the visual scene as more and more information that's crammed into the same space. And eventually the surface that you're above will appear to be below the level of the eyes, asymptotically, one would assume.
Hey, Lemon, can you just give me a brief rundown on the term asymptotically?
It's a curve that approaches another line but never quite touches it. If you graph the function, I don't know, y equals the square root of x, or something like that, it'll approach the line like 1/2, but never quite touch it, as a rough example. I'm probably butchering the math, but whenever a line approaches another line but never quite touches it, that line is called an asymptote. And it rises asymptotically toward that line, but never quite crosses it or touches it. So if the flat surface was asymptotically rising toward the level of the eyes, it would keep going up toward the level of the eyes, but not necessarily quite reach the level of the eyes. Potentially even being below the level of the eyes if you're high enough off the surface and looking far enough along it. So I guess the question is, does the surface rise perfectly to the level of the eyes in a perfect match? Or does it asymptotically rise toward the level of the eyes and eventually drop off if you're far enough above the surface? I think an asymptotic rise would match what we see when we look over a flat table as well. The table appears to be below the level of the eyes, but rising toward the level of the eyes, yes. But it has an end. And so eventually it does appear to fall below the level of the eyes, even though it's obviously flat and rising toward the level of the eyes. I think our flat plane would be similar.
In the image I posted, it looks like everything's pretty linear. That's why I don't think it's asymptotic.
Well, if you take and draw a line across where that hallway starts, and it's at the bottom of the page, it's right at the bottom of the picture, and then if you draw another line across the center of that picture, where everything converges, it is a little bit below center, but who knows where the camera was located on this photo. So it does rise to the eye level, even in this picture, because, like I said, just draw a line right through the center of that picture, through where it converges, and then the line at the bottom where it starts. I mean, it rises up quite a bit.
Yeah. But those red lines are straight lines, is what I was saying.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, of course.
So I kind of disagree with this statement that the horizon rises to eye level. I don't think it's ever exactly at eye level. It may be at very short distances, but I don't think that's necessarily the case over, vast distances. I would say that the horizon doesn't ever meet your eye level, even though it does ramp up due to perspective and appear to go up to your eye level. I don't think it actually gets to your exact eye level.
Yeah, there's space between you and the surface. So this space, well, just like any object, would appear to expand as it gets away from the level of the eye. So especially if you get higher and higher and higher, that block of air between you and the surface would, magnify and get bigger and bigger. So there would be a slight separation between the level of the eyes and the ground. Very slight. It would rise toward the level of the eyes, yes, but I'd say it would rise asymptotically like an asymptote in one of these, math, graphs or whatever. Approaching it, but never quite touching it.
Matthew, I'm not asking you to speak for somebody else, but if somebody who was on your side, I think you're on our side, but anyway, but somebody who's on your side would come up to you and say, why don't you just buy a telescope, get in Dallas, Texas, and look at Las Vegas, which is 1,000 miles away over land. You should be able to see it, you flat earthers. You should be able to see it. And, and if you can't see Las Vegas from 1,000 miles away from Dallas in a telescope, then obviously you live on a spinning ball. What would you tell somebody who made that argument?
I would say the air in between for at that distance would make it impossible, and that you should try a microwave radio instead, because those go line of sight. And if you just ramp up the power, then it would work.
So I'm sorry. Instead of using a telescope, use what?
Those microwave phone towers where they sometimes have them on top of mountains for sending phone signals.
So a microwave phone tower. Okay. Thank you.
There was a time when they posted when they first started using microwave, they had a dish on, I think it was on top of some building, which was, I don't know, maybe 100 feet up or something, I think they said. And then they had another dish that was a little over 100 miles away. And at the time, that was like a record. That was the first time they'd ever had communications with a microwave dish-to-dish communication, point-to-point, straight line. It was 100 miles. And they made a big deal about it, and there was an article about it and everything. And it's quite old. I'll try to find it. But I'm not sure how many feet of drop there would be in 100 miles, but the dish should have been way down over the curve. And they also mentioned that it was line of sight, point-to-point communications. Otherwise, it wouldn't have worked.
Yeah, 6,667 feet. One of those 666 satanic thing on the
that's all derived from. That's all derived from the radius, and I think that's why they chose the radius as to be what it is, because all of those 666 numbers come up because of that radius number.
It's just 2/3.
I know it's 2/3, but that's 666 if you want to round it, round it up or round it, whatever. 2/3 is exactly 2/3 is 6.66. Am I wrong?
No.
We're just satisfying. Yeah,
we're satisfying his tendency to focus on the wrong shit. Listen, Matthew, what does line of sight mean?
It means that there's nothing blocking the two things, like the sender and the receiver.
So why would they call it line of sight instead of squiggle of sight?
So because it's just a straight line between the two.
Absolutely. And over large distances, can that straight line, if it's going to be line to sight for the communication, can that straight line be bent, curved at all?
No, and that's why I don't think microwave signals work between Las Vegas and Dallas, to use that example.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure the audience was kind of caught up, because y'all are down something of a rabbit hole, and once again, this is not globe proof. Would you agree?
The fact that it doesn't work is suspicious. If the Earth were flat, it seems like it should work.
That was a quiet response, but I think I got what I needed. Thank you, sir. So anyway, some of the story is that radio signals bounce off of an ionosphere, right? Is that right, Matthew?
Some of them do, yeah.
Oh, okay. And which are those?
I don't know which wavelengths, but visible.
What devices use them?
I don't know. Like long-range ham radios use that.
So a long-range ham radio is sending signals up into the sky, and then they're bouncing back down to the Earth, however many times, to go this long distance to the other side of the Earth?
Sometimes depends on the atmospheric conditions and whether it's daytime or nighttime and all that stuff.
So, and you've helped construct these apparatus so that you are able to speak from a position of knowledge on these subjects?
No, not at all. I've never even used a ham radio.
Got it. So you're just believing what you're told.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Really did not mean to kill the conversation. I'm sorry. I did interrupt you, Godrock, and I just wanted to make sure people understood kind of the layman's version of what you guys are doing, because you two are very smart about stuff like this, and I wanted to just for a second bring it down to my level. Okay, now continue talking about the minutia, because it's very important.
You're all good, Vlad. You don't ever need to worry about me.
Yeah,
you
it's
just
fine.
do what you want to do. We're all good.
Yeah, Glatt got very deep. I appreciate that.
Well, if you consider that deep, then awesome. Cool.
Well, for us newbies, relatively newbies, 7-8 months into it, it was good. Thanks.
Well, yeah, it's always bugged me. What's it truly bouncing off of? Like can a signal bounce off of really thick gas or air or something? I've never tested it, so I don't know. You know what I mean? But it just seems nutty to me that one could believe that. But maybe I'm off.
I think it might be possible if there were extremely dense cloud cover, because then there would be an awful lot of water in the clouds. I think it might be for instance, shortwave radio communications. They seem to be able to talk like around the world, basically, almost, with a very powerful radio of that nature. And maybe, just maybe, with the super dense cloud cover, you could possibly get some reflection off of it. I don't think it would be a very high quality, but nonetheless, it could maybe happen, I think. But it would have to be super thick, dense cloud cover.
Right. Yeah, so like maybe in comparison with what is said about like atmosphere or gravity or both being a container, right? To me, that's not happening. Of course, it's not a container, but I don't even think. I'm going to disagree with you, Godrock, and say I don't think, especially uniformly, to be able to expect a signal at the other spot at the exact location. I don't think that one can bounce signals from the ground to the sky and have it come back down like that.
You might be right, but if you understand how shortwave radio works, they work. I didn't say it did for sure. I said maybe.
Okay, yeah.
Off of a super dense cloud cover. How they work is they have very tall antennas. Some of them a good shortwave radio will have an antenna at 50 feet, maybe even some of them 100 feet in their backyard. These nutcase old
right.
They have got antennas that are like 100 feet tall, and so that would broadcast a signal like pretty much over the top of just about every building. But I'm just saying that maybe if the cloud cover was super dense, like just real thick clouds with a lot of water in them, maybe. Maybe. I'm not
like
saying
a hurricane cloud cover kind of deal.
Just something with a lot of water in it.
Right. I hear you. It's interesting.
So Matthew, just going back just a couple of minutes ago, if there was no mountains, anything, hills between Dallas and Las Vegas, which there is, if there was none, and let's say it was no interference from mountains or topography, anything like that. If you put a microwave phone tower 300 feet in the air, 200 feet in the air, over a flat surface, it would be able to pick up Las Vegas on a flat surface from 1,000 miles.
It should be able to. Yes, it's all about power and how sensitive the receiver is.
Yeah. Well, that's good to know. I appreciate that, because that was one of the 10 talking points of not Professor Dave when he did his, did a video where he said, flat earthers, do something. I mean, go to Dallas where where you have all your meetings, and take a telescope and look at Vegas. You should be able to see Vegas with your telescope from 1,000 miles. It's like that's just another stupid thing that he says. But it's just like, okay, but it's nice to know a microwave phone tower might be able to do something like that.
But it would have to start at a very high elevation, though. I mean,
yes, it would, especially because there are relatively high elevations between here and between Dallas and Las Vegas.
Right. Well, the thing of it is, if there's going to be anything like buildings or literally a mountain in the way, the wave's not going to go through that.
No,
you're going to have to go over that in some way. I don't think the distance is out of. Let's say I think they could probably produce enough power on a microwave signal to travel 1,000 miles, but it's not going to go through a solid object, a building or a mountain. That's not going to happen.
So you don't buy into the thing that the bendy light will go over the mountain? You don't buy into that?
No, absolutely not. You know me on that. On the refraction thing, I'm just about fed up with that horse shit.
Yeah.
Well, they could try it from the top of Pikes Peak in Colorado, because there's nothing higher than Pikes Peak between there and Dallas or New York City or whatever.
Yeah, Pikes Peak's 14,500 feet tall. So that's hey, that would be good. It's a little ways away from here, but shoot. It was interesting. I know. Forgive me for this little story. It was Dallas Parkway is a toll road that runs basically north-south out of Dallas, running north, and El Dorado Parkway is about 25 miles straight north of Dallas. And so I noticed when I was at El Dorado Parkway going over to Denton, Texas, I was driving back over a couple bridges. And the first bridge, had a pretty good sized lake, and me being a flat earther now, I look and I go, I don't see any bend in that lake from left to right, and so that's how I think now. And then I looked up, across the lake, and there is the skyline of Dallas. It's just like, it's like I'm 5 miles away or 3 miles away from the skyline of Dallas, but it's 25 miles away. Obviously, it's a lot smaller, but I could see every single building. And, no 300 foot of curve, and obviously I was about 20 feet off the ground, being on a bridge. And so it's just like, there was no curve. Yeah, that was downtown Skyline, Dallas, which I've seen so many times. And it's just like, wow, I just proved flat earth from 25 miles north of Dallas on El Dorado Parkway going across the bridge. That's all.
Yeah, one time I was in the mountains. I had just bought some what's called FM transceivers. They're like a walkie-talkie or radio frequency that you can. The police radios are FM. Anyway, it's an FM, it's an FM transceiver. If anybody knows what that is. Anyway, I just bought them. They're brand new. I had one on me. I left one at home with my dad. But there's some mountains. I was 200 miles away in the Uinta Mountains. And I'd gotten very sick. And so I told my dad I was going to try and use this repeater to get a hold of him. There's a repeater it's owned by a club. If you have to be a member of their club. And my dad knows one of the club members. And he gave us the frequency to use the repeater. Never really used it. I just used it this one time for an emergency. And my radio only put out 1/4 of a watt. And then they're made to go to an amplifier generally, unless you're talking in close proximity. So I went like 200 miles because it was line of sight. And this was an FM signal. I don't know if they travel easier or farther or whatever, but I hit the repeater. I could have never reached my dad's house because he was like way behind the mountain, way below at the base of the mountain. And the repeater's on top. So I used the repeater. I told him to monitor that repeater channel. and it's got this function. I can't remember what it is, where they use two different frequencies, one to broadcast and one to receive on. It's called I can't remember. It'll come to mind here, hopefully. But anyway, I actually reached my dad with a 1/4 of a watt of power from a handheld FM transceiver, and I was over 200 miles from home. But there was a repeater that I used for the last 15 miles, because that repeater was right on the top of the mountains. Right, it was 9,300 feet. The repeater was, and I think I was probably at like 10,000 plus in the Uinta Mountains, and I had a line of sight, perfect straight shot to that repeater, and then it blasted it down to my dad's house. He was sitting in the living room having a cup of coffee when I called him. So, I think you can go quite a ways as long as you've got a line of sight. This was antenna to antenna rather than dish to dish, but it worked. And I was over 200 miles from home, so I think it's all about the line of sight, and so that's why I say this is such a great argument, that there's anything in the way of these signals, anything in the way, the signal's not going to reach them. So these line of sight, dish to dish microwave things and line of sight, FM transceiver transmissions, they all work dandy as long as there's nothing in the way. Trees, even trees, and sparsely leaved trees and that they mess it up. It's bad. You can't get through it. So I think it's great proof that it's flat, because there's just no other way to make those communications work without literally having a line of sight communication, right point to point, with nothing in the way.
Matthew, what you think about going to a flat Earth conference?
I'm sorry, I wasn't watching when you asked the question, but if you could ask the panel a question, that would be great. I don't remember what book I was reading from. If it was probably something online about Ptolemy. Slow-mo, Moonbuggy. Oh, you might not be able to speak. Okay. Or
it was like 2 years ago. It could have been 2 years ago, a year and a half ago.
yeah,
Can you hear me?
I've read various things online at different times, so that's going way back in the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, it was like a year and a half. It could have been year and a half, 2 years ago. I think I remember it saying something Royal Society Celestial something.
You should I bet if you just do Ptolemy and just do a search, that's usually what I've done, and then I just kind of just briefly go through them and find the ones that are the one that is interesting. So I skim through stuff a lot of times and find one that seems to be interesting to me.
Yeah, that was really interesting, because if that's the deal, then all of the other planets are based on Ptolemy. I call him Ptolemy, by the way. I pronounce the P. All the other planets are based on him being told by spirits the size of Venus is the same size as Earth.
Yeah, I would have to review the spirit part, but yeah, that doesn't surprise
or angels. It was either angels or spirits.
Yeah, these people were very spiritual people. This whole argument is a very spiritual, philosophical line of questioning.
All right, cool. I will look for that, man. Thanks for your help.
I'm sorry.
I posted it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Couldn't give you anything specific on that, man. Really.
I posted a photo. I posted a photo in the bottom of Livestream there, and it's about how frequency waves, what they look like, and whatnot. And I just kind of wanted to explain a little something to people. I don't know if this is going to do anybody any good or whatever, but I'm going to just go with it. If you look at on the far left, the radio frequency waves, inside that the two blue lines is a space in time. Basically, that's the you can transmit that signal, and then you take on the far right, you have all those crammed into that same line. You straighten them out on the far right, and it's a very long distance, because how you get information sent is they piggyback it on the backside of these frequency waves. They piggyback the information on top. So when you say you're getting a really super fast communication, it's not because the wave itself is going so much faster. That has nothing to do with it. It has to do with how many ups and downs you got, so you can pack information on up and down, up and down. You can pack so much more information on the back of this line on the far right than you can on the one on the far left. So that's why you can communicate. The gamma rays are extremely fast. I mean, if you could transmit information using a gamma ray, you could have one hell of a bullet fast communication, or even X-rays or whatever. So it has nothing to do with the actual speed as it passes through the atmosphere and gets to wherever it gets. The speed of the communication is all because you have all that surface area to pack information on. I don't know if that means anything, but I just figured I'd kind of lay that out because a lot of people don't know how these frequency waves work.
I like talking about the Hickenbacken World War II transmissions by the Nazis that triangulated the bombers at heights that they couldn't possibly, and distances. And then the Marconi transmissions. Those are the most amazing to me, because they know at those frequencies their line of sight. Am I correct on that? I'm pretty sure I am.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, I wanted to say hi to Ariel. Hi, Ariel. How are you? If you're near your mic, I saw you on the. Thanks for DMing me. Anyway, yep. How is it in the UK? Has anyone ever heard Jacob Rothschild speak yet?
No, the only thing I've ever seen is when he posted that thing in Livestream that said, "My family's worth over $500 trillion. We financed every war since Napoleon, both sides. And you don't even know who I am." That's the only thing I've ever heard from him.
Yeah, I heard some from Jacob. He sent me a PM, and he said that Sonny is the most brilliant person he's ever listened to.
Nice.
That's what.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to disappoint my fans.
Hey, Sonny. I figured out that fan is short for fanatic. So we're all growing up we were St. Louis Cardinal fanatics or Boston Celtic fanatics. We weren't fans, we were fanatics.
I grew up in St. Louis.
I was a big St. Louis Cardinal fan. You know, Bob Gibson, Lou Brock, you know, Orlando Cepeda, and you know Mike Shannon and all those people. And so I was a big fan. But looking back, I was more of a fanatic than I was a fan.
I'm going to the Cardinals game tomorrow. Big fan here as well.
All right, Naples.
And I've partied with Lou Brock's son back in the day.
My mother apparently was friends with all of the famous baseball stars' wives. Like they hung out in the same neighborhood.
I can do one better, Sonny. I taught Bob Gibson how to pitch. Yep.
Sure.
Yep. I got you on that one. You can't do better than that one.
Are you kidding me? You'd have to be like 95 years old.
You got me. Actually, when I was in little league, you know, just playing, I imitated Bob Gibson's wind up to the tee. It was like I watched him, and then that's what I would throw to my dad, and then that's what I would throw in the little league games. I got away from that as I got older, but I did exactly what Bob Gibson did that exact same wind up.
Well, apparently there was a lot of wife swapping going on back in those days, from my understanding. I don't know where that came from. Whoa, sorry about that. Where'd that come?
So Ray Langford's wife used to bring me lunch all the time at work and would try to get me to go out with her, but I didn't bite.
There's so many responses to what you just said, but we'll let it go. We'll let it lie. For all you Cubs and Cardinal fanatics out there, not fans, but fanatics, we have an interesting thing going on in the major leagues right now. The Cubs and the Cardinals are in the same division. The Cardinals are 32 and 23, and the Cubs are 23 and 32. So figure that one out. What's the chance of that happen? And anybody who lives in Illinois knows the cutoff between Chicago Cub fans and St. Louis Cardinal fans is Interstate 74, basically.
So if you lived on one side of the freeway or the interstate, and some other fans were, you could literally throw rocks at their house.
I was a St. Louis Cardinal fan about 15 miles north of Interstate 74. So I was surrounded. Of course, I was a Cardinal fan because my dad was. but I was surrounded by Cub fans because it was north of Interstate 74. Interstate 74 runs from Galesburg through Peoria, through Bloomington, through Champaign, almost east to west through Illinois. And so if you were north of 74, Interstate 74, you were a Cub fan. If you were south, then you were a Cardinal. But I was a little bit above 74, and I was a Cardinal fan. So I was in the enemy's camp for basically my whole childhood.
That's funny.
And the Cubs were terrible. I mean the Cubs were, they had some good players, Ernie Banks, Ferguson Jenkins, Ron Santo, but they were, they did go 90 years or whatever it was without winning the World Series. And the Cardinals won in 64 and 67, went to the World Series in 68. They won in 81. I think they lost in 84 and 87, but at least they went to the World Series. And so it was like poor Cubbies, they couldn't get out of the way of themselves. They were just, so if you're from Illinois, you understand the Cubs' plight. And so
it's funny you mentioned the city Champaign. I've been there once. Those huge, big irrigation canals that run around through the farmland there in Champaign. Are you familiar with them at all?
Well, I grew up in Peoria, and as a young person, if you made it over to Champaign, which was like 90 miles to the east,
yeah,
I mean, you were really, getting out there. It's just like, wow. I mean, going to Peoria was like a big deal. And so, the only thing I knew about Champaign back at that time was the University of Illinois and their colors of orange and blue, because I was a big basketball fan of the U of I, as I was with Bradley in Peoria.
Yeah, it's a big college town. There's no doubt about that. Anyway, weed grows along those irrigation canals all through Champaign area. It's just thick, but it's the hemp. It's the kind that you use for making rope and stuff. I guess has very little THC content. But we didn't know any better, so we went and picked 800 pounds of it, brought it back to Utah, and they sold it for $40 a pound.
Yeah,
that's crazy shit. Every time I hear the word Champaign, I just remember that trip we took back there. I was just a kid.
And visited. I think I actually even went to the place where Lincoln was born, and so as I moved out of Illinois, somebody by the name of Obama came along. And now Illinois is known as the land of Obama instead of the land of Lincoln.
Well,
according to the history books, Lincoln was born in Kentucky. Saying I don't know where he was born.
Well, that's very possible. My dad took me down to Kentucky to play golf one time. Stayed overnight and played golf at this really nice golf course, and so it's very possible that, and I might be wrong, I might have gone to where he moved from Kentucky because he's from Illinois. He was a Illinois state senator first. I'm not sure, because you had the famous Lincoln Douglas debates, I believe, took place in Illinois. But yeah, it's very possible he was actually born in Kentucky, just like Bill Clinton was born in Hope, and he moved to Hot Springs. But everybody thinks he was the man from Hope, but he actually grew up in Hot Springs. So I'll concede to the fact that he was probably born in Kentucky. I remember going to his burial place and going to a town that was replicated, had log cabins all around, that I remember walking through.
Is it true that Obama was born in Hawaii? Has that ever been confirmed or not?
I'm pretty sure it was Kenya, but I think they have conflicting information.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because I thought you had to be born in the United States to be a president.
That was supposedly one of the reasons that Arnold Schwarzenegger never ran for president after he was governor of California, because he was born in Austria.
I suspect they faked the Hawaii birth certificate. If you look at the Hawaii birth certificate, it's really bad. Really like bad fake. Almost like they wanted you to know that they're just laughing at us.
Just like they put the flat Earth map on the UN flag, the UN logo. They're just laughing at us. They know it. They know it's flat. They're just laughing at us. And then they put 8 triangles with 4 spaces underneath the map with a big circle in the middle for 33, and we know what 33 stands for.
Yeah, there's no Antarctica on that map either, other than the leaves of whatever that olive tree or whatever those leaves are that are supposed to represent, I'm not sure what, but I mean, it looks like Antarctica to me, but they don't say that. That's a strange map that they would use that. I agree. It's
I mean, they could have figured something out to put a globe-like logo on there. They could have figured something out, but they didn't. But anyway, what about those Cubs? Not doing so good.
I've never had a baseball team to get behind. Living here where I live, never had much baseball going on around here.
In Utah?
Yeah, just some minor leagues.
Did you ever get into University of Utah sports?
No. I mean, following them, yeah, sure. Yeah, they had to, BYU more so, when BYU had that long run of football championships. They won. I can't remember what do they call it when you're part of a college. Size of your college puts you into a certain bracket.
Dynasty?
I guess that's what it is. But BYU won several championships in their dynasty, or whatever you want to call it, I guess. So I was more of a BYU fan. That's where who's that guy that replaced for the 49ers? For the 49ers, it was Joe Montana. Then it was
Young.
Steve Young. Young went to BYU University.
Yeah. I think BYU's in the WAC conference and Utah's in the Pacific, in the Pac-12, if I remember right.
And then who's that guy that played for the Bears and
Jim
won?
Jim McMahon.
Jim McMahon. Yeah. He lived here in Roy, which is where my parents live. My brother played football with him.
Yeah, in Bloomington, Illinois, which is just close to Peoria, in 1986, they had a Super Bowl party when the Bears won their Super Bowl in '86. Jim McMahon was the quarterback. Mike Singletary was the famous linebacker with the big eyes that looked everywhere.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how scripted are sports?
10.
Nice. Ding, ding, ding.
Back in the 60s and 70s, because the NBA and the ABA back at the time was so boring that I think a lot of people started to come to the conclusion that the ABA and NBA were all, scripted betting and all that stuff. And then you got Magic Johnson and Larry Bird came in 1980, 81, and then Jordan came in at 84, and everybody stopped thinking about the the scripted and staged part of it. But all it takes is a few calls. I mean, that's it. I mean, the players don't have to be in on it; just the referees.
Yeah, we did have the Utah Stars ABA team. I think they won the championship once, and then we had the hockey team too. That was wasn't the huge big league. It was the one below the Major League of Hockey in Salt Lake, and they won the championship. I seen the 7th game in the Salt Palace. I was there that day they won the championship. I can't remember their name. It was so damn long ago. But we've only had one professional team here. It's been the Jazz. That's the only major professional team of any sort we've ever had here. So the Jazz, and they had their run at it, but
Michael Jordan got in the way.
Michael Jordan got in the way, didn't he?
John Stockton and Malone and all those guys couldn't stop Michael and Pippen and Rodman. Yep. I was such a huge Chicago Bull fan.
It was fun that we got that far, though. I mean, for a little state like Utah, not having much of a real pro any sports background, so to speak. Till the Jazz came along.
I was so into the Bulls in 91, 92, 93 that when they were on TV and they were playing in the playoffs, I would get so nervous that I'd have to leave the room and then come back. When the game was over, I get so nervous. I was so into. I mean, people talk about LeBron James and the players today, but Michael Jordan was actually the very best player. He played defense like nobody's business. And another fun thing is, Michael Jordan, he only played like 14 or 15 seasons, but in 9 of those seasons, he played all 82 games of the regular season. And I think the other season, he played like 80 or 81. So for, 10 out of 14 seasons, he basically played every single game. And LeBron James has only done that once. So I always find that fascinating. I saw Michael Jordan play once in Chicago and once in Indianapolis. And you could actually pay a ticket and just watch him play. Forget about the other 9 guys on the floor. Just watch him play defense and offense, and you got your money's worth. He was really, really something to watch in person.
Yeah, I've seen the Jazz play a couple games, but other than that, no.
Jordan could always dunk way better when the court was facing east. He could just jump and the ground moved 1,000 miles an hour under him, so he could dunk from half court. That shit was dope.
Yeah, that's where they got the Jordan Air tennis shoes from, isn't it?
Yeah, the air spins.
Yeah, or whatever they were called.
I kind of heard they got the Jordan Air tennis shoes from the wet market, from the child labor, stuff in China. That's kind of what I heard. The poor kids had to put it together and for nothing, and then they sold it for $100 in the United States. Oops, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone there. But
I thought it was because he could fly like a bird.
Yeah,
he could though. He could jump, and he could. I don't know how far out he could jump from, but it was somewhere near the foul line, I'm sure.
well, you see that famous. You see that. I think you can go see it today. That famous where he starts at the other end of the court, and he literally takes off. He runs down, dribbles down, and takes off from the free throw line, which is 15 feet away from the goal, and the goal's 10 feet high. He literally takes off from the free throw line and he dunks.
Right.
From there, it's like, I think I got that on my phone somewhere.
He got really rich because he sweated Gatorade, so he was like a Gatorade factory for a couple of years there. Got rich as balls off that.
I think it was just reported that LeBron James is the first professional athlete to be worth $1 billion with a B. I think Tiger is only up to about $800 million, Tiger Woods. But LeBron just passed that threshold. He's worth $1 billion now.
Wow.
Can't take it with him, but he's worth $1 billion.
It's all those rituals before the game, praying.
I think it's crazy what Conor McGregor did. He was the highest paid combat sports athlete in the world, I think, in 1 year. Maybe the second. Maybe Mayweather was one, but he was very close to being number one. And he was just a UFC fighter.
And I think that's definitely scripted and staged. I think that stuff all is.
You think it is? You think the UFC is?
Yeah, I think that stuff is all scripted and staged. I look at that stuff, and the people that promote it, like Dana White and Joe Rogan, I mean, those people are clowns. And so I kind of look at it that way. But that's just me.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a hard time with that because if you watch them fights, I mean, some of them guys, some of them get beat down pretty hard, and some of them get just near out on their feet, and then they'll come back and win it by some miraculous kick or something or whatever. And I just don't see how those kind of things could be scripted. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I'm not saying I'm right, but just if you watch the fights, I just have a hard time believing that some of that stuff that goes on in them rings, in that octagon could be scripted because it's just so violent and you never know. I mean, the guy gets kicked in the head, full-blown kick, about knocks his head off his shoulders, and he stumbles around and gets back on his feet and wins the fight somehow. I mean, I don't know how you script something like that.
I think it's why they have WWF, because you'll be like, oh, that's fake. But then they have to just be slightly more. Now they have to they just have to be slightly more realistic, and it looks more real to us. And
well, it's more than slightly realistic, I think.
I think for $2 million or $3 million or $5 million, I let somebody kick me in the head a few times, especially if I knew it was coming.
Right. I mean, I would say that if there's a tournament or a season that people are playing, you're going to pretty much let the game just roll as it rolls, right? But they don't plan it from the very beginning who's going to win the championship. They could, and more than likely you're going to pick the right people because they have the most talented players, right? And whether it's basketball, football, or boxing or UFC, and so you have them do these different challenges, different fights, where they're going to win, right? But when it comes down to championships, that's where you can actually kind of manipulate, the outcome. I mean, and we know in boxing, it's a known thing that people throw fights and shit,
That's all Don King was known for was kind of getting in there and going, well, you're going to win and you're going to lose.
Well, it's like you think you can't do that in football, either with the referees or the players. I mean, because I've seen some trippy shit on NFL stuff. It's like, no, that dude freaking he tried to tackle him, but he didn't really try to tackle him. You know what I mean? So you never know. But it really only counts like for championships. That's where the highest betting, is involved.
Yeah, it's not every game. There's dudes with Patreon accounts that predict games, and they're more than 50% correct. They're correct more than half the time. Just based on using gematria, actually, looking at numbers.
I found it fast. Go ahead, Helio.
Well, I was just saying, gematria doesn't completely solve the puzzle. I mean, there are some backroom deals, bro. It's not.
Oh yeah. But I'm just saying, in real life, there are guys predicting these games using only gematria, and they get a lot of them correct. So
I've heard some of that. Yeah. You talking about what's that guy's name that used to talk to Jaron? Oh, I can't remember his name.
the most popular one is Zach Hubbard.
Yeah, Zach. Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And he gets a lot of stuff correct. It's not always right, but more than
50%
get
is
from
not
just
a
guessing.
not a good stat. Just like Toby Dog said.
No, and I don't know the stat, but the people that follow him win a lot of money, and I think there's something there, onto something.
Sure,
I don't follow it.
I mean, just like you don't know what's happening at the top,
No. But they send signals of who's going to win the game through commercials sometimes, and all sorts of weird stuff, and you can pay close attention. Like when I watched the
and if the underdog gets it, bro, man, everybody freaking wins, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. When I watched the Seahawks lose to the Steelers in the Super Bowl, that was when I figured out something was up, because they just completely handed the game to the Steelers.
And don't be talking about the Steelers, man.
I found
I'm just playing.
I found it interesting that the NFL had a really bad 2020-21 season because of what they were following, and so here we come to 2021 and 2022, and the last 7 playoff games were all decided by 3 points or a tie in regulation between the Chiefs and the Bills. It was 36-36, and then Kansas City won the coin toss, and they went down and scored. So the best game was decided in overtime, 42-36. But all 7 games were decided either a tie or within 3 points, all of them. And so that was a bettor's delight. And I'll try to be real discreet when I say this, but look at the team colors of the team that won the NFL title. They're the same colors as the team that's playing in the NBA Finals now, the Golden State Warriors. So the LA Rams and the Golden State Warriors have the exact same team colors. And what?
It's just like if it's a blowout, that can be fun to watch if it's your team. But if it's a close game, that's more fun to watch, right?
Oh yeah, and I guess Helio, they have, you can bet while the game is on. I mean, you can actually bet what's going to happen in the next quarter.
Yeah,
and
you can bet every step of the way. You can say what's going to happen on this drive.
Exactly. Yeah, but somebody's getting rich because. But it's just like those last 7 games of the NFL season this year. It was like, I mean, if you were into football, it was like, wow, this is really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I still love watching football. I mean, it's exciting. I mean, those athletes they do some amazing shit, right? But I just don't trust that it's completely legit.
The only NFL game I went to in Dallas was the very last one before the thing started 2.5 years ago. It was December 29th, I believe.
Are you a Cowboys fan?
I was a huge Cowboy fan, but
I'm a Steelers fan. It's like
I don't care anymore because of what I've learned. But it was December 29th, 2019. And we took my oldest daughter and her husband, who was a huge Cowboy fan from Indiana, came down, and we went as a Christmas present. We got tickets for the Cowboys and Washington Redskins. And I tell you what, they put on a show in Dallas for their football.
They always do, bro.
They literally sardine 100,000 people into that building. I mean, I've
been to that stadium. I've been to that stadium, man. Yeah. I saw the Steelers. It was
preseason game.
Preseason game. It was the Steelers, and so I went down to see the Steelers play Dallas. preseason game. I think I'm cursed because the Steelers lost.
Yeah.
The other time I saw the Steelers was when they played in Memphis. The Oilers played in Memphis before they actually became the Nashville Titan. Nashville. They played in Memphis for 1 year as the Oilers when they bought the Oilers from Houston. You remember that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, they played in Memphis for 1 year, and then they moved to Nashville.
I was going to ask you, are you old enough to remember the Bradshaw to the tip pass to Franco Harris and the miracle catch?
Yeah, that's when I became a Steelers fan. I was a little kid, but yeah.
He took it off the ground, didn't touch the ground, but he took it just before it hit the ground and took it to the end zone.
Dude, I mean, I've always loved Terry Bradshaw. I mean, he's a trip.
Yeah.
Even after he retired and shit, I mean, he's always on the commentary. He's just a funny guy. I mean, he was a great athlete, and afterwards, he's still a great entertainer too.
And he came from a mid-major college. He came from like a Louisiana Tech, I think it was. I think he went to college, Louisiana State or Louisiana Tech. So he didn't come from a very, very well-known college.
It's just like Pittsburgh just has a knack for picking some. I mean, look at Roethlisberger, man. He won 5 Super Bowls. He came from Miami of Ohio.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie Concussion?
Maybe, probably, but what's it about?
I think
is it a football movie?
Yes, and it's based in Pittsburgh. Will Smith played the guy, but the concussion protocol that they follow in the NFL now, that's what the movie's about. Is about
hearing about it. I don't think I ever watched it though.
Yeah, I watched it. And it was awesome, and I watched it again just a few months ago, and it was awesome still. But it's actually the start of when the NFL started taking concussion seriously and started making sure that there was no more head-to-head contact, and they made the helmets more safe.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because I was scrolling through Facebook today, and of course I'm following Pittsburgh page just for posterity or whatever. But anyway, they have these new pads that they put on top of their helmet. These like cushioning pads for practice.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they look really weird. They look like freaking grenades or something. They have these like big cushions on them and shit.
I don't want to give away the movie in case somebody wants to go watch it, and I highly recommend it. If you like sports at all, watch Concussion. And Will Smith it plays the lawyer or works for a law firm, and he's foreign born in the movie, so he had to develop an accent for the movie. Mm-hmm. But it's really, really good, and I loved every minute of it, and I loved watching it the second time.
It's like I've seen it, but I definitely know I know what you're talking about. I'm not sure if I've seen the whole movie, but it came out like 10 years ago or something.
Oh, I remember watching it with college friends. And that would have been like 1998 or 2000, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
20 years ago then.
Yeah, maybe. That's one of those movies that you just kind of go, everybody, even if you love NFL football, if you love it, you got to watch it anyway. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, it's kind of anti NFL. It's a little bit anti NFL, but it's
like when you watch them play, it's just like you're just like, how the hell do they do that?
I mean,
be at the top of your freaking peak fitness, or on like shitloads of cocaine or something.
Back 40, 50 years ago, you could hit anybody in football in any part of the body using your helmet as a spear. You literally could. If you want to take somebody's head off, you could use your helmet to do it. And they got rid of that. And but it's just like, wow.
You get a huge penalty, or you get ejected from the game if you do that.
Yeah.
Didn't they call it spear spearing or something. What was it?
Oh, I forget. I mean, and it even goes down to the college level. If you lead with the helmet,
sure,
you're gone. It's not 15-yard penalty, and the second time you do it, you're gone. It's like you're gone. Yeah.
Which makes total sense, man. But I've seen a lot of really good hits where it's like hey, you're running 15 miles an hour and somebody's running 15 miles right against you, and then bam, someone just freaking knock somebody out in a heartbeat like that, and without even not leading with the helmet, just pow. I can't imagine. I've never been hit like that. Been in a couple of car accidents, and that felt like shit, but I don't think I've ever been hit that hard. Like some guy just running towards me. We're running at full speed toward each other, and just wow.
And just check out some Jack Tatum videos on YouTube. You want to see?
Oh yeah, Oakland Raiders. He was a headhunter. Yep.
Oh, since you like the Cowboys, is it Marion Barry? Is that her?
That's the mayor of New York, of DC.
Hold on, I'm thinking of a different. Anyway, he was a running back. I think he was with when Emmitt Smith was there. Wasn't that his name, Marion? Anyway, one of the old Dallas running backs just died.
Yeah.
I think it's Marion Barry.
Tell you, the Dallas TV stations sure love themselves some Dallas Cowboys. I'm telling you, my goodness.
No, I'm not Marion Barry. I think Marion Barry was a freaking guy that was
mayor of DC.
Yeah, he was the governor. I mean, the mayor of Washington D.C. and got fucking busted smoking crack and. So. What was this? It was. Marion Barry. You remember when he got caught with hookers and smoking crack and shit? He was the mayor of Washington D.C.
Some bitch got reelected.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. That dude was something else.
I remember right that if I remember right, there was a presidential election. I don't remember which one, but the Democrat got 97% of the vote or 93% of the vote, and the Republican got.
Democrats always get
that
much.
It wasn't. I mean, it was like what a joke. Why anybody just go vote in Washington D.C.? Just find who all the registered voters are.
It's Marion Barber, not Barry. It's Marion Barber.
Yeah, Marion Barber.
Yeah, he just died. Yeah, I think he played with Emmitt Smith back in the day. Dude, I saw some videos, like some short clips. Marion Barber was found dead in his apartment by Frisco police. This article's from June 2nd. Yeah, so he just died a few days ago. Dude, he was so badass too. I mean, it was just like Barber was 38. No, if he's 38, well, I guess he could have played with Emmitt Smith, or maybe it was right after Emmitt Smith. He said it says he played for Cowboys between 2005 and 2011. So yeah, that was post Emmitt Smith, wasn't it?
Yeah, Emmitt Smith was part of that 91 to 95 Super Bowl run that they had.
I'm tripping. But I do remember Marion Barber. Let me find some clips from Marion. Dude, that dude was freaking badass too. I don't know why we're just getting into football. Hey, it's because no Globies in here to talk about. Hey, that football field's flat as shit.
No, if you
Let's
get
have
down,
a dome on it.
Actually, it does. It's for the water to come on. They have to build it up in the middle so the water rolls off.
Well, actually, Helio, they build it to the shape of the earth that's underneath it. A little bit of curve.
Don't give me that shit. No, they build it just like they build roads. They don't make roads flat. They actually put a little bit of hump in the middle, so when it rains, the water goes off to the side.
Did you read that story about that 1,000-mile piece of railroad that they laid in 1880? They laid it in 1880, and then they figured out when they met in the middle, they didn't account for curve. So they had to tear it all down and rebuild it to account for the curve. Did you read that article recently?
No, I haven't seen that one. Look at this video.
No bridges, highways, canals, oil pipelines, which are everywhere in the United States, it seems like. Wherever constructed, no engineering plans, no blueprints, no architects ever accounted for curve of the earth. Nowhere.
This video, well, this is the one I saw the other day, but I mean, it doesn't matter which one you watch. Marion Barber was a fucking beast. Pardon my French. Play it on the live stream without, audio, of course, but. It says video unplayable. I'll find another one. Yeah, there's certain videos I can post here, but I can't play it on live stream. God damn it. YouTube is such a pain in the ass sometimes. This one. Oh, man. You know what? Give up, I guess. Anyway, watch those videos. You can watch them. I just can't play them on live stream. Marion Barber, man, is. I remember the Jerome Bettis days, bro. The bus.
I remember when the Colts had, when Peyton was there, the Colts had a really, really good season, so they got a bye. They didn't play in the first round. And the Steelers and the Bettis and the Steelers had to. And so they won their game. So they came to Indianapolis, and the Colts were, they had a week off, so they just played terrible. And they had the Steelers had the ball, the 2-3 yard line, and gave it to Bettis to go into the end zone to make it, basically the game over, because they would have been over one score. And he fumbled. He fumbled at the 2 yard line, and the Indianapolis Colt player picked it up, and he started running it back. He got back around the 40-yard line, and I think Rossenberger, tackled him. Just threw his arm out and tackled him. So here comes Peyton Manning out in the field. I think all he needed was a field goal to win. And so they got it down to like the 35-yard line, 52-yard, 47-yard field goal attempt by Vanderjack, who was at the time one of the most accurate field goal kickers in NFL history. And for the win, Bettis would have been the scapegoat. For the win, Vanderjack kicked it to the right and misses it from 47 or 50 yards out. So Bettis was let off the hook, because of his fumble. But I remember that. Everybody was so mad. First of all, the Colts had a great season, and they were terrible. And then they had a chance to win it, and they couldn't kick a field goal.
I mean, the kickers, can actually make or break a game. I mean, but a 50-yard kick. I mean, you never know, man. I mean, it's that far. 50-yard field goal it's a hard thing to do, even if you're a professional.
One of the things we did with our family, my wife and the two girls, was we went to a lot of amusement parks down in Universal Studios in Florida, and then we went to Cedar Point in Sandusky, Ohio.
I've been there.
Yeah.
Did you ride the Top Thrill Dragster?
It was the best 22 seconds of my entire
so
life.
Freaking awesome! I sat in line for over an hour. Ooh, yes.
When that thing opened in 2002, I think Millennium Force opened in 1999, and Dragster opened in 2002. We went opening day, stood outside, in May when it was really, really cold because we wanted to ride it. And we must have waited 3 hours to get in, and it was really cold.
Before you could even get into the park, you had to wait 3 hours?
Yeah, because it was the beginning. It was the beginning of the season, and it was the first day of Dragster, Top Gun Dragster. And so we had to wait to get into the park, and then we wanted to get season tickets because if you went twice, it paid for itself. And so we waited for season tickets, and so it's about 3 hours before we got there. And we got there, and the line was just ridiculous. So we were just in the stands. We just watched it, as they were doing it. So fast forward a month later, we were going to go to Washington D.C. and New York for the girls, for my daughters, and let them see those places. So we went Interstate 80 first to Sandusky to try to get in. And we got there. And it was like the Griswolds going to California, and it was shut down.
Yeah.
We got there, and Dragster was shut down for mechanical problems, and so we couldn't ride it then. And we couldn't ride it then either. So we went to New York City and Washington D.C. and all that stuff. And then in August, we gave it one more shot. We were 5 hours away, so we gave it one more shot. We got there, and they have the sign that says how long the wait is. Hour 45 minutes, 2 hours. So we got there at 2:00 in the afternoon, and it said hour 45-minute wait. I said, that's okay, that's cool. I can do that to ride 22 seconds, 120 miles an hour, in 4 seconds.
120 miles there, 400 feet in the air.
Yeah, it was just unbelievable. So we got in line, hour 45 minutes, no problem. Well, when it rains, 120 miles an hour doesn't feel too good against the face. So it started to rain, so they had to shut it down until the rain stopped. And then they had mechanical problems. And I finally got this guy, and my wife and 2 kids said, I'm not waiting any longer. So this guy from Kansas City, who drove from Kansas City to all the way to Ohio to ride the ride, we got in line together. It was till 8 o'clock we finally got on. I waited in line from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. And this guy from Kansas City and I got the first 2 seats. You're right with the wind coming in your face.
You were in the front?
Oh, I was in the front with this guy from Kansas City. First time on it. And they do the little, red, yellow, green. Woo, there you go. And 4 seconds, you're 120 miles an hour.
Yeah, the whole time you're just sitting there watching everybody do it. While you're in the queue. You're just watching. You're just like, and they have the speedometer thing. The speed register. It's like whoosh, 120 miles an hour within like a few seconds, right? I was just like, hell yeah. I was with I had my son with me, and I was like, you're gonna love this. And we're all sitting there for like over an hour and a half, I think, is how long we had to wait. It was a nice day, and there apparently wasn't any issues with it. And but we had an hour and a half. I mean, the queue goes under the track, and you can see everybody going the whole time. You can hear them screaming and shit. It was freaking awesome. But I think he was. I remember the year we went, but I think he was like 10 or 11. And so we just stood in line that whole time. But yeah, that roller coaster is one of the best in the world.
I remember going up. It was August of 2002, and I remember going up, and it's just like, you get to the very top. It's like, oh my God, and then you go down, and obviously you're going 120 miles an hour and going down too, and they corkscrew you a little bit.
Yeah,
And you get down there, and I remember getting down there, and I remember before we got off, I turned around and I said, I just did that, because I was a wimp when I was growing up. It was like, no, you can't get
you
me on
didn't
a
like you didn't like the hot rides like that.
Oh, I hate it.
Dude, I
The
loved
only
roller
reason
coasters when I was a kid, bro.
the only reason I started doing roller coasters was when my oldest daughter got to be 4 foot tall, and she could go on them. So I always wanted to have a memory with the daughters. So I got in. We went down to not Six Flags, the one in Cincinnati. I forget, but that's where we started.
Kings Island.
And then we found out one week we went to the one in Cincinnati for like 3 days, and then we drove up through.
Dude, did you go to Kings Island before it shut down?
Yes, Kings Island. Yes.
Did you ride the Beast?
Yeah, that's the very first one I
Dude,
rode.
I love the Beast. That's like 2 minutes long. It's almost 2 miles long, bro. That roller coaster is crazy.
Yeah, when we got there, my daughter had just turned 10 or 11. She was just tall enough to.
I was born in Ohio, by the way.
Yeah.
I would.
Ohio's a nice state. It's a nice state. A lot of things going on in Ohio. It's good. It's better than Illinois. But we got there, and she had just got over 4 foot tall, and she was like 10 or 11. And I remember we got there, and we got our tickets. We got in. We literally ran back to the Beast, because the Beast was towards the back end of the park, and so we didn't want to wait in line all that long.
Did you ride it during the day or the night?
Oh, it was 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh yeah, I rode it at nighttime. It was pretty trippy, but anyway.
Yeah, I've ridden Dragster, and Millennium Force was really great too at Cedar Point.
Yeah, it's just like this big hills and shit, and you're just like pretty much goes around a good portion of the park, the Millennium Force.
Did you guys know the Globe Earth would be the best ride ever if we could feel any of it?
Dude, you got that one right, Dave. We were spinning and spinning multiple millions of miles an hour, or thousands of miles an hour through space.
Yeah, if I remember right, it's been a long time ago, but I think Kings Island had a ride called Coriolis Effect, and I remember that because it was very true. Because I went up there, and I think the airplanes that we were put in, we had to account for. We had to turn a little bit to account for the Coriolis Effect below us. I remember that ride.
I think they probably should have some of these roller coasters named after Coriolis and Copernicus and shit. Claim that we're spinning and moving, we don't feel it.
I think my favorite ride of all time was called Gravitation. I think I did that.
The Gravitron one where you're sticking to the wall. Gravitation. Was it a roller coaster? Or? Oh, Well, yeah, my favorite one is Gravitation too, because I ain't moving nowhere. You can call it gravity if you want. I weigh something. I live on Earth, and I'm not moving. Call it gravitation if you want to. There was this when I was growing up in Ohio, northeastern Ohio. There was this place called Geauga Lake. It was an amusement park, and it was really cool. They had a roller coaster called the Double Loop. You just go through a few hills, and then they had it set up where you go through 2 loops. Woo! And then you come back in. Really cool roller coaster. But they also had another park called Idora Park, which wasn't Geauga Lake. Geauga Lake was they had a SeaWorld at Geauga Lake. So it was like Geauga Lake on one side, which is an amusement park, and then they had a SeaWorld on the other side. And so it was like there aren't too many SeaWorlds. Most of the SeaWorlds, when they had them, I don't know if they even have a SeaWorld anymore. But I met fucking Shamu at SeaWorld in Ohio. But I just remember in Idora Park, they had this, it was like the Gravitron, but it was called Hellhole. So you just like went they opened the door, you walked in there, and it wasn't like Gravitron because you don't just, what the Gravitron is, you lean in the seat and then it slides up when it starts spinning. This was just like a cylinder, and you stand there. Once they get it speeding up fast enough to where with centrifugal force, you'll start sticking to the wall, and then they drop the floor. So then you can just start fucking moving. Just like I'm sideways, I'm upside down. You start trying to do the best you can to freaking make as many positions as you can with the centrifugal force. So I mean, it was totally different than Gravitron, but they called it the Hellhole. I love that ride. But I don't think I could do it, at this age. This is when I was a little kid. And I think it's way better than Gravitron. Because you're free. I mean, it was just like, they'd only let so many people in because I knew we were going to start messing around once they dropped that floor. You're going to be like turning sideways. You don't want anybody kicking anybody else in the head and shit. They let like 20 people in. Now they start spinning it. Like, ooh, this feels great. But it's similar to what they put our famous freaking brave astronauts, soldiers through when they go into the gravity chambers where they pass out and puke. I don't know. I don't do those centrifugal tests anymore because I definitely will puke. I just can't do the swingy stuff anymore. But I can do roller coasters because they change directions, and I'm like, fuck yeah. I just don't do the spinny stuff anymore. It just doesn't agree with me.
I could never go upside down in a roller coaster. I get sick.
What? Like loop-de-loops? On a roller coaster, you don't do the loop-de-loops?
They had that one roller coaster, that steel coaster in Cincinnati. Went upside down.
Jim, your mic is going really soft. Is it under your collar or something? There's just one roller coaster, Magic Springs, which is in Hot Springs, Arkansas. What you saying something about Hot Springs earlier, Jim?
I was saying Bill Clinton was born in Hope and he grew up in Hot Springs.
Sure.
Yep.
Well, I moved to Arkansas when I was 10 years old, so I've lived here the whole time, except for a couple of years. I lived in Vegas for like a year, and then I moved back. But so I grew up in Arkansas, and but I've been to Hot Springs. They have an amusement park there called Magic Springs, and they have a roller coaster. Shit, now I can't. I think it's called the Cobra or something. Me and my son went there. I bought season tickets. They have a water park and roller coasters and all kinds of shit there. Anyway, this thing, depending on where you sit, bro, and the front seat's the best because you feel like you're flying because it's one of those ones that hang down and you can't see anything. There's no seats in front of you because so you're hanging and just going through all these twists and loops and shit. I think me and him rode it 10 times in a row one night. I don't know if I could do that anymore, but it was fun, when he was a kid.
I remember at Millennium Force at Sandusky, Ohio, it was like my wife and I rode it, and then it wasn't a very big crowd. So when we got off riding the first time, we went, okay, we're going to go right back on the second time. And that was the biggest mistake. It was like I got done the second time. It was like I was so sick. I thought I could do it a second time, right in a row. It's like, nope, couldn't do that.
It's just like we had season tickets. It's like I'd try to show up early. When I know it's not going to be packed, and hey, we can ride these rides as many times as we want. I don't know. I guess I had more. I don't know. I guess I'd just have to be in the mood. I think I could ride that roller coaster a few times in a row, especially if I could get the front seat, because I feel like I'm flying and shit. Hold my arms out, be like, woo!
Hey, Helio.
I don't know. I haven't ridden it in many years, so maybe I couldn't.
Hey, Helio.
What's up, brother?
There's a new person here named Zelix. You want to try to talk to him?
Sure. Who is it? Zelix. Well, Zelix hasn't been VC verified. There are people in the VC verification room, but it seems like they're kind of stuck up there. So, Zelix, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and unmute you. If you want to talk to us, you can open your microphone. If you just want to listen, that's fine. We're just talking amongst each other. But if you have any questions about Flat Earth, I just unmuted you, so you have access to your microphone, so you can tell us how you found it, how you found the server, and what you think about Flat Earth. Go ahead, Zelix. No pressure. Said 3 of 7 members on the Vinegar smokes. I unironically jerked off to a TWW Monta. See, anything in your description there really doesn't make any sense. Now, if you want to come in here and make sense of how you found our server and why you're curious, then go ahead and open your microphone and talk to us. I'm going to give you about 10 more seconds. If you don't open your microphone, then I'm going to go ahead and mute you again. Then you can go through the.
Come on, Zelix. At least say hi. Let's know you there. Let's say hi. Come on, man.
Come on, man. We ain't so scary. Man, there's some action going in the VC check-in room. But the only action going here is we're talking about roller coasters. Hey, Zelix, have you ever been on a roller coaster? I'll tell you about the biggest roller coaster is when you find out that what they told you about Earth cannot possibly be true. That's a big roller coaster to go on. It's a big one right there, bro. All right, I'm gonna have to mute Zelix so we don't get trolled. Hey, good looking out, Dave.
The Earth ain't what they told you. It's not a globe.
Well, it's not what you think it is. Dude, it does throw you for a loop when you see, and this is figurative, right? Throw you for a loop. I mean, all of these terms are, it's like, it'll throw you for a loop once you figure out the Earth is flat. Like, what do you mean by that? Ow, ow, ow. I mean, there's some people in the check-in room, so we might have some new people coming in to talk to us if those guys would ever let them go. Maybe they are, because I see it kind of diminishing. Maybe they are jumping down in
They've just been in there clowning for a while.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, you got to, kind of vet people. It's cool. Take your time. Make sure that they're cool before they join any live stream. Freaking, let's have a talk. Let them meet the crew.
Hey Helio, I was just I went on to Uber Eats to see if I could order something, and Godfather's Pizza, which I've always enjoyed, has a 2-for-1 special right now. It's for evolution fanatics. It's called Monkey Bread. So I thought I'd get 2-for-1.
I think that shit comes from New Orleans. I don't even, that's all I know about. I think monkey bread comes from New Orleans.
That monkey bread, buy one, get the second monkey bread for free.
Couldn't imagine.
Godfather's
I
Pizza.
couldn't
I
imagine
remember around here, like.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was about to make a joke. Go ahead, Dave. You probably would.
I was just gonna say the Godfathers used to be around here back in the '80s. I know when they went out of business, they literally put like 3 pounds of cheese on every pizza. I don't know how they made any money. It's like a big wedge of cheese on the top.
No, I haven't had a Godfather's Pizza in a while. There's one about 20 miles from me. I've been wanting to try it, and it's actually in a Love's. It's how they have those big Love's gas stations and shit. It's in the Love's, so they make the pizzas there. I actually have been. I see the billboard when I'm coming home because I'm I'm right near the Oklahoma border, so it's in the town right there at the border. I've been wanting to try one. Are you saying they put way too much cheese on the Godfather's pizza?
Yeah, I mean, it's like literally like 2 inches of cheese.
I guess I just don't remember. I remember liking the flavor of their sauce though, and really when it comes to pizza, the sauce is boss. To me, gotta have a good tasting sauce. And believe it or not, I love Chuck E. Cheese's sauce. And I always thought that was weird. It's really tangy. Dave, you're kind of roboting, bro. But dude, I mean,
Chuck E. Cheese is good pizza.
You like Chuck E. Cheese too?
Yeah, they have good pizza when it's made right. You get it fresh for sure.
Yeah. Their sauce has just like this tanginess. It's really good as long as it's not overdone. It's just like their sauce is really good. So I mean, like sauces, kind of makes everything for me on a pizza. Well, I mean the crust as well. It's got to be certain consistency, but the sauce flavor, yeah. Chuck E. Cheese makes some good pizza. And the kids don't even realize it. I mean, every pizza tastes the same to them. They don't give a shit. Especially when you're going to Chuck E. Cheese, they're just like, "Oh, I'm going to eat." And they're just filling their gullet, But they're all about the games. Little Caesars ain't bad. Ain't bad. Chuck E. Cheese kind of got the bomb sauce. Let me think of another one. Papa John's ain't so bad either. I mean, Papa John's has some decent pizza. If you got the right people working there and they know how to make a pizza. I worked for Pizza Hut for like 4 years, and I was assistant manager at a delivery unit. So I know how to make a motherfucking pizza. Their sauce ain't the best though. So now we're getting closer to Flat Earth because we're talking about pizzas.
We got a major shortage of ball levers today, don't we?
Hey, man, we do have some lulls in the conversation, but for the most part, I think it's been fairly active for most of the day. So, I mean,
Yeah, just no ball believers, though, right?
we had plenty of ball believers, but they wouldn't admit that they just believe it.
I see.
Except for Matthew, he's like, yeah, I believe it. The other ones don't realize that they just believe it, even though we, show them the evidence that they're just believers in the ball. Matthew owns that shit. Like, yeah, I believe it. All right. But he understands both sides of the argument, and he says, like, yeah, I'm a believer in the ball. There you go. What else you gonna do with that? Yeah, I heard several conversations today with new people that can't figure out that they're believers like Matthew. They don't have any physical evidence that the Earth is a ball.
Nice.
You like that time lapse of the Suez Canal that I just posted? That's the only canal between continents on Earth that doesn't have locks. Like the Panama Canal, you have to go a certain distance, then they have to raise and lower the water level so you can pass through. Suez Canal, it's over 100 miles long, no locks. Is that 100 miles flat, or are they Are they sailing these huge shipping containers over 100 miles going over Earth's curvature through the Suez Canal? Not the only video I can find. I can find hundreds of them, and if I can find them, so can you. Look up Suez Canal, how they built it, why they built it. Show me the curve on the Suez Canal. Yeah, I made that GIF there, but it was just from a portion of the video. The video is actually like 5 minutes long, and so I just captured the best part of it, and then put the text over it. Hey, you guys mind if I play another David Weiss talk? You can stop it anytime we get some new people in here. It's kind of dead right now. He's putting like 2 a day out.
He's making songs?
No, interviews on different
Nice.
radio stations and podcasts and stuff.
Do It Up seems dead to me.
All right, here we go. Let's listen to David Weiss for a little bit. He's talking to somebody I haven't heard before. I'm gonna play that. Damn. Damn, it's supposed to be playing right now. Let me try something.
Outer space is fake, man. Fuck.
Fuck outer space.
Fucking outer space. Space is fake AF.
This is supposed to be working.
It's supposed to be working.
I'm talking
Hey,
about the video. Well, hey, if you guys want to talk,
I'm here to talk,
nobody
man, and tell you that there was some kind of glitch with the fucking Discord today. It was hacked or something. I don't know, man. Everybody was.
Yeah,
gossip.
I think it's under control right now. Did you get one of those links?
No, I don't know if I did, but I know.
Yeah, no. I think it's pretty much under control right now. So I don't think anyone has to worry about it. But yeah, the warnings in the announcements here. And
right.
So if you get one of those Discord links, don't click on it.
Apparently, Gospel Bear got spammed. Fucking royal.
It was. I mean, we all got the fucking links, you know, and it's just like, you know.
Fuck.
But if you get one from from somebody, it's just a random thing, and it's just. I mean,
do not click on it.
Yeah, don't click on it. Don't click.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you guys going through the nightmare to figure that out, and I'm glad I didn't click on anything weird. So appreciate it. No, I just had dinner with a friend, man, who's kind of a spacehead, but he doesn't know, like, light. He barely knew the speed of light, according to the, mainstream narrative. But he didn't know the moon, sun. He didn't know shit, man. Fucking, you're a spacehead, and you don't know that the sun is 93 million miles away on average? No.
Freaking easy to believe in outer space. What are you talking about? It's easy. It's right in front of your face all day long.
So
everybody believes in outer space. You don't?
You don't?
How preposterous!
How preposterously ridiculous! Because I saw it on TV, man, and you're just a retard, man.
The only reason you think outer space doesn't exist is because you're stupid.
I'm like, dude, man, nobody's going to outer space, man. Nobody, you ain't going. And he goes, oh, I'd go in a minute. And I'm like, yeah, fucking ain't anybody going, man. Just give it up, man. I mean, come on, get over it.
Hey, man, I do have sympathy for people. Just like, I mean, I only say shit like I get really bombastic on here only because I can do it because it's here.
Right.
But I wouldn't do that right in front of somebody's face.
Well, I was nice. I'm like, dude, you're not going to space. I'm not going to space. Nobody's going to space, bro. It's over, man. He goes, but Elon Musk. I'm like, Elon Musk ain't doing.
Oh my god!
Like, come on, man. I'm like,
I would go in a nanosecond.
Yeah, Matthew would go in a nanosecond.
Go in a nanosecond. Like, nobody's going anywhere, man. Relax, man. Take it easy, bro. Don't be dreaming, man. Not that big. You can dream, but not that big. That's too big. Too big a dream, man. Give it up. You got to give it up. Don't you let that one go, man. Humble yourself. Let it go. Come on. Just if you can just humble yourself that much, say, like, I'm resolving myself to the fact that I'm never going to outer space. That's it. Period.
Matthew, can you finish his quote? I would go in a nanosecond, but
oh no, but they destroyed that technology, so I can't go anymore.
I love it. That's good stuff.
That hurt. Oh shit. I'm driving my car. I'm trying not to crash.
Yeah, don't be crashing, bro.
Don't be crashing my car. And it's a painful process to build it back. Well, apparently they're going through that painful process right now with the Artemis, whatever that means. That's some Greek god.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it has something to do with some ancient
Yeah,
mythology.
right. A Greek god like Apollo, right? Yeah, that's a good one.
Apollo is the sun.
Yeah. Nothing fishy here.
Are you denying? No. Are you denying that Apollo's
was the
the sun?
son of somebody, man? Who's the son of? I can't remember.
Son of the creator. Zeus.
Zeus. The son of Zeus.
No, well, Apollo and those are both Greek gods, right? Apollo and Zeus.
I think so. Pretty sure. I mean, that's what it says in the books. And the books never lie. You know that. Come on.
So
No.
during the sun's cycle, when the sun moves south,
yeah,
I won't say 3 days. Between when it starts to cycle back north,
right?
It dies and is reborn, comes back to life, and starts moving back north again.
Interesting. Yep.
It's just what it does. That's really kind of where these stories come from.
I heard that the moon does that about every month.
No, the moon has a different pattern, but it's similar. It's similar but different.
Well, doesn't the moon go? It makes the same cycle as the sun every month, man.
It moves at a different speed. So that's why they have different calendars. If you look at a lunar calendar, it moves in a different cycle than the sun does. Now, as far as distance, we can't know distance to whatever objects they are, but they do move in different cycles, and over several years they create different patterns. And so you can create calendars from the moon or the sun, but eventually they'll sort of line up. You know what I mean?
Isn't that the analemma? They line up like that.
Well, they don't line up with the analemma. You can observe a lunar analemma or a solar analemma, and the Roman calendar,
right,
of course, is based on the path of the sun, and is it Gregorian? No, Gregorian is a. I just said that. What's the other one called? What's based off the path of the moon? Can't freaking remember it now.
Sidereal.
No, sidereal is something else. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. So if I don't talk about this all the time, I start forgetting the shit. Lunar calendar.
Yeah.
Well, if you think it does, did you say? No, this actually matters. This actually matters in that the different calendars, whether you base it off the lunar or the solar cycle, it matters because the heliocentrists say that the light from the sun causes the phases of the moon. Now, I won't say that they're not related, but
right.
I don't think that it's because the moon is a rock floating in space, and because that's impossible. Because I've looked into it enough to know that what they're claiming about the phases of the moon is completely impossible in their heliocentric idea. Because it's physically impossible. As far as where the sun is, in this part of the solar system, and compared to where the moon is, supposedly freaking orbiting Earth. That's completely ridiculous. And if you really kind of like
ridiculous.
get it, well, if you really kind of get someone down to the points of it, that and you could prove it through something like eclipses. You can show them that what you're saying about these phases and how they're caused by the sun cannot possibly be true, because we can observe the eclipses when you're saying the moon is here and it should be there. I mean, it's like, oh, we have a model. Well, here's where your model says the moon is, and what you're saying about where you think it is cannot possibly be true. So just go ahead and give up that dumbass and stupid heliocentric model, or at least that portion of it, because where you're saying the moon is and where we observe what is happening, the phenomena cannot possibly be true.
Give it up, Mongos. Give it up. It's been a fun ride. You guys had a nice
Don't
long
believe
run.
me. Don't believe me. Just do
Don't
as
believe
much
us.
as just look into it as much as we have, and you'll find out that their stupid idea about the heliocentric ball spinning around the universe, it just cannot possibly be true.
Well, it's very
there are people that that are geocentrists, but they still think the Earth is a globe. So we have the sun moving around the globe and the moon moving around the globe, but it still doesn't work out.
No, man. It's got some issues. Yeah. A stationary globe. That's a problem.
A lunar calendar is a calendar based on the monthly cycles of the moon's phases, synodic months, lunations, in contrast to solar calendars, whose annual cycles are based only directly on the solar year. The most commonly used calendar, the Gregorian calendar, is a solar calendar, a system that originally evolved out of a lunar calendar system. A purely lunar calendar is also distinguished from a lunisolar calendar, whose lunar months are brought into alignment with the solar year through some process of this word intercalation. What the hell is intercalation? Hold on. Intercalation is timekeeping. Intercalation or embolism is timekeeping is the insertion of a leap day, week, month. That's a leap year. Shit. Anyway,
you say leap month?
Well, hold on. Let me click on it again. Intercalation is described as intercalation or embolism, which that's not the embolism that you have in your body. In timekeeping is the insertion of a leap day, week, or month into some calendar years to make the calendar follow the seasons or moon phases. Lunar solar calendars may require intercalations of both days and months. And I mean, this is something that people should actually really take a look at.
Intercalation, man. You got to check it out.
Intercalation. Because if you're basing your calendar off of the path of the sun, you're in the Gregorian.
That's right.
It starts with an L. What's the one that, I mean, of course, lunar calendar, of course, it starts with an L. There's
like
Julian, isn't it?
Julian.
All right, well, I'm pretty sure it's Julian. Hold on. Julian. No, that's also a freaking sun-based calendar.
Yeah. I'm not.
What's the other? I'm trying to think of the other. Julian calendar is still used in parts of the Eastern Orthodox Church. What's the? You guys trying to take the piss? You guys don't remember what the moon calendar is? I mean, I know the Jews use the freaking moon calendar. Don't remember what it's called. Although the Gregorian calendar is in common and legal use in most countries, traditional lunar and lunisolar calendars, I mean, it's kind of a balance, continue to be used throughout the world to determine religious festivals and national holidays. Such holidays include Rosh Hashanah, which is the Hebrew calendar. Ooh, that one. I'm clicking on the link. I'm like freaking exploring Wikipedia right now.
Yeah. Don't stop.
The Hebrew calendar, it has in parentheses Romanized, however, also called the Jewish calendar, is a lunisolar calendar used for Jewish religious observance and as an official calendar of the State of Israel that determines the dates for Jewish holidays. So what they do is they use a lunar calendar, in modern times, and just pretty much put it over the solar calendar, and they use their. And like, well, the real calendar is the solar. Anyway, I mean, the Jews always use the moon as their, because what would happen every 7 years they would have another month. I mean, it's similar to the leap year,
Right.
when we have an extra day. They would have 7 years and then an extra month. Did you guys know that, or am I?
I've heard that, but
Yeah, that's what would happen with the Jewish calendar. They would have 12 months of 28 days, and then every 7 years they would have an extra month.
Huh.
The Hebrew lunar year is about 11. Hold on, it's about 11 days shorter than the solar year and uses 19-year Platonic cycle. They're making this all complicated. It's just like every 7 years they had an extra month. I mean, it's basically what it is.
just make it extra complicated. That the Earth is
Yeah.
not. It appears flat, but it's not really. I mean, let's complicate the shit out of it, because that's what we do best. Let's make it complicated.
Complicate and confuse and distract. Yeah, man.
Obfuscate, man. Yeah, they're really good at that. Your base reality, axiom reality, man, is not good enough, because you're just a retard if you think that you're stationary.
Let me look this up so I don't look like a fool, but I'm pretty sure that I'm right about this. Lunar Hebrew calendar 13th month. The Jewish or Hebrew leap year. Because this, here's what it says on time and day. A leap year in the Jewish calendar has 13 months and occurs 7 times in a 19-year cycle. In Hebrew, a leap. All right, so no, it's not every 7 years. It's in 19 years. So a leap year is referred to as Shana Mobreh, a pregnant year.
Yeah.
So they're saying it's 19-year cycle. Yeah, that's pretty complicated, man. Catching up with the solar. See, they always want to bring it back to the solar year, right? Because the sun is God. I'm not saying the moon is God or the sun is God. I'm just saying that they moved in predictable patterns. The sun, sun works out pretty good. Almost almost 24 hours. Just have to give it an extra day every 4 years. But I mean, the moon, you could make a calendar off that shit too. But really, why wouldn't you just make it 24 and a quarter hours? I mean, a year. Why wouldn't the clock actually register the actual time instead of giving an extra day every 4 years? Why don't you just make 24 hours actually be 24 hours?
That's too easy, man. No.
I know why, but I'm just. Well, I don't know completely why, but it has to do with like freaking spells cast upon humanity.
There's a lot of spell casting going on, man. Oh man.
It's just like we have 24 lines of longitude, right? This is what the 24-hour day is, right? But it's a little bit off. So every 4 years we have to go ahead and just add a day. It's like, why the fuck can't we just make it 24?
Exactly. Why can't we just even this thing out? No.
I mean, if everyone got everything so perfect, why can't we just make it 24 hours and so many seconds to make the whole year just line up, and we don't have to have February 29th?
Right. I agree, man. I mean, that's
because it's a fucking mask. Fucking crazy, bro.
Yep. Cock world, bro. Cock world. Cock world. Cock world.
Like, don't question this.
Cock world. Nothing's easy, man. They want to make it as fucking as complicated as possible.
This is easy. It's just like however long it takes from one longitude at zenith of the sun to the next time it reaches the same zenith. Let's divide that by 24, and goddamn, we have we have as many, however long you want to measure time. We don't have to add an extra day every 4 years.
Exactly. We don't have to add extra days.
Maybe I'm just too dumb to figure it out because all the smart people already figured it out.
Yeah, that's it, man. We're too stupid to know any better than just figure it out.
And they're all scientific and shit, and I'm just some fucking loser.
You're just
that
some
doesn't know
mongo.
shit about science.
You're just a Midwest mongo. Yeah.
Probably it, man. They must have really good reasons that they create the calendar that way. They have fucking brilliant reasons. It has nothing to do with their spirituality. It's science, bro. Fucking science, man.
Trust the science, baby. Trust it, and you will be rewarded with your trust. Rewarded with knowledge that makes no fucking sense, but you think makes sense because things appear a certain way, like perspective.
So it's like it's really too much. It's too hard to divide by 24. So we're gonna just hey, let's just throw in a 29 in February, and it's too hard to divide by 24.
Yep. I mean, we could have a leap 30 minutes instead of a leap day. It's like, oh no, we're gonna jump up ahead 30 minutes here today at noon. Now it's 12:30.
It's just like, I mean, people are born on leap day, right? On February 29th. It's just like, what the fuck am I? Do I age 4 years at a time? What the fuck is this?
Well, these are the ridiculous things of the model which we were taught in school that we've taken apart for the last 7-8 years. Say, hey,
Are you
man,
interested in my explanation?
Yeah, go ahead, Matthew.
Please.
If we just had 365 days per year, that would be
Right.
fine, except that over time, slowly, January 1st would get earlier and earlier,
I
and
think you're
eventually
about to
January
bring up.
1st would be in the middle of summer.
Are you about to say something about the precession of the equinoxes?
No, I'm just talking about the seasons.
Right.
January 1st is right now kind of in the middle of winter, but if you just did 365 days for like 100 years, or well, it'd take maybe 200 years, then eventually it'd be
What
in the middle
about
of summer.
360 days and we have 13 months instead of 12? Would that work out?
No,
even the Mayans added 5 days every once in a while, 5 religious holidays.
I want to take away 5 days.
Yeah, but that was religious. I'm talking about the math of the globe. What is 365 divided by 24?
Wait,
I'll just do it real quick. 365 divided by 24.
28? I'm guessing.
It's 15.2.
15.2?
No, not 360. Shit, I'm messing this up already. 20. Not
365.
360 divided by 24. That's what I'm.
There you go. 360.
I got the days and shit messed up. 360 divided by 24 is 15. And that's why we have the 15 degrees per hour, right? Now we have 24 hours in a day. We have the different longitudinal lines in the hemispheres, right? Western, Eastern hemispheres, divided amongst the longitudinal lines. So 15 degrees. Now 24 hours divided by 24 would be 1, right? But it ends up that we have to add every 4 years, we have to add a day because it's not 24. How does that happen, Matthew?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me that
Okay.
you have 360 degrees is the circle, and that's what we're supposed to be going around the sun. I mean, that's 360 degrees. I mean,
Well, it doesn't matter if Earth traveling or the sun traveling.
Whatever. I mean, we're just going around in a circle.
The same shit. I mean, we have the animal.
It's 360 degrees, motherfuckers. Any way you slice it, right, Matthew? I mean,
why can't they just like make the 4 years? It's like you add a day, so there's some math there.
Okay,
hey, Matt, you're good at math, so just add the 1 day to the 4 years, and then divide it by 365 or whatever you have to divide it by.
Okay, so here's what's going on. It doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or round, heliocentrism, whatever.
Right.
What we observe is that the sun reaches its solar noon about every 24 hours. So a day is 24 hours. Okay.
Right.
Separately, completely separate from that, is that we observe a year takes a certain amount of time. It takes 1 year, defined by observable things like the solstice or the equinox, that type of thing. So those are two different numbers, and the problem is they don't divide into each other. 24 hours is for one thing, and then 365.25 times 24 hours is how long a year is. So the answer is, well, how do we line up the calendar? What do we do to make it match? Because we want January 1st to be in the winter.
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
But if we're making
why is it a problem if you know it's 365.25? Why can't you just divide that by 4 and just make every day a little bit more than 24 hours the way that it actually presents itself?
Because then noon would start to get later and later, and eventually noon would be
okay. So it actually is essentially be the same thing. And noon would actually be noon. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Talking about like if you did that, then noon would end up in the middle of the night sometime, like 12 p.m.
No,
it's like dark.
No.
I don't know if it'd go that far. It might be like at 3 in the afternoon instead of noon or something.
Well, I
don't
mean,
know.
they would have to change their entire calendar. So, but the calendar's not based on what is. The calendar's based on spirit stuff, not actual science. Do you
No, the
know that,
calendar is based
Matthew?
on trying to keep the equinoxes and solstices about the same day.
Well,
Why?
God damn it.
Why?
So that July will be in the summer.
Oh my God!
Oh, fuck that.
All
Like
right, where
if
did
you
they
didn't
come
keep
up with? Where did they come up with the month July? Where did they
Julius
come up with
Caesar.
that name? Yeah,
I don't know, but you don't want July
yeah.
to
No,
end up
you
in the
just
spring.
answered it, bro. You just fucking answered it.
All right.
They want their gods to be represented by the, what they observe in the heavens.
Okay, fine. Call it month 7.
There we go. That's fine.
We don't want the 7th month to eventually
Really? Why do they call the 10th month October, which means 8?
because they added 2 extra months in between. So now
When?
it's the 10th one.
When? Who? When did they do that?
I think it was the Greeks or the Romans or something like that. I don't remember.
They will have September, the 9th month. It's the 9th month, but it really means 7.
7.
So come on, man. December, the 12th month, which really means 10.
My point is, we got 300. We're traveling in a circle. It's 360 degrees, man. We're not.
It shouldn't be that hard to calculate. If it's 24 hours, make it 24 hours. If it's 24 and a quarter hours, not add an extra quarter day. Let's just make the whole thing, the whole calendar be perfect because of the path. The path of the sun is perfect.
Well, 28 days, 13 months.
No, that's the point. The path of the sun is not perfect.
Really?
28 days, 13 months.
It doesn't line up in the same spot every day. Like
that's because the calendar's wrong. Just
without any calendars, like after an even number of days, 360, 365, the sun is in a slightly different place.
Is it because the Earth is wobbling?
No, it doesn't have anything to do with that. It's just the observation of the sun, and the seasons. It's how sun and seasons line up.
Yeah, but they always come back to the same spot every year.
Yeah, but they wouldn't if we didn't have daylight saving time. If we didn't have leap year.
Oh my God! Leap year.
Exactly. It wouldn't.
But couldn't you just divide it by 4 and just make the day a little bit longer every day?
Yeah, exactly. We could have a 20...
The day is going to be 24 hours no matter what you do. You can't make it longer. It's as long as it's going to be.
Yeah, that kind of makes you go. You brought up daylight saving time, just as a faux pas.
Leap year.
They had daylight savings time. That's something to discombobulate everything. This stupid daylight savings time crap. It's just like, hey, let's just move everything to an hour ahead and confuse the shit out of everybody.
We could have a 25-hour day or whatever. I mean, there's a million ways to fucking calculate it.
No, it's not about calculation. I mean, daylight saving time is just to kind of confuse.
Yeah, it's to throw off
out of everybody, bro. It's like
it throws off your biorhythms, man. Is what it does.
It does.
I'd be happy to get rid of it. And by the way, I always tell people daylight saving time has 1 S, not 2.
By the way, daylight saving time is done, man.
Thank you,
we're not next fall, man. We're not going to fall back.
You actually go forward when you fall.
They got rid of it. I heard they got rid of it. Next year we're not going to.
Well, there are certain states. I think Arizona doesn't practice it.
Hawaii doesn't practice it. Hawaii and Arizona. That's it.
I wish we'd never ever had anything to do with that nonsense.
But it's gone, man. They got rid of it. It's not coming back ever again, according to the mainstream media. We've eliminated. Yes, it's done. They voted. And we're not going to have it coming
Congress.
Fall. Yep, Congress.
Really, for real deal.
For real, man. They got rid of it. It's done. It's over. We don't have to deal with that shit.
All right. So this fall, we're not going to have to fall back.
Nope.
Dude, I pray to God you're right about that because it's so freaking stupid.
Yep, it's ridiculous. Spring forward, fall back. Come on, what are you doing to us, man? What are you doing?
I mean, the federal government has no reason to. They don't even really have authority over it, but at least they have enough authority to just talk to the news outlets and say, "Hey, nobody's allowed to use daylight saving time anymore." It's just like, all right, thank God. They don't really have any authority over it, but people believe. If you believe it, then they actually do have authority. If you just
put your
believe it.
mask on and shut up, Elio.
Turn the clock back, you son of a bitches!
Your mask
on. That. I like daylight saving time. What? Imagine being the person that just is like, I like daylight saving time. The government says we're not going to enforce that anymore. But I like it, so I'm going to go ahead and turn my motherfucking clock back. And if I show up late for work, fuck them.
Blame it on the government. It's their fault.
Yeah, I'm gonna blame it on these motherfuckers. My whole life I was daylight saving time. I like that shit. If I show up to work, you're gonna have to take it up with the government.
Take it up with the man.
Take it up with the man. They've been telling me about daylight savings time because they're saving us and they're saving our crops by changing shit every year.
But Helio, if we don't fall back, the children will have to go to school when it's dark at 8 a.m.
And that's more dangerous. They might be susceptible to predators.
Right. Or cars, or it'll be dark. They'll have to go to school in the dark.
Them shits, man. What are we supposed to do about that, man? We got to protect our children.
Oh, the calendar and the time thing, man. It's a cuck show, man. Show.
I'm sorry, guys. I've been listening to comedians all day. If I'm getting
That's
too
good,
bombastic.
man. Go Sam Kennison on us, man. Come on, you can do it.
Dude, I ain't even got started on some of this shit. Actually, I mean, it's only 9 p.m., so I can go for a few more hours if you guys want to really break loose.
Break loose, man.
No, you don't want me to. I actually want to hear. I actually want everybody to talk more than I do. I really, really do.
I usually adopt that position.
It's like once I get on a roll, you just don't want me to. I promise.
I usually save my ranting for
I'll
late night.
offend a lot of people, and then I'll just lose control of myself.
I'm a late nighter, just trying to bring some levity to the whole situation.
Dude, it was just like last night. I was just like 3 p.m. and I'm like, all right,
3 a.m.
Yeah, it was 3 a.m. and I was like, dude, I definitely have to go to sleep because I have to be at work.
That's right.
Before 7. And I'm like, motherfucker. So yeah, don't get me on a roll. I want you guys to make me laugh. I just want to listen. Or have deep intellectual conversation. I like listening to that shit too. It's fine.
Oh, the temperature just dropped like 5 degrees where I'm at, like in an instant, man. You ever experienced that? Oh man. Ooh, I love that.
Are you talking about outside? No, I'm not outside. I'm inside.
Sitting outside. I'm sitting outside, and it's like
I'm about to go outside and smoke a cigarette, and I'm going to listen to you guys freaking continue this conversation.
You don't smoke in the house?
No.
You live by yourself, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. When I was growing up, my mom would smoke everywhere. We'd go to the grocery store. I remember I was like a little kid, maybe, 5 years old, My mom's holding my hand, walking through the grocery store, lighting a cigarette, and putting the cigarette out on the grocery floor and stomping it out with her foot. And I was like, wow.
I remember those days, bro. I mean, it's just like smoking was just a thing when you were a kid. It's just like everybody smoked.
Man, and
there are fucking ashtrays in McDonald's and shit everywhere, man.
on the
Everybody's smoking.
airplanes.
Fucking airplanes, yeah, everywhere, bro. Every fucking where, man.
Everything.
The fucking drugstore, the drugstore. I mean, they're the biggest sellers of cigarettes and drugs. Like, boo, boo, boo. We got cigarettes. We got ashtrays on the counter. We sell soda pops, cigarettes. What you got? And we sell drugs
and booze and
and
everything else.
Well, I mean, not necessarily booze in the drugstore, but there's a bar next door.
Right.
And you know, I own that business too.
Next door. We rode around in the back of pickup trucks. We piled 12 people in a car, and no seatbelts, nothing. You know, we
ain't dead. And we ain't dead.
And we ain't dead. And you know, we rode on the side of the pickup, inside the bed of the pickup, and you know,
it's like what's the worst story that you've ever heard about somebody riding in the back of a pickup truck without a seatbelt? I've never heard one.
You know, I've seen some on the news.
Because if you're an adult male and you're like, I have some kids in the back of the pickup truck, I'm going to drive very safe and I'm going to get them where they're going. But now you fucking get pulled over and it's like, you're not allowed to have those children in the back of the pickup truck. Look, I was just driving down the road, just a couple miles. I mean, they're okay. I'm okay. There ain't no freaking, people, it's like, I don't need you to fucking tell me how to live. People talk, what's that?
Well, they want a civil society is what they call it. And it's like,
no. Control.
When you're 16 years old, you can only have you and your sister in the car. That's it.
Well, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, it can be very dangerous to have little kids in the back of the pickup. Nowadays, and it depends on where you're driving.
When I was 16, I got my keys, I got my car, and I'm like, let's go, baby. Where we going? Who we picking up? Who we dropping off?
I guess we're old fashioned, aren't we, Flat Earth dude?
Freedom is old fashioned. Come on, man. How dare you think about freedom, man?
Fuck, bro, man, it's crazy.
Freedom of your own, stupidity and decisions you get to make and learn lessons. Oh, my God, how dare you want to learn a lesson that you might want to wear your seatbelt? I don't know, man. I've seen people go through windshields. It's like,
it's like, check this out. I mean, in situations like that, if somebody has a pickup and there's only room for 3 people in the cab,
right?
But you want to go to a party and there's 5 of your friends that want to go with you.
Yeah,
get in the back of this fucking truck because we're going to the party, right?
Dude, we used to go to the drive-in theater. We go to the drive-in theater. They're like, they charge you by the car. They don't charge you by the people.
Well, I mean, with the pickup, they would.
No, they let us all in, man. It was like $5. Like, there's like 12 of us in this thing, and we get to the fucking drive-in, and we got a.
I think the reason we're telling this story about how it was for us when we were young is because the people that are a lot of the kids or younger people that are between 15 and 25 be like, damn, y'all motherfuckers is hardcore. No, man, that's just the way it was. It wasn't even hardcore. It's just like we didn't. I mean, we
didn't think twice about it, man. It's like, okay, you're going to the beach. Let's pile in. Let's go.
I mean, it's like driving a truck down the road, with five people in the bed. It was just like this is the way it was, We're going to a party. We're going to
go here.
What's that? Go ahead. Matthew.
There is a little bit of survivor bias going on here. All the people who were killed in the back of pickup trucks in the 70s and 80s are not alive to be here on Discord and tell us their story.
Exactly.
Well, I rode in the back of a pickup like at least 100 times, and I never died. So
Yeah, but the people who did aren't here to tell us their story.
that's true. That's true.
The same people who took too many Vicodin and died aren't here to tell us stories either, you know. But
Hey, I'll tell you what, man. That all of us have been to high. You know, we all went to high school, and there were people when we were in high school. These high school students died in car accidents, whether alcohol involved or not.
You know,
they just died, and it's just like there's story. I'm not trying to lessen, anything with that. It's just like life is dangerous.
The first seatbelts were introduced, I believe, in about 1950. So prior to 1950, there were no seatbelts in cars. So for about 35, 40 years,
nobody even wore seatbelts, even though they were there.
And then they put them in. I grew up in
dude. I wear my fucking seatbelt now because if I get in a wreck, I definitely don't want.
Yeah, I mean, it was just some dude at Volvo that worked at in the seat department that said, "Hey, man, we should have a shoulder strap." Nobody knows who this guy is, but he was just some guy that said, "Hey, man, we should probably."
Well, a lot of the vehicles only had a lap band,
right, the lap
belt,
band,
the first,
man, that was
and but the shoulder strap, dude, I wear my seatbelt all the time, and I definitely, because if I get in a wreck, I definitely want that seatbelt to work.
No doubt about it, man. It's a great invention. So is the airbag. So are brakes. I think brakes are a really good idea. I don't know about
you. Brakes, yeah, of course. I think they had. I think those were invented like over 100 years ago. But,
yeah, but what really kicked it to the next level was anti-lock brakes, man, and those are beautiful, man. I love those.
Yeah, they are. They are pretty good.
Pretty cool, man. I don't know.
You don't necessarily need them if you kind of pay attention. You just slow down.
Right, but every once in a while, man, you got to pound it to the floor.
Yeah, and so you won't just be screeching.
Right. Come in there fishtailing it.
Yeah, any lock brakes is the shit.
Yeah, you come fishtailing it in there, man. No.
And everybody be like, "What the? Oh, I was, I just wouldn't. I didn't see you were stopping," and it's like, and then the whole fucking neighborhood's looking at you. Yeah. Oh, I just forgot to slow down and before I hit my brakes.
So I get the safety thing, man. I'm all for that, but I'm also all for freedom. And if you decide to not wear your seatbelt or get in the back of a pickup, I believe that should be your choice, man. And I don't think anybody should tell you otherwise. And that's all I'm saying.
But if you're a man and you got 4 kids and you got your brother or a friend,
right?
You're gonna ride up in the cab of a pickup and say, "All you kids jump in the back. We're gonna haul ass 40 miles an hour down the road."
Yep.
And you got all these kids, and something happens. That's pretty fucked up, bro.
My neighbor, next door neighbor, growing up, he was like a.
I don't think you should do that. I understand why there's a law against it, but I don't think you should. But I did that all the time when I was a kid.
Hey, real quick, Flat Earth Dude. Is anybody else? Is anybody else not hearing Flat Earth Dude very well, or is it just me?
It might be just you. Yeah,
I hear him okay. He's a little bit quiet, but not.
I got you at 200% FED.
Let me check my settings here. Hang on.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
it's all about me. So
FED.
In the chat, you can see that road fatality rates have gone down by 1/5. I mean, they used to be 5. Now they're 1.
Hang on a sec, Matthew.
I mean, it's very dangerous to ride in the back of a pickup truck, especially these. I mean, there's a lot more people on the roads. I mean, it is very dangerous.
Oh, you're good now, Flat Earth Dude.
Check.
I didn't die.
I still got you 200 Flat Earth Dude, but if nobody else is having issues, then
I don't know what the
I just need to quit being a bitch, I guess.
No, I can hear him fine. I want you to hear him. Man, let's figure this out.
Yeah, but if it's just me, it's okay.
I think
crank me up.
Crank me up.
All right.
Cool. We're good.
All right, cool. So my next door neighbor growing up, I was a little league coach, and he would just pile the kids all in the fucking back of the pickup and drive to the game. And it was like, oh shit, I'd wave at them as they were driving by. It'd be like 20 of them in the fucking pickup. You know, I'm like, okay, you guys have a good game. You know, it's like,
I think I know what it is, Flutter. If you go into your input sensitivity and turn it down a little bit.
It's down to zero, man. I got it to zero.
Oh, well, turn it. Oh, never mind.
I got it on fucking zero, man.
All right, well, fine. I can hear you.
See, the closer you get to your mic is the thing. So it's not an omnidirectional mic.
No, it's just a little Bluetooth.
Yeah, so like the louder you talk, the more it's suppressing, what you're saying. So yeah, if you pull it away from your mouth, we can probably hear you better.
No, actually, what I'm saying is the closer he is, the better, which leads me to believe it's not an omnidirectional. It's just a.
Yeah, it's a what do they call it? Earpods.
Yeah, it's just the earbud thing.
Earbud. All right.
Anyway, we're good.
All right.
So, safety first. Safety meeting. Anybody got a safety meeting? Let's do it. We like to be safe. We got to be safe in the world.
Hey, safety meeting. They can give me a strike on my YouTube channel. No talk about the 2020 elections ever.
Is that why? Did you figure out why?
That's what they sent me an email. Said, somebody was talking about the 2020 election.
Wow. You can't talk about elections in public. This is fucking. Where do we live right now?
Hey, but that's just YouTube. I mean, I didn't get that from Twitter or DLive. We can pretty much.
No, imagine one of the top 3 biggest communication platforms in the world saying you can't talk about the American E word now. See, we can't even probably say the E word at this point. It's unbelievable.
Cock world.
Yeah.
I can't even stream on that channel for 6 more days. And last night was the first day.
So you appealed it. What was your appeal, man? Like,
dude, they got back with me in like 5 minutes and said, "Fuck you."
Really?
They got a team of fuck yous waiting. They got the room of guys just smoking cigars, sipping really expensive whiskey. Hey, it's about time I told you, fuck you from YouTube. Fuck you.
Dude, I was like, all right, I typed out a paragraph and I was like, they might even take a look at. Dude, but by the time I actually sent that and then came and was messing with people, I was like, I got the email back and said, no.
It was personalized too. They're like, I'm sorry, Dennis, we can't. They like really. They got into it with you, real specific, and they're like,
they didn't say fuck you,
and they're like,
they pretty much.
You actually look better with hair, so keep it.
Oh shit!
We both said "oh shit" at the same time.
Your FBI agent says you take too long a showers still, though. So,
right.
I'm just kidding. What a world! Yeah. Goodness.
What is the world?
Wayne's world. This is cuck world, man. Cuck world.
Hey, you know what though?
Yeah.
In spite of that, I mean, I can't stream on that channel. I started streaming on my old backup channel I haven't used in a while, and I sent that to you, Blackflow.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about it today while I was at work. I was like, man, I can stream on my Helio Skeptic channel too.
Hey, did you post it?
Say, or just say because I have more subs on that channel, more people, it'll reach more people. And so what I did went on to Restream and I hit add channel and I added my Helio Skeptic channel. So now we're streaming on both those freaking channels.
Yeah.
What can we talk about anymore now though?
And
flat earth.
Yeah, we're going to talk about flat earth. And since I started streaming again on the Helio Skeptic channel, just hit over 1,000 subs. God bless America.
That's great. Good for
Only
you.
in America, baby. Only in America.
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 America! Fuck
America!
yeah!
Fuck yeah!
Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah!
Fuck yeah! America! I love that. Dude, the first time I saw that, man, I fucking was like, oh my God.
Team America World Police.
I got to show this to some of my normie friends, man. You got to see this.
America, fuck yeah.
Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah.
Yeah, that was genius.
You show that to normies, man. They laugh their asses off, man.
And you know,
terrorist, your game is through, and now you have to answer to.
there you go. So when that came out too, it was like the window. We were just coming out of the '90s where America was just this big badass country that everybody wanted to be like, and we're the coolest kid in school. And then you know, bad things happened in the sky, and at the top floors of certain places at a certain year, and
America was great.
and then everybody was like, America, fuck yeah, you know, let's send our fucking biceps over the seas to squash enemies we may or may not agree did stuff. Anyway,
America.
Yeah, it used to be, you know, beer, microwave pizza, girls. You know, that's America, really. If you think
Don't
about it.
forget the sports, man.
he said it, didn't he? Say football, or basketball, or something.
Just including that.
Maybe I just heard it without him having even said it because it's so ingrained.
Yes. That's called the Mandela effect.
Yeah, something. Yeah, so what happened to that? It was just all big ego swinging dicks, and then what? All it took was like one president to ruin it all?
Now it's just swinging pussies. Come on.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny, Sergeant.
Bunch of swinging tits. I'm telling you.
What are we going to do?
Where's the curvature? Where?
Where's it at?
Where?
What's up, Elijah? How you doing, bud?
Good, man. Good. Just getting in. Tired as hell.
Roger that.
Right on. We'll keep it rolling here.
Yeah, speaking of military propaganda films, Top Gun Maverick. Yeah, Toby mentioned it here in the Livestream voice text. That Top Gun Maverick. I know we don't like to talk too much about movies, I guess. I don't know why.
Right.
But it's military propaganda. It's more America, fuck yeah, in the new Top Gun. You know, changed my mind.
Hey, I heard that there's an opening scene where Maverick is behind the curvature of the Earth and can't get a radio signal.
Sure.
I heard that.
Sure, it was that way.
Yeah, I'm behind the curvature.
You know what's impressive is if they're bouncing radio signals off left and right, top, bottom, whatever, and they're also going those high speeds, you know, speed of sound and higher and all that stuff. My goodness, that is some really impressive technology. It's
it can curve.
Real good engineering.
It's good engineering. Well, you have a leak.
Well, then you have a leak.
You got to bite your tongue, right? Is that you taught me?
I think that's what it was. Don Pettit just bit the shit out of his tongue for so long that he just sounds like this now.
No, you're almost right, Glad. He actually burnt his tongue on the Chugga coffee.
Oh, right. Who else was going to test it? That makes sense.
Chugga.
It was too hot.
Too hot for TV, huh?
You have coffee. Chugga coffee. Well, somebody should come up with Chugga coffee brand.
It'd be, you know, what's so funny is if that Chugga video took off amongst the normies, they'd buy that shit. They'd buy the hell out of that stuff.
Be bigger than Starbucks.
But guys,
Sure.
it's space coffee.
Right.
All right.
It's Don Pettit here, and this is the best tasting coffee in the galaxy.
Speaking of space coffee, there was a Kickstarter that was going to send the coffee beans to space. And
oh yeah,
they were going to grind them up and sell them to you for like $100 a pound.
Right, they were going to send it to space and then bring it back and say, "Hey,
And
this
bring
has
it
been
back.
to space. Can't you
Yes.
wait to drink it?"
Whatever happened with that Kickstarter? Anybody got anything on that? No.
I didn't get any of the coffee. No, huh?
I didn't think so. I would have bought a pound. I would have bought a pound.
I would have.
Well, it's actually still curing in space, guys. You just have to.
Oh, right.
You have
Yeah,
to pay a little bit more to get it back. So it's just it's in layaway.
Yeah, because of all the physics going on in outer space. Yeah, definitely.
Jaronism was doing these live streams about how there's all these Kickstarters on all these different space programs. Like this company's going to make a cube satellite and send it. And like all these, like 12 of these Kickstarters raised like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and none of them produced shit, fuck all, nothing, man.
Yep.
They didn't do fuck all. They lost. Sorry, we didn't make it to space. Our bad. Good luck next time. Apparently, that's legal. You can take hundreds of thousands of dollars for a space program out of Kickstarter and not produce fuck all, and that's legal. That's totally legal.
I got to tell you, I technically have done that once when I was in a band. We got a Kickstarter going for a record that we were trying to make, and we didn't use the money for the record at that time. So we canceled that Kickstarter, but we kept all the money because everybody said we could, and then we started a new Kickstarter. So technically, I did the same thing once.
So how much did you raise exactly?
The first time we raised almost $1,000. The second time, without that $1,000, I think we raised close to $1,000. We only needed $2,000 for the thing we were trying to do, but yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's okay to take people's money as long as it's for entertainment purposes.
Well,
providing entertainment.
And see, the thing is about it, they gave their consent. They had to do it twice, though, because if you read the fine print, at least back then, it wasn't Kickstarter either. It was, gosh, I forget what it was even called. Yeah, so anyway, in the fine print, it said, you're relinquishing your funds unless the group doesn't meet the required number to make the goal, then you all get your money back.
Right.
They had to then say no, let them keep the money. They had to like secondarily do that anyway.
But didn't you have different levels? Like if you come in for $100, we'll give you a T-shirt.
Yep, there was incentives.
Right?
Yep,
right?
We gave away a lot of T-shirts and records. Yeah.
You did give away the T-shirts, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We gave all that stuff away. But
right.
And we're like, well, it's going to pay for itself, right? That's what you think. So anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, there's different levels, but
yeah. So if somebody's doing a Kickstarter for anything in space, it's already just like you're a fucking idiot if you're giving money to it. But you know what I'm saying? Like, how are you going to go to space and validate that your money turned into coffee that went to space that came back and now it's different coffee somehow? What the fuck?
Space coffee.
Space coffee.
It's super delicious.
Hey, kid, go down the street, get that $20 your aunt owes me, and we're going to get some fabulous space coffee. She and I, we're going to kiss, we're going to make up, you're going to have little step-grandchildren running around.
Oh, shit.
I'm just saying, man. Anybody and everybody want to be entertained. Who said it earlier? It was whoever just said it. People want to pay for entertainment, and it's okay if it's for entertainment.
CB.
Yeah, CB. So, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Perfectly correct. And there's another thing that could have to do with Flat Earth in this way, that even though it sucks, bad publicity, right? Even though it sucks, technically, if your goal is to get eyes on a product, there's no such thing as bad publicity, technically.
That's true. I've seen it.
Yeah.
where something's horrible. Like, have you ever heard of shitty flute?
No, but now I'm going to look into it and source some other folks. See, it worked.
Shitty flute, man. It was like the worst flute playing you've ever heard in your life. But the guy made, he had millions and millions.
So funny. Or like those the videos where they redo the music to like crappy playing. What's that called?
I don't know. I call it.
It's my life. It's now or never. I don't want to live forever.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Have you heard that one? It's actually pretty freaking funny, dude.
But it's so bad, right? It's so fucking bad that you have to watch it because it's like, oh my god, that guy can't sing or play a flute, and you're like, but they get like 128 million views. You're like,
yeah, it's like those bad movies that should never have been famous for any reason, but they're famous now because they're so bad. Like a movie called Troll 2. Well, first off, there's not a Troll 1. There isn't. So the first version of the movie series is Troll 2.
Yeah, but that's brilliant, isn't it?
It's brilliant, I guess. Brilliant. I don't fucking know, but anyway, it's like a Dungeons and Dragons kind of deal. It just makes money back behind the scenes. Nobody knows how or why.
Last week, man, did you guys see a video circling around about a Starbucks coffee that the guy took a small coffee, a medium, and a large, and he filled them all up from the small?
Yeah, I saw that.
Ooh, that's rough.
Yeah, they all pretty much filled up the same.
Right. The guy was like really adamant in the video about it's just genius marketing by Starbucks. They're amazing. They've marketed a small that's actually a tall, which they call it a tall. And
congratulations to you for fooling the world.
I know. I'm surprised this guy's still alive. Shoot.
To find out that it's total bullshit, and other people went out and did it, right? And I thought, this is a Starbucks marketing campaign, because he kept saying it's just great marketing by Starbucks. I guarantee they're such great rather than if it was me making a video, I would have been like, those motherfucking cucks.
Fuckers, they're
stealing
the same
money.
size. They're just a little bit skinnier at the bottom.
Check this out. There's going to be dummies out there now that are like, well, if I get a tall honey, I'm drinking the same amount as in a small, okay? Okay? I'm drinking the same amount. It's just the same calories, different size.
Let me ask you guys,
fucking God.
When you guys are making these joke voices, why do you guys sound like Jews? I know it's just... I'm just playing. I know I'm just fucking with you.
Listen, we both fall into it. We're both decent at it. He's better, and so it just kind of happens. Okay, I don't know.
Well, he's from fucking California, and you're from where?
Midwest. So I have no reason to sound like that.
I know. It's like if you're from New York, I'd understand it. It's kind of weird.
No.
It's funny though.
They're fun. I don't know. Yeah.
Well,
nobody makes more fun of the Jews than the Jews themselves.
Oh.
Hey,
that's true. It's true. I listen to comedians all the time, and freaking most of them Jewish.
Y'all are funny. Y'all almost as crazy as me. I'll be right back. I gotta grab some food, boys and girls.
So yeah, I would have if I would have making that Starbucks video, and I realized that the small was the same amount as the large. I would have been like, "Fuck you, Starbucks, you cuck motherfuckers." I would have been pissed. But no, this guy's like, no, they're just genius marketers. They're just geniuses.
We need to recreate that. Go into Starbucks and order the small, and then say, "Hey, can I have the venti and the what's the middle one called? The venti is the large one.
Tall.
And
the tall
then
is the
yeah,
small.
it's a tall.
The tall is the small.
Tall's small.
The medium is
large.
The venti. The
Grande.
medium is the venti.
Grande.
The large
It's grande is the large. It's just like, just give me give me the empty cups of the grande and the venti, and then I want a tall, and then just give me the cups, and then just pour it out right in front of them.
See,
I don't know if it actually works. I mean, it could be.
trick. It was a trick, man. They really are. There is more coffee.
There is more fucking coffee. I've
Yeah.
had them. I know there's more coffee.
Are we debunking the coffee myth?
No, I'm just debunking that video that came out last week. That
Yeah, I know there's more coffee in the
it
freaking
got
vein
spread
feed.
around, man. I'm just saying.
What
this,
video?
Video got spread around like a
It's just
bad
well, I mean,
virus.
I won't. I saw it on Facebook, so we can't share a lot of Facebook videos here because most people here aren't necessarily on Facebook. I would share a shitload of Facebook videos here if people were on Facebook here, but I don't, because most people aren't Facebook.
Yeah, I'm not.
Boomer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So no, it's not boomer. It's not.
I'm
boomer,
just joking, Helio. I'm kidding.
Because shit, my freaking son's on Facebook all the time. So, but anyway, it's just an easy way to share stuff, because I get most of the memes that I share in here. I fucking steal that shit off of Facebook. Matter of fact, the one I just shared, I just got off of Facebook, and I saved it and posted it here. That horizontal plane will never be a CGI ball. I just put that in there. I got that off of Facebook.
A horizontal plane will never be a CGI curvature.
It'll never be a CGI ball over it. Or we could do the Italian voice too.
It'll never be a
Hey, it'll never be a CGI ball. Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, man, where you get this? Where do you get this low birth from? I had never seen something like that.
There's that guy Neil that comes on Nathan Oakley.
Oh no, he doesn't have to pretend. That dude
fuck. He's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, are you fucking kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
Neil's he comes in here a lot, man. So yeah. Neil's a badass.
I wish he would come in here more often. I've only heard him in here a couple times.
Yeah, shout out to Neil. Shout out to Neil.
Shout out to Neil Cosentino.
Neil, man, he ain't gonna put up with fuck off. He's like, yeah, fuck off. Like, I love it.
Get the fuck out of here.
Anyway. He's not deep in, he's not going to go into some calculations or something. He'd be just like, that's just fucking ridiculous. Get out of here.
Sure. I mean, a lot of the guys that will come in here, they'll say, oh, well, I'm using logic and the earth is logically a globe. In what freaking world are you talking about?
Star Wars.
All experience the world as it presents itself to us as a level stationary plane. So where is it logically a globe?
Cock world. I should be Cock's world, like instead of Wayne's. Cock's.
Okay,
Cock's
you're gonna
world.
have to explain what you mean by that, because cuck in the way that I understand it doesn't apply to politics, if you know what I mean.
Well,
or
does to Joe
anything
Biden.
else. I don't know what you mean by that. Can you describe it without being filthy?
The cocks are like the Mongos that create ridiculous things in the world that we all have to abide by. And there's been a lot of cocks coming along these days and telling us we have to do this and we got to wear this and we got to tuck our underwear in and not fart and don't breathe and don't shake your hand. And it's been a lot of cocks that have put down rules and stuff that we have to supposedly abide by, and because it's dangerous out there if you look and touch somebody, if they're healthy and in shape, but that's not good enough. They're not only are they healthy and totally perfect human beings, that they've been introduced to some kind of new technology in their biological system that would potentially keep them safe.
No, I get it. It was almost illegal to even look at someone at that point. No, I get it. But what I'm saying is, okay, so it's a contemptuous term for a man with moderate or progressive political views. Okay, now I get it, because the second definition that Helio posted was the only one that I had heard until now, and To me, that did not make any sense whatsoever. So thank you, Helio, for pointing that out. As you are a gentleman.
Yeah. Dude, I found some other stuff too, which even gets even more weird.
Boy, oh boy, was I confused. Now I'm good.
Yeah, now you're good.
Hey, weird is good.
Yeah, but that first definition is the way that I hear, because the term came from that. The number one, they're a weak or servile man, often used as a contemptuous term for a man with moderate or progressive progressive. Actually, I wouldn't call him progressive. Political
so gammas.
Views. And or a man whose wife is sexually unfaithful, cuckold.
Once again, a gamma.
There you go. Exactly.
A beta on his best day. Anyway.
Yeah.
And there's beta. Just the where it goes. That's just the way it is. Some things will never change.
I heard some Tupac today too. I'm not gonna tell you where though.
And I got an Urban Dictionary version. A man who lets his wife or girlfriend. I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah.
CB, is that you? Ever get on that? Beta. Oh my god, that's the best. Sorry guys, go ahead.
Actually, that's a Jesse Lee Peterson, and I've got 3 different clips of him doing. So it's like if anyone comes in here, I've got 2 more.
I don't need you to interrupt me, Mr. Beta Male. Hold on.
And then I've got 1 more.
Hold on, Beta Male.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
Yeah. So
yeah, keep those locked
and
loaded,
guys
huh?
play Minecraft?
Yeah, just gotta alley-oop them, fellas. Alley-oop. All right. Well,
I think they should add Minecraft to the cuckold definition.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm just kidding. If you like Minecraft, I mean, you can have fun in there.
Who's playing video games right now, Raph?
It's not me.
It was Raph.
Hey, you should let him live his best life.
Hey,
we don't need no.
Do we have new people joining now? Okay, we have Big J. We have Low. We have no.
Hey, Raph. Mute your mic.
Yeah, I'm sorry, No Glue.
Oh,
I'm just checking rolls right now. I'm just like clicking through. Yeah, you guys. There's new people joining. If you guys want to talk to us.
Oh shit! Yeah. You guys talk, man. We held it down for a minute. You guys go ahead.
Well, we've been here for a bit. We were talking in the other voice chat about spirituality and that kind of stuff.
Dude, there's a bunch of people in VC check-in 1, man.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, is there somebody there talking to them?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yep. Well, let the new people that just came in
There's
here.
There's pretty big influx of people.
Yeah, let's talk about the old Earth here. Why not?
Hey, I measured the Earth with my tape measure. How dare me? How dare you?
That was good timing, I think, on both, even though y'all stepped on each other. CB, that's good music. And Flat Earth Dude, yes, a tape measure is how you can measure things. And here's kind of how, and now you're not going to measure the Earth specifically with a tape measure, but I'll put it to you this way. A tape measure is a direct measurement. An assumption from the ground to the sun is not.
Right.
Well, I went to Foot Locker today, and they put some sticks and shadows on the ground.
Oh no!
All of a sudden,
I got some fly ass kicks.
Hold on, everybody.
Go ahead.
Please let them respond. We've been joking around for a little bit. Nobody was in here, but now we have new people joining. Let them talk a little bit. So if they have
How long's
questions,
the server been around?
For 5 years, 4 or 5 years. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah,
do you guys know each other for a long time?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cute.
All right, is it cute? All right, how long have you guys known each other? You guys came in here apparently as a group.
Also like.
Are you curious? Years. Are you curious about Flat Earth? I mean, do you have any questions for us
about
Flat Earth?
It's weird to ask questions when it's a very different way of thinking. You know, it's a very restructured
Sure. Is this something
way
new,
of
very
thinking.
new to you? You've never talked to. Have you ever talked to anyone about this topic before?
A little bit, yeah. A few people, but that was a long time ago.
All right. So, what do you think?
I think we live on a globe.
Where'd you get
most
that from?
likely?
Sure. I used to think
various sources.
I used to think it too, for sure.
Yeah, all of us used to
You
think
said
that we
flat
lived
Earth
on a
is like a
globe,
restructured
but
thing.
you came here to ask us about flat Earth. I mean, ask us some questions.
No, well, I came here to hang out.
Really, you're not curious why we think the Earth is flat?
Well, sure, a little bit, but I'm mostly here to make friends. You know.
That's awesome, Lo. Yeah, I've just a quick question. You said like flat Earth was like a reconstructed thinking, right? Something along those lines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
a little bit.
what is that thinking like? What do we think?
Well, it's very different from the scientific method. You know.
Okay, that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, first of all. So, you know.
Well, people found the shape of the Earth using.
That's really
science.
funny.
Yeah, okay,
it's
so
just geometry.
What?
Already off to a bad start.
Settle down.
Hold
down
on,
now.
everybody. Let him.
Well, no offense to Mr. Jacob Rothschild over here, but you know, all of our globe map came from the Rothschild indoctrination system. So
there's rock children.
Well, they definitely didn't come from the Earth, because when we measure the Earth, it has nothing to do with that globe model that they're talking about. So, what specific experiment do you think was done to?
Who are the rock children?
This geometric claim of the Earth, Lo.
She said Rothschild. Okay.
Rothschild.
There's one rock child.
This
Well, in this
kind of
room.
let them off into the
This
weeds,
guy.
just so you know.
Anyway, when I go
No
to Foot
offense.
Locker, I need some fresh shoes. Do they do a
Let's
scientific
take it,
method to measure my?
Wait. Is Foot Locker
Foot
even
Locker?
like in business? I thought like they went
That's a
out of
business.
business.
Hey, well, you get the point, right?
I thought so too. They're
fresh.
still around. I'm pretty sure because I
Do
see
they
Foot
conduct
Lockers a lot.
You know what? Nobody is going to learn a goddamn thing if everyone's talking over each other.
Well, that's fine.
So, guys, focus. Everybody, pay attention. Right.
No.
So the question, Lo, is what scientific experiment are you aware of that answered the geometric question about Earth's shape?
Well, you guys talked about the shadow experiment.
It's not a scientific experiment, and it's just begging the question.
I don't think this guy knows what's
up.
Hey, well, check this out. Hold on. Let's go.
But
Step
like,
by
why?
step.
Why
Hey,
else?
Lo,
Why else would it be?
Wait, listen. Hey, Lo, what do you know about Aristophanes' test that we might not be privy to? I mean, this might you don't.
I don't think
We're
nothing
quite
that you don't
familiar
know.
with the test, but let's hear what you know about the test, the Aristophanes test, about the shadows and wells and sticks and stuff.
I'm pretty sure he had a pole, and he measured the length of the shadow, and at the same time, in a different town, his mate measured the length of the shadow as well. And they were different.
Sure. I mean, well, can you get more specific about the actual test?
Yeah, because that's kind of wrong.
No, I'm
not
just
sure what you
curious.
mean.
I mean, nobody's trying to take the piss out of you. We're just trying to figure out where you are.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean.
One question in regards to the answer he gave, please. How did they manage to synchronize themselves 500 kilometers away 2,000 years ago?
Doesn't even know how the test was conducted. That's what I'm getting at.
But
or what it shows, or what assumptions it requires, etc.
I don't think
those are the
care.
important things.
I'm not trying to take the piss out of you, Lo, but the reason that I'm asking you these questions is so that you understand it the same way we understand it. So we're on the same.
Did they had mechanical clocks?
Oh no, they just use fake.
No.
So
maybe.
How did they synchronize to take the measurement in the same time? More than 2,000 years ago.
Facebook.
I don't know. Yeah, probably
Well,
Facebook.
hey, Lo,
Well, no, not
in your
Facebook back
answer,
then. Obviously,
in
probably
your
like
answer, you
Vine.
said that 2,000 years ago they synchronized themselves to take the measurement in the same time,
the
500
initial.
kilometers away apart.
You can Google it, I guess.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jebby
yeah.
J,
Oh,
Jebby J, hold on. Let's
yeah.
not
It was 200.
Google anything. I'm going to tell you exactly what Eratosthenes' assumption was. Right here's the story. Eratosthenes noticed that when he was looking at a well, he could see the bottom of the well at high noon, right?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't
And no, I know he doesn't know. That's why I'm using
Why
this
are you
opportunity to teach.
right? Like, no, he doesn't know, Helio. Just tell him how Eratosthenes works on both sides. People on his side.
Dude, you guys are so fucking impatient. It's so freaking crazy.
Yeah, be patient.
Well,
He
Helio
doesn't know how the test actually came about. Eratosthenes, this is the story of Eratosthenes, right? I mean, he's just like, hey, I can see the bottom of the well at high noon. How about I contact my buddy over there in Cyrene and I'll have him put a stick in the ground at the same time that I.
Can you hit me up?
It's just if you want to know Eratosthenes, search the server. Don't go to Google. There's 230 pages here in the server. We fleshed out this topic as thoroughly as you possibly can.
Hey, but check this out. What?
Let him talk.
Let who
Low,
talk?
Low. This guy
No.
Low. Low. What do you
Let this
think
guy
about all
I'm
this
answer.
just
bullshit?
trying to
I
tell
wasn't saying
him.
anything.
I'm just, no.
All right.
Listen, you guys are. Jeez,
We
you
brought up
guys are pissing me off right now.
so it's like going back to my Footlocker example. Like, what
All
kind
right,
of scientific method do they conduct? What kind of experiment are they conducting to get my foot size? Now, you look.
hold on.
I haven't been to
He
Foot
brought up
Locker.
Eratosthenes' test, and you guys won't even let me
Well, I just said
continue.
that you guys.
He's ignorant about the
Oh,
test. And I was trying to explain just simply the
yeah,
test, the way it works, and you guys just talking about Foot Locker and shit. And that's
no, but
bullshit.
Helio, he doesn't understand the difference between an experiment and a measurement. He thinks
No,
that.
but he doesn't have to actually get
That's
the
irrelevant
gist
now.
of it. God
Yeah,
damn it.
Yeah.
Helio, relax, dude. He just is confused. So
I
think of it.
suggest
You know
we
he
stay on
doesn't get
track
it
with
when you will
him.
let him fucking talk.
Yeah.
You're talking. So
Well, I asked you to let me talk to him, and you motherfuckers are talking while I'm talking. So, all right, fucking talk to him and see what you get out of it.
So Low. You said scientific experiment. They figured out the shape of the Earth with an experiment, right?
Sure.
All right. So I've asked my question about Foot Locker already. What's your answer to that?
Confused. I haven't been to Foot Locker.
Okay, buddy. It doesn't have to be a specific shoe store. You get what I'm asking you,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Basically, the question is a measurement a scientific experiment?
Sure.
Look, let's just rip this Band-Aid off because this is painful, right? When you when you measure things, you're not conducting a scientific experiment. We want to know who measured this globe, right? So, do you know of anyone? Obviously, the Eratosthenes thing isn't a measurement. They stuck some sticks in the ground, right? This is unconfirmed.
It's a story where they measured some different shadow lengths. It's not a direct measurement of curvature of the Earth.
Either way,
the angles actually.
Well, I mean, it's not really about what Eratosthenes or whatever did. It's like the same experiment he did. We can recreate today with,
and it works on a flat plane, so we don't
more
use that.
accurate.
And even
Yeah, but
if
like, how
I
does it
were
work
a
on a flat
baller,
plane?
I wouldn't
Because
use
if it
that.
just means
Low, you just make different assumptions. In his assumption, he just assumes that the Earth is a ball. That's the first thing that he assumes, and then he makes another assumption about the sun being really large and really distant. make other assumptions like the surface is just flat and the sun is local and smaller, then it all works out the
if
same.
the sun is local and smaller, why are sun rays parallel?
They're not.
They're not, though. That's the thing about that.
Can you show us?
But they are.
Can you show us
No.
a physical demonstration of a
There's a
collimated
kid in here the other day saying the same thing, and he tried to show it with a picture that proved himself wrong. So I guess I'll just post that again.
But Lo, you this before with your own eyes. So what are you talking about?
What?
Everyone here experiences the same Earth. We all see rays.
And I see that my shadow doesn't change size if I
there are no
increase in elevation.
Just ask our boy GBG here. There are no collimated light sources, and that's what you're saying. That the light source is collimated. It's not diverging. Isn't that right, GBG? Tell him, buddy.
Yeah. Physics tells us that collimated light is impossible to exist. Collimated light sources. Lasers are highly focused, like collimated, but they are not collimated light sources. They are very low angle divergency.
Yeah, I mean, sources. that's also what.
So collimated
that's also what
parallel. Listen, a source light which emits parallel rays does not exist. Is physically impossible to exist.
That's
and on top of that, you've never experienced this as well. So
and
anybody of that.
One more thing: when you have a light source,
but like a far away rogue sun also doesn't give parallel rays,
matter
but
how
it's just
far you are,
approximately
no
the
matter
same.
how far you are from the light source, as long as you perceive the light coming from that light source, that light will keep its angle of divergency.
Yeah, but it doesn't
throughout all
matter.
the distance. No, it doesn't become parallel with distance.
But like it basically does, like approximately does.
It does
like
not.
The divergence stops mattering because it's so small.
Obviously, you have not studied the physics of light.
Right, but reasonably, if that divergence gets less significant with a larger light source.
You haven't studied it, but you are talking about it.
Yeah, it's a lot of tap dancing around the issue. Lo, are you aware of a time where direct drop over distance of Earth's surface was measured?
Sorry, what?
Are you aware of a time where there was a direct measurement taken of drop over distance of Earth's surface?
How could you measure that?
Well, good question, since there isn't any, but that's what your claim is, so.
Is there a way to in what way physically measure it? Just like,
can we establish that it hasn't been measured?
A very long stick? I don't know. I'm not going to establish.
I think lasers might be a better option.
Obviously, Eratosthenes did not have
access
to.
How can you do lasers though? Because there's always going to be shit in the way.
Okay, well, you can do a horizon measurement. There's different ways you can go.
Yeah, hey, we use lakes sometimes. My favorite's the frozen lake because it's really still, you know. But yeah,
like the Chicago lake. I mean, I think you can see like 50 miles, and you shouldn't be able to see 50.
Isn't that way too small? Why shouldn't you be able to see 50 miles?
You should not,
because your model is claiming a drop of 8 inches per mile squared, so that adds up quite a lot at 50 miles. At 10 miles, that's already 66 feet of drop. That should be dead obvious and easy enough to measure.
You don't see the floor. You see the buildings, and those buildings are tall.
Yeah, but the horizon would be at the specific distance it's supposed to be and obstructing everything beyond that, but it never is.
So do you think bottom-up disappearance means curvature, bruh?
Well, they try to blame it on refraction, but you shouldn't be able to see 50 miles with the curve.
Okay.
It's a mirage.
It'd be super easy to measure it.
What do you mean by that? You should be able to see 50 miles.
You should not. You should not be able to see.
Not. Well, you said should be able to.
No, I said shouldn't. I said
shouldn't. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be able to see 50.
You should not be able to see 50 miles, but people have been able to zoom in all the way across. And even if you take the tallest building and you account for the drop, you shouldn't be able to see it. And people are seeing it. So that's to
people in
me how.
Hawaii have been on a ship like off the coast in Hawaii and different islands. You can see 100 miles to another island.
Right.
On a ship,
Right.
right off the coast of another island.
And you know what? Refraction, that just doesn't account for it to me.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't make.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Right. Well, that's what they say. It's all a mirage, but I feel like when people are zooming in and they're seeing 50 miles out, that's not a mirage.
Well, I mean,
you see it because it's there.
Yeah, you see it because it's
right. Because you're actually seeing it.
Yep, it's not being hit by a hump of water. Can you reproduce a hump of water, by the way? Can you like make a hump out of something and then pour water on the top of it and not see the tip of the hump?
What you see that is actually there is not refracting itself over the curvature to appear like it's there.
Yeah, what a magic trick too, by the way, for it to do that uniformly to make it look flat fucking everywhere we go. Gosh.
Yeah,
what
if that were the case, would long-range weapons ever work?
Nope.
Wouldn't think so.
Shoot it over the hill.
Oh, so that's what they mean by over the hill. Okay, that was a bad joke. Sorry. Really bad. As you were, folks. Continue.
Yeah, Sun Forest Fair. Too long to say. Can we just call you Sun or Fairy?
Call her Sun Forest.
It's Sun Forest. How long have you been following like some of the flat Earth stuff? Are you kind of new to it, or is it?
No. I mean, honestly, I was arguing with nuns and priests and science teachers since I was like 6 to like 8 years old. So I've kind of always been questioning it. And so I'd say actually following it.
What, you were raised Catholic too?
In the schools, yeah.
Well, I was in the Catholic school, but I was raised Catholic. But
yeah, I was in the schools, and I was in detention for arguing with them all the time. So,
well, I argued with my teachers about biology and their stupid evolution theory for all through high school. So, yeah.
I mean, I've always questioned everything. I just, being on a spinning ball and like everybody's right side up and going hurling through space at like, it just, I think even from when I was a child, it just like didn't actually make sense. But until I got older and was able to actually, really make sense of it, like, okay, well, if you take the supposed diameter or whatever and come up with how many miles around the globe should be, then there's the drop, and there's things you just should not be able to see. We should not be able to see 50 miles. If you go sea level to sea level, you shouldn't be able to see 50 miles. It just shouldn't happen. So it's like, how is everyone rationalizing?
Do you live near a coast, like an ocean coast or something like that?
Yeah, I live on the California coast, although I'm trying to get out of here, but
no,
that's a whole nother drama.
God bless you if you can survive in California.
Yeah, no. I actually was trying to leave, but it's a long story, and it was a big drama. And
sure, I've been to the West Coast in California. Yeah, but I wasn't a flat earther when I was there. But but yeah, I mean, are you where? I don't know, man. I've been landlocked in Arkansas. It's even the whole time I've been a flat earther. I haven't been to the coast of any coast in America since I've become a flat earther, but I don't necessarily need to because the logic really just adds up. Exactly right. That the Earth cannot be a globe. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So
Makes
you don't
sense
have
to
to
a
be
lot of
right
people.
next to an ocean. It's like, oh shit, you're landlocked. I mean, how can you figure out if the Earth is flat if you're not near the
Well,
ocean?
you just have to know what your elevation is, and go elevation to elevation, and you can still calculate the drop, and it just you
But
shouldn't be
what
able to
what
see that
drop,
far.
what globe? I mean, it's just like once you really see it, you can't unsee it.
Mhm.
It's like they're gonna
Ugh.
or I'm not gonna pretend that it's like I saw the curvature over here and I saw the curvature over there. Who's gonna like what person in the middle part of the United States would be like, well, I saw the curvature over here. Freaking mountains everywhere, and there's plains. You can go to the northern plains. And in freaking
Is
Oklahoma,
J-Lo
Kansas,
still
and
here?
you're not gonna.
Helio.
There's no freaking curve. What?
Is J-Lo still here?
Who? Well,
J-Lo.
No.
no, he
No.
left because he didn't have shit.
Guys,
Yeah, I
can we
wanted
get?
to ask him a question.
Does anybody want to go to the Bible voice chat? Debate about Bible stuff.
Yeah, Helio will meet you down there. Go ahead.
No, I definitely don't want to talk about Bible stuff right now. I can, but not tonight. I don't want to
Yeah.
because
No,
I'm quite
I just
knowledgeable
was.
about Bible stuff, but
We should
Debate
hear
what
the.
kind of Bible stuff?
I don't know. I just.
all that Bible stuff.
There's a lot of.
Hey,
We might have a
baby,
taker for you.
hold on, baby. I mean, is
Hold
there
on.
simple? We can talk about the Bible.
Yeah, but
What
it's
is your
not that fun with just two people, huh?
What is your most simple, basic question? I mean, what are you curious?
No,
Just like,
no.
why did you
Don't ask
come in
that here.
here? I'm kind of curious now. Maybe I will go there.
No, hold on.
Just go down to the Bible thing and check it out. See what he wants to talk about. He's asking on the live stream. It must be important.
That's not important.
Sure it is.
Hey, baby, do you know where Biblical VC is? Do you know where that room is?
Yeah.
Let's freaking do it then.
Hey, baby.
Going.
Hey, there are points in the Bible which we can
There's
address.
only one person in there. Oh.
I'm trying to figure it. Well, I mean, there's going to be more once I join up in there.
Yeah, Helio's going to go down there. KJ might go down there, I think.
There. Oh.
So we shall see. Anyway. Now then.
If it's a Bible flat earth question, it should be okay to ask in here.
I'm neither going to confirm nor deny that one. I don't make the rules, but I'll tell you what. I'm not going to look to a comic book for empirical proof of anything. So that's why I like to just do the curvature stuff only. But that's just me.
No, it's not just you.
Well, that's probably true too, yeah.
That's selfish to say that.
Well, okay. Yeah. All right. See, but with what I'm saying is I'll take all the blame. It's what I'll take it. It's fine.
I get you.
Anyway. So
go
ahead.
I wonder why when these people they start asking about or talking about measurements, there is a question I always like to address them, and it's this like, what are the most advanced technological measuring methods are they aware of? The devices themselves, technological devices for measuring precision measurements or making precision measurements, and they have no clue. They say, some will say, I saw mechanics, Well, we can use a caliper or a micrometer, but yeah, they know it as a measuring tool. They know how to use it, but they don't know how it functions. You know, like what's inside there that gives you that reading measurement.
Well, there's also the application. You know, you got these devices you talk about all the time, and the application is very specific. You know what I mean? It's not for measuring. You know, like you know, certain. Well, it's for measuring small components and you know stuff like that. You know, when you got a CNC machine or something, you're building a very specific small thing. Yeah, we got massive technology to make that stuff extremely accurate. But we don't have devices like that for measuring like the Earth, so to speak. They don't make them. There's no application for that.
I know. Yeah, there isn't. But still, we do have like giant linear encoders. The biggest that I read about, it's like 200 meters long, and it has a precision grade tolerance of 65 nanometers in 200 meters.
So what are they going to do?
65
Dismantle that thing and take it out somewhere on the Earth? I don't think so.
Well, 200 meters is, I mean, you can lay it down on the ground, and it is like that inside the building, you know. So it is on Earth.
Right, I understand what you're saying, but that floor was poured with concrete to be extremely flat.
Yeah,
and
self-leveling.
So there's going to be
self-leveling concrete.
You're going to be no curvature there to find. Period.
Yeah, but why did they use self-leveling concrete?
Well, they don't. They use what's called a laser-controlled power screed. I poured buildings like the skating rink for the Olympics in Salt Lake. It's all hooked to lasers and a screed that adjusts automatically, and it spins a round aluminum tube and just spins it, and it's like 30 feet wide, and as it spins along, it adjusts up and down and makes it. They call them super flats. They have to be. They have to be within like a 1/16 of an inch in 100 feet.
Yeah, but that is for ice skating.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yep.
I know.
So I don't. I'm just trying to figure out how you would take that technology out into reality and use it, you know, for what? To shoot a 200-foot distance and over the water or somewhere next to the water and show that there's no curvature. Yeah, sure. But how much would it cost to take a machine like that out and set it up in that environment?
Well, the linear encoder doesn't cost as a whole machine, you know. They don't come also cheap. I agree with that.
But what would be the process to get it out in that environment and get it functioning for that purpose? That would also be very expensive.
Yeah.
Just the process to get it out there, installed there, and functioning for that purpose, that would be extremely expensive.
I would say it will cost like, let's say, around $10,000, but that's doable, you know.
Well, if it's only 10 grand, maybe you're right. But I was thinking more like 100 grand. But I'm not going to take a how much does that machine cost?
Well, the linear encoder, it's about 5,000, and to install a mechanism to lift it, or actually use two of them, you know, one on top of the other. So when they both moving along, you can read if there is a angle divergency in the down vector.
Yeah, I understand it will detect anything
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
there, but just it doesn't seem
And
like to
in
me.
100 meter, you should be able to detect like 7.8 millimeters arc curvature. So that means that you have an angle between the down vector, which gives you that arc curvature, you know. So you will find that the down vector is not parallel with your start position.
If it were a ball.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But that's not what it's going to find. You know that, and I know that.
Yeah, they find perfect parallelity.
Right.
They are perfectly parallel, like nanometric precision. Yeah. So, and these guys at the Airbus, they did this, they explained this, but they have no clue that they are actually debunking flat Earth, you know?
Right.
They are debunking the globe, actually, yeah.
Right. But you know what I mean? If you look at it like this, you're talking 7 millimeters of missing curvature. To the normie, they're going to think 7 millimeters. I mean, that's nothing. I mean, it's like that's not.
Well,
That's not
actually,
showing us anything. I mean,
that's the problem
you and
here.
I know different.
Yeah,
But the average
I
guy,
tell you,
that's
yeah,
ridiculous.
I
That's
will
not
tell
showing us
you
anything.
what's the problem. For a 7 millimeter difference, that will be a number of 7 million nanometers, you know? So it is a very high value, which is countable. That laser encoder counts every nanometer, and it will show you if you have a 7 million nanometers difference. It's very easy to read that.
I know, but what are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah.
Half an inch there?
Oh, much less. Yeah.
Yeah, see what I
Like
mean?
a third of an inch. Yeah.
Most people are going to look at it and go, okay, it shows that there's should be a half an inch of curvature and it's missing. They're going to think that to be so insignificant that what are you saying? I mean, I just don't think most people will understand when it's only a half an inch. They're going to go, like, that's a half an inch. What are you talking about? This is no big deal.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? When you understand it like you do, it does mean
I have to
something.
go.
But the normie, they don't understand that stuff.
Yeah. It was nice to talk. I have to go work now. See you later.
All right.
Have a great day. Bye bye.
Hey, if you can see that, what I posted in the live stream voice text for anybody just listening, it's sun and moon below the flat horizon in the same camera shot from a high altitude plane. So it's not a picture that anybody edited, folks. This is live from the cockpit of a plane. We see from above the sun and the moon. Yes, from above the sun and the moon. Check it out. Whoa, who muted the music bot?
I don't know what's going on. I thought it was me.
No, the music bot is server muted.
Music hater.
I mean,
Oh well, we can fix that. That's easy, right?
yeah, I think a mod just needs to unmute it.
There
we go.
Manual, step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number two, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. Three, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number four, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number five, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number six, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number seven, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number eight, you keep checking one or two. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number nine, should have been number one to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to leave. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 20 for trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You will sleep now, you about to wake up. Snacks in the back when you wake up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CD, yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
I think I say this every time that I never get tired of that song. Thank you, CB. Now I want to know where all the comedians are at.
This is a good song. I have no comedy regarding that track.
But yeah, every time I hear that song, I have to, well, I don't even think I decide to dance. It just happens.
Right.
For reals. In fact, I often thought a handful of times that I should like record it, but with a little bit of anonymity to it, you know? Just I don't know, but.
A dance video, yeah, do it.
What number? I don't know, but as soon as you go to the hallway, it's the first day. The first apartment. Right. Go.
Okay. All I got to say on the end of that is that there's never enough hours in the day. Oh my gosh.
No,
Anyway, is God rocking hot micing as usual?
Oh, be quiet, Jenny.
Just head back. That means yes. So yeah, Toby Dog said it straight up fire. That song. I totally agree. You know how Stevie Wonder says it about music? You can feel it all over. And I didn't do it as good as him, but you know. So that's why I'm like, sometimes I feel like I don't even make the conscious decision to do what I do. It's like awesome. I just let the music take me. In a sense. I mean, not like I'm some awesomely creative individual that knows dance moves. It's just, I just do whatever comes to mind.
Well, that's the best part about music. It moves you no matter, especially if you need to be moved for a moment. Your body's like, hey, we're going, so you better catch up here. We're gonna move now.
Yeah, I don't like any of the new music though. I feel like well, I am a grandma, but like
I
my
agree.
granny.
No, man, it's all bad. You're right about that.
I mean, not to say the stuff we like is, I mean, it's not golden or anything, like, but every generation says this, that it's the worst.
Yeah, it's true.
I just want to use your love tonight.
Josie's on a vacation far away.
I was just doing a little research into black metal from Norway and death metal and stuff.
There are so many genres to heavy metal music. It's crazy.
Oh man, that's really terrible music. I mean,
they're just screaming.
They're like, it's just, there's no like melody to anything.
It's like the Tasmanian devil got a microphone.
Okay, I don't know what's up here, but usually this does not occur. So, yeah.
What has occurred?
What did you just say? I think I heard you wrong, Hank.
It's like somebody gave a microphone to the Tasmanian devil?
Yeah, that's my Dexter. So a neighbor was outside messing with their car alarm, I guess to try and fix it. I don't know. But, dogs have super hearing compared to humans, and it was probably hurting his ears. And he probably thought somebody was trying to hurt us. So there's that. He's like, he is doing such a good job. I think he knows I'm talking about him. So he's doing such a good job at doing a whisper bark, or he just growls softly, or sometimes he whines or cries. It depends, but he's really trying to be quiet. So this is out of the ordinary, like I said. He's actually a really good doggy. So sorry about the barking and the distraction. So yeah, a lot of times when he does that, I'm like, excuse me, sir, because he knows what he's doing. Dogs are very smart.
What kind of dog is it?
He's a long-haired Chihuahua.
Oh.
Unfortunately, recently neutered. It was quite the horrifying experience, probably the longest week.
Why'd you chop him off?
I had to, because of where I live. And it was horrifying because
your landlord's inspect your dog's nutsack?
Well, there was a little bit of a genetic anomaly with his little anatomy. So one of his little testes was next to his little, his little penis. And so they had to cut him twice. It was so horrible. And he had to wear a cone. And I mean, you guys know this already, but yeah. I've always been a cat owner. I haven't had a dog since I was a child. So
I didn't understand. I thought you said like something about where you live had something to do with it.
Yeah, you have to have your dog neutered. It's effed up. I hate it. I know, just like you got to get him. I mean, I got to give him a rabies
I just wonder
shot.
the inspection process. How does that work?
What? What do
I
you
mean,
mean?
how do they police
Oh,
that
well, all they
that
got to
rule?
do is come over and look.
What? You're like, knock knock. I'm here to inspect your dog's balls.
That's fine. It's like, get it over with. Get the fuck out of here is what I'd
Man, oh
really want
man.
to say.
Yeah, I remember hearing years ago. Some landlords would insist you have your cat declawed, which is
Oh, hell no.
oh, that's
That's really cruel. I've never done that to an animal. I'd never done that to a cat. I've had
no.
two
They need
cats.
their claws,
Well,
man.
no, one. I've had one cat, and I had him for like 10 years, something like that. I think it was more than that. But yeah, I would never do that. That'd be like ripping your nail beds permanently, removing them where they don't grow back. That's fucked up.
If cat has to run away, he can't just like run up a tree or climb a fence. He's no traction
I
now.
know, right? Well, I had a cat. Hold on a second. Excuse me, sir. Shh. You want to go to bed? Okay. So what did I just say a second ago? Sorry.
Oh, we were just talking about the cat's claws.
Oh.
Anyway,
No,
what's
but
up
I was
on
going to
Flat
say
Earth?
about. Oh yeah, let's go back to flat Earth since I threw us in the weeds again. Sorry. Sorry.
Toby Dog says my grandma had all her cats declawed. Yes, she's a sadist.
Oh my gosh, I
Not just one
couldn't.
cat, all of them.
Ugh. Oh, I know what I was going to say now about cats, and then we'll stop. Okay, only because I. All right, so I had a kitten once, and I waited too long. I didn't get him spayed, whatever reason. Anyway, the little creep kind of ruined my place, and so I instead of taking him to a shelter where he'd probably meet his demise, I don't know. I just set him free.
Oh boy.
I know. I mean, at least
Where'd
he
you
had a chance.
wh-
I don't
where'd
know.
you
That's my thought.
where'd you set him free at?
In the woods.
In the woods. Oh
Yeah.
wow.
Why not?
I have to admit I did that when I was younger too.
I mean, what am I going to do? Take him to a shelter? Not all shelters are no kill.
Well,
I'd be driving him to his death. At least he'd have a chance in nature. He'd probably meet his demise anyway, but at least he'd be free
yeah.
living as an animal.
Yeah.
Not, I mean, I know they give him a shot and they go to sleep, but what if they don't? I mean, I think, anyway, flat earth, you guys. Okay, sorry. Okay, so Glatt says better to free an animal into its natural environment than to put them in prison. Thank you, Glatt, because I was really conflicted, but yeah. I don't know. Oh, no, I don't want to do it. All right. Is there any people on the fence in here or globers? Or is it just flat earthers in here?
I don't think too many Globers come over here.
I know, right?
I wish they would. It would really, be interesting. Lively discussions. But they know better than that.
But seriously, if anybody sees somebody that's not a flat earther, please interrupt me. I don't mind. Because you guys saw what just happened. But yeah, maybe the globies are all in bed. At least in my part of the earth, anyway. Or our part.
It's pretty quiet in here tonight.
I guess if we tried, somebody could maybe find one. There's other Discord servers. And other places, whatever. Oh, Matthew Learns was in here earlier. And then somebody straight up started calling him a liar. I'm like, Okay. The truth speaks for itself. You don't have to be so harsh. It may be true or not, but to me,
Yeah, no,
beside the point.
stating something that is incorrect, but you believe it isn't a lie. But you know,
Right,
a
like
lie.
what teachers do.
Yeah, they're just saying stuff they think is true.
Right. So how can you be lying if you don't know you're lying?
Right, you can't.
And so the next time I hear that again, which I probably will, I mean, I've always, if somebody says teachers are lying, I'm like, whoa, stop right now. Because I don't believe that should be passed along saying teachers are liars. That's bullshit.
Right, they have their
I mean,
curriculum that they're supposed to teach you.
okay, so I recently had a coworker, well, not a coworker, she's a step above me, but whatever. She said that, and this is something I kind of already knew, but how she put it, it was like, ooh. She said, words can be twisted and gnarled and knotted and, just basically, manipulate. It's easy to manipulate the English language, and I'm sure the same goes for other languages. So you can say something. I saw a thumbnail that was completely untrue. I don't know. I'm weird. I follow someone from a long time ago, not like Die Hard or anything, but Jeffree Star. He's no longer a makeup mogul like he was. Now he's on a yak farm, ranch, and he's selling their fur or whatever. And now he is he's selling yak meat. And
Yak
that's so
meat.
like Jeffrey. That's so like Jeffrey to irritate everyone and not give a fuck. But, he stated in a video today that they are not pets. They are not named. They don't get training of any kind, halter training, or, they're just there for,
It's a
they're
farm.
only grass
They're
fed.
farm animals.
I'm half tempted to buy his yak meat, to be honest with you, because they're pure grass fed. But I'd be interested in what kind of injections they get, but we don't want to go down that. We'll get in trouble. But anyway, there was a reason why I brought that up. I'm sorry. I went too far on a sidebar, I think. What was I saying before that?
I forgot.
Anyone else can jump in and say?
Before the yak meat conversation?
Yeah. I brought up Jeffree Star.
Oh, I don't know who that guy is.
Oh, well, he's a kid.
I do.
Help me out.
He's a real character. He's a real character.
Yes, he is. Honestly, I think he's got some deep connections with his real, true family. Because you look up them, their family members, and you don't know nothing about them and all that kind of thing. I mean, but anyway.
Well, you've researched this guy's background?
A little bit, yeah. Steininger is his last name, and it's German. So, but anyway, so why did I bring up Jeffree Star? What were we talking about before the yak conversation? Please, somebody. Was that Hank trying to help me?
Yeah, I just got back though. I heard you bring up Jeffree Star, and that's kind of the beginning of the conversation.
Was he a regular over here?
No. He is a social media influencer from back in the MySpace days. He is a gay man who likes to dress in makeup and women's clothes and everything. Whatever title you want to put that on, I mean, but anyway. So he used to have a music career, then he went into makeup, and then he really hit it huge. And then he took all that, what he gained from that, and built a yak ranch. But I honestly think that I remember what I was going to say. I honestly think that he has matured, because some of the stuff that he said since he's been on his ranch, I really think that it's kind of cleansed his soul. Because he was very bitter for a very long time. In fact, his past came back to haunt him. You know how people are, they like to dig shit up on you. And then, so I guess he used the N-word, and was really aggressive and could have been arrested if a policeman saw him doing what he was doing. But yeah, he's always has drama. He's like almost like Kris Kardashian manipulate people with drama to sell shit to people. That's what he does. Or that's what he used to do. Now he's got his yak ranch. So he doesn't have to live in LA or wherever, Hidden Hills, I think is where he lived, next to the Kardashians. It's just so bizarre, these people. I can't, you gotta.
I don't know. I wouldn't pay any attention to him personally.
Well, the thing is he's part of, I don't think he really associates with the LBGTQ community too much. He just is a gay man that likes to dress up as a woman. I've never heard him talk about the topic. Huh?
What's his channel like? I mean, what's he talk about?
If you just, it was about makeup. Now it still is, but now he's doing stuff about his ranch.
Yeah.
But he was talking about, he used to be a major sugar addict, and he was talking about how he started eating differently, and he was under the impression with the change in himself that his behavior was due to his diet. Caffeine will fuck you up. I don't know if he was a caffeine, well, he's always loved Red Bull, so probably. But so yeah, he's just removed himself from Los Angeles area, whatever, and he lives in Wyoming now.
Oh, good for him.
I know, right? Because I don't know. Well, he's still gonna do his drama. Okay, so this is so stupid that I'm telling all you guys this, but so he had a rumor going around. It was quote unquote leaked, right? To promo somebody. I don't remember the details, but allegedly he had a thing with Kanye West.
A thing, huh?
It's like, okay. I don't doubt it.
I mean,
I would tend to believe it, actually. You know how upside down clown world it is? They put it out as it's not true. Well, you kind of got to think in the opposite to understand these people. So I would be willing to contend that it is true.
I have no information on it and no interest in it.
There's all kinds of claims against major rappers or hip hops that are on the major DL. Or they try to be, but then they get drunk and then they take goofy pictures and shit.
Yeah, I heard that the whole rap, industry is like you have to go through these rites of passage, and it's all a bunch of gay stuff.
Yeah, in fact, the newer rappers have just came right out and said it.
Yep, fresh meat.
I don't remember who it was, but I remember watching a clip where he had to have been like 20s, early, if that. And he was just bragging.
Gotta go through that homo ritual if you want to climb up the ranks.
Ugh. I mean, that's fine if you want to do that, but to be coerced, man.
I could understand if you're, homosexual and want to do that, but if you're like straight and you're like, doing it for your career, that's like a different level. But, there are people that do that for that money, I guess.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. And, the term, this is horrible, but it's called gay for pay.
Oh, yes.
And it was alleged that Jeffree Star's boyfriend of 5 years, I think it was, I can't remember his name, but there's a lot of people that made a claim about that with him. But who knows? I mean, it's just people talking,
It's just the evil world.
Helly weird.
Yes. Oh, I gotta tell you. Okay, talk about Holly Weird, that whole stage that they put up for themselves. And that was the Will Smith stunt. I mean, wow. I mean, you could talk easily for a couple hours just on that one thing. But it's just like, they can't get us with soap operas and TV. I mean, people still watch TV, but it's just not the same. Does anybody know what I mean?
I stopped watching TV about 2006.
I know. I didn't get it as soon as you, but it's been well over 7, 8 years since I paid for cable TV.
Yeah. You just can't watch it the same after you get woke, Illuminati symbology, occultic ritual, Freemasonry here, Freemasonry
Right.
there,
And
one-eyed symbolism. It's everywhere.
yeah, and I do still like to watch those shows because, you have to know what people are watching in order to reach them, if that's what they're into. But yeah, it's one thing if somebody knows what they're looking at, but there still could be some things there that you're not aware of, even with that. But
No, going back to
especially people who are not
subliminals.
awake. Huh, what?
I said they've been using subliminals in
Right.
TV and movies.
Symbology.
No, like they flash things that only your subconscious mind picks up.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I was thinking about that earlier today, and I can't remember right offhand what it was for exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. The sons of bitches are still doing that, even though it's considered to be illegal. But if they do it, it's okay. Nobody catches them, then yeah.
Just even the sitcoms, have they're giving you messages of how to think about stuff that
Yeah.
like look at Married with Children, show like that. You see, you disrespect the father of the home, and he's like
Dude, we used to stop everything to watch that show. But yeah, keep going. Disrespecting the father. I mean, totally
Roseanne.
emasculating. The father was totally emasculated, that character. It was actually, looking back on it now, it is very cringy.
yeah,
And
you
then what
know,
they did with Christina Applegate's character made her this sex pot dumbass.
right.
Yeah,
See,
it was a
because
lot of
kids watch
stereotypes.
this stuff and they monkey see, monkey do. Like, oh,
Oh
that's the way
yeah.
you're supposed to be in society.
All the girls wanted to look like Christina Applegate. I mean, everybody had their hair like that and had tight dresses like that, and you know, it's almost like she was doing the opposite of slut shaming.
Slight glorification.
Yes.
Well, look at Hannah Montana. Turned into this
Oh my God, that's a
demonic
week-long
whore.
seminar. Are you kidding? That Miley Cyrus. Oh my God. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it if like her and Britney Spears, they wanted to do all that stuff.
They put him through this mind control program and stuff.
I mean, yeah, and gave them certain programs, a set of beliefs, and they willfully did all those things. Who knows what
It's
they
just
tell
like
these
we were saying
girls.
with the rap industry, the pop music. Uh, they start out, kind of innocent and cute, and then they just get sluttier and sluttier as it goes.
Did you see that one music video that Miley Cyrus did a couple years ago? I think it was like maybe 3. And she was all in red latex.
Now, I don't
It
think I've
was
seen Miley's.
really like,
I haven't seen
what?
any of her videos.
Oh my God, it was like a porno.
Of course,
Sure, we've seen TNA forever, right?
right.
A full bodysuit, and she was, I don't remember, but she was twisting around some other female. So, fans of hers, longtime fans of hers, are watching this, and this is okay that you can just do that willy nilly.
Well, it's like when kids watch adults do stuff. The kid just figures out, okay, well, all this stuff is normal. Adult, it's on TV.
Especially if it's done under the age of 7. Especially because they say that children, I think definitely under 5, I don't remember the years, so forgive me, but the child's mind is in a different brainwave state to where they accept information, where they're literally a sponge. They are getting programs written, and neurological pathways are being formed with habits, and it's incredible. I mean, so
Yeah, all the
I'm sure they tried to replicate that for this MK Ultra bullshit.
I saw part of. I mean, all the entertainment that we get comes from the top down. From the controllers down to the
Right.
people.
Right.
So if they're there in front of you on the screen, there's a reason, and they have a mission.
Right.
To corrupt. Well, like I've discovered, even the Beatles were a synthetic project, Tavistock project.
Dude,
To
that is a rabbit hole. I'd be real careful because I know a channel, and we won't see you for a couple weeks.
but
For real.
But the effect
Do
was
you know a lot about them? About the
yeah,
conspiracy? Yeah, it's crazy, crazy. Like the one where he's on David Letterman, and it looks like his plastic surgery was malfunctioning. I'm like, come on, man.
Well, there's that one interview. The so-called Paul McCartney was talking to David Letterman, and he, right at the end of it, they were talking about, hey, that rumor that you died, this and that. And anyway, at the very end of it, David goes, oh, that was the other part of it. There was supposedly a guy who looked like you that, was an imposter. He's like, well, yeah, that's me, like he kind of just admitted it, right at the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean,
You have to see it, but
well, there's been I think the memoirs of Billy Shears or something.
yeah,
I remember.
I read that.
Who's the guy that has the YouTube channel? You probably already know it from the sounds of what you're saying. But
Paul Williams,
Mike
Williams.
Yeah, and then the Paul is Dead channel. Oh man, I have gotten sucked in. What gets me is when you're looking at it from a forensic science point of view. You're looking at things that cannot be changed, like height and which hand you use to play your instrument. How many coincidences do people need?
Yeah,
How many?
Billy's 5 years older than the first Paul, and he's
Well,
about 5 inches taller. And
supposed to have been 3. The one we have now is number 3, allegedly.
well, I don't believe that. I mean, there were other doubles used for different purposes here and there. All the Beatles had doubles. But yeah, he's the guy that, he came in at Sgt. Pepper. And
well, I heard that the first switch was done when he had his car accident.
Well, yeah, that's the story that, we kind of get, that, it was just a surprise accident, and all of a sudden Paul McCartney was dead and there was a cover-up. But I believe that Paul McCartney was whacked because this guy had been in the wings preparing, getting surgeries and learning how to play the bass left-handed, and he was ready to go.
Why,
So
though? Not that it matters.
what?
Why do you
Why?
say? Why he's whacked? Why did he need to be replaced?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was he was not going along with the program that.
Well, what, didn't he come from a military family?
No.
Okay, I must misremember that.
And then there's always the thing of sacrifices. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, like what Kanye West did to his mother.
Okay, I don't. Yeah, that idea is out
there. So you're saying his was who?
Well, I don't know.
Or that he was the sacrifice.
Yeah, he was. He ended up because he
so
was
who
even
was
having.
Who was the one that decided that that was going to be his fate?
Well, I don't know how all
It
that
had to have been
works.
somebody that rose to fame. I mean, or unless it was his replacement that did it. That's pretty saucy.
No, I mean, I'm saying that they were controlled from, British intelligence, whatever. The Tavistock
Yeah.
Institute was telling George Martin what's going to happen with these guys. He didn't even want to work with them when they first auditioned because he said that their music was rubbish. Basically, and he got told, "No, you're gonna work with these people," and it turns out that I believe there were songwriters, professional songwriters,
Oh yeah. Oh
and
yeah.
it's kind of like
Ooh, I got a
just like the
question for
Monkees.
you. I got a question for you. This is something maybe you haven't thought about before. Okay, so what about someone who's like strongly affiliated with the Beatles? And this is someone who I adore, actually, his voice. And his name is Harry Nilsson. And he collaborated with, I forget which one of the Beatles.
Buddies with John.
No, it was not John. It was it George? No, it was not John Lennon. I think it was
Yeah,
George.
No,
It
it
was
was John.
George.
It was John.
No, I
Harry,
know. I'll bet you $100 right now it was not John.
I'll
I
take
know it was
that
not.
bet.
don't waste
Yeah.
your money.
Anyway, it doesn't matter which Beatle it
You could
was.
Google a picture of
And okay.
Nilsson and Lennon in L.A. in the 70s.
Oh yeah, they hung out. Definitely they partied. Yeah, for sure. Okay, but this movie is an animation. It's a Hey, sorry you guys. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. All right. So anyway, the name of the cartoon was called A Point, and it
Yeah.
had a soundtrack. And Harry Nilsson, I'm pretty sure. I mean, the stuff that's in that soundtrack sounds pretty Beatle inspired. So I'm thinking, what if maybe he was a part of the songwriting because he's like, oh man, I don't
He's
know
a
what his
real good song.
religious beliefs were, but I mean, he could have been somebody because he never had to tour ever. So that I find suspicious. If you don't have to tour and do as you're told, that means you got extra privileges and you got them from somebody special.
Yeah, how about like the Beatles? In '66, all of a sudden they just announced, "Okay, we're never playing live again." I mean, that's pretty unusual for a rock band, isn't it?
Wait, what now?
Well,
The
in
Beatles.
'66, Epstein came, and told the world that the Beatles will no longer be playing live shows.
We're just a studio band from
Oh.
now on, from '66 to 1970.
Yeah,
We're just studio band.
I
That's it.
think they didn't want, to see this Paul McCartney who's tall now, and
And our last concert's going to be on top of a roof. What? Get the fuck. No.
I mean, I used to be a
Tavistock,
huge
man.
Beatles
You
fan.
guys know about Tavistock. I don't have to tell you guys, man. Come on.
It's about social engineering and stuff like that.
Exactly.
So I mean, I believe the Beatles were created to, it's kind of an attack on Christianity in the West. It worked on me. I mean, I cared more about the Beatles than going to church. I'll tell you that.
No doubt. Well, they start out with like, "I want to hold your hand," to,
Yeah.
That's how they do it. That's how they get their audience. They do it all the time. They still do it on YouTube right now to this day. They bring someone sweet and nice and get their audience, their base built, and then they flip the script.
What about was it Miley Cyrus Hannah Montana is like, "Hi, I'm Hannah, and I play guitar, and I want to sing a song for you."
Yeah, just a cute little innocent girl.
Right.
Innocent little little girl. Then all of a sudden she's like having sex on stage, and you're like,
right?
What the hell happened here, man?
She put the twerk on the map is what she did.
Fucking cucks, man. Fucking mongos. Anyway,
yeah, the whole British invasion, I think, was what came out of Tavistock too. You know, the Stones knew that there was that Paul died. Donovan knew. The Who knew. Like they say that the song "Won't Get Fooled Again" is about Paul being dead.
Yes.
The parting on the left is now parting on the right because the original Paul, his hair parted one way, went one way, and then the new guy his part went the other way. The natural way your hair parts.
Well, that can be changed. I mean, come on.
No, this is the direction your hair wants to go naturally.
Yeah. They have a lot of special effects type of stuff they can do with hair. I mean,
they did a pretty good job, of creating this double. Good enough to fool the whole world, basically.
I'm sure that's why they get paid the big bucks.
Yeah.
$1 billion. Paul McCartney was the first billionaire rock star.
Ringo Starr was the Beatle, you guys. So Harry Nilsson and Ringo Starr collaborated with this movie and is actually pretty damn awesome.
Yeah, Ringo would go out to LA and hang around with
Thank
Harry
you.
Nilsson and Keith Moon and John Lennon and
Yeah, so who knows what kind of real shenanigans they did behind the scenes when nobody was watching. I don't think I want to know.
Yeah, you do. Come on.
Nah.
Yeah, you do.
I was in fantasy land on that one.
Nope.
But I can imagine a little bit, but probably not to the capacity it needs to
Down
be.
the rabbit hole you go. Come on, girl.
No, but that one image, it was a photo shoot the Beatles did. I think it was for Rolling Stone, but I'm not 100%. Where they were all dressed in white with the white background, and they had these dolls and
The Butcher album. That was an album cover.
I know,
Called,
what a horrible idea,
Yeah, and this is what they're flipping the script. That's what they do.
I mean, eating babies right there on the album cover. What the fuck happened?
know.
To me do shit, man. Fuck.
Who approved that shit?
Come on. Anyway, it's a very, very collector album cover. If you can get one, man, they're worth it.
Oh, yeah.
Of $1,000. If it's in mint condition, it could be worth $2,500. There's ones where they took the Butcher album and put a sticker over it and then sold it, and those are worth about $500. But yeah, if you can get an original Butcher album,
did they slap like the new artwork, like glue it right on top of the Butcher cover?
Yes, yeah, they did.
Because the replacement picture was, there's a shipping case or whatever, a big trunk, and Paul's in the trunk, and the other ones are kind of standing around the trunk.
Yeah, so they got put in their place.
Because I heard people would steam off the top layer.
Yeah, you can steam it off the label, and then you got an original Butcher album. Yeah.
Yeah. How about the album Two Virgins that John and Yoko put out, where they're butt naked with their genitalia hanging out on the cover of the album.
Love me too. No, I love you too, baby.
We're far stream from the flat Earth over here tonight.
Anyway, yeah, we're streaming out into a little bit of the woods. They say the weeds or the woods.
Reel it on in, reel it back.
We're in the cornfield. We're in the wrong cornfield.
We're in a corn maze. It's the maze.
With the children of the corn.
Jenny, you ever been to a corn maze? Come on.
Of course I had.
Of course you have. See,
who hasn't?
Whenever I hear the word corn and maize, I always think of that one freaking Adam Sandler movie. Oh, what was it? Freaking, where they all come back after their coach died. What was that movie? I forget, but yeah, if you
Drawing a
don't know
blank
the
on
movie,
that
I'm
one.
not even gonna try. Yeah. Oh,
You ever
the
see Little
Conjuring.
Nicky?
Yeah, and that's something I wish I could unsee
Yeah.
for sure.
Pretty
Oh,
goofy.
whoa. Whoa.
So where's the mods tonight? Keeping us on track. We need to be scolded right now.
We need to be scalded and reprimanded. Come
Yep.
on. Keep us in line, Moddies. Mottos.
Is there always one present? Or sometimes they're not even here?
Sometimes they're not even here, man.
Maybe
Helio's
tonight's...
here. Is Helio's here?
There's usually a lot of mods, but sometimes they stay quiet.
Oh my god.
Jen is
Oh
a
my
mod.
god. Is that right?
Yeah, what's up, Jen?
Hi.
Oh my
It's your voice anywheres.
What?
I said I'd recognize your voice anywheres.
Yeah. Good to hear yours. Yours is unique. I know Jen's voice anywhere too.
Good to see ya in here.
Yeah. I was just watching the crypto markets, like always. They're melting down.
Oh.
I'm melting.
Make the transition.
We wanted a heads up when it's melting down. It's getting ready. I mean, it might take longer than I think because yesterday hit a bottom, and then today it's been really choppy.
Well, that's because the federal government's going to take it over. That's why.
I hope not. I'm gonna try and get the hell out as quick as
You
possible.
better get
Grab
the
them.
F out now. Run.
Well, no, I want to
Okay.
grab the coins and split, and I'll just keep them for the future, like in case they do like Bitcoin. I'm buying some. I'm not buying Bitcoin because it's already huge. I'm buying the smaller altcoins, hoping that they mature into something like Bitcoin that's worth tens of thousands of dollars, and then I'll be able to retire off of it. Nobody thought, like, let's say 10 years ago when you could buy Bitcoin for like $5, no one ever thought it would go to $60,000 or $70,000
Oh my God.
for one coin. At
one
the
coin.
time, well, they're 31 or no 29 right now, and they're down from 69,000 earlier this year or last year. But when they first came out, they were selling them on eBay because the guy had like PayPal receipts from 2009, and at the time, one transaction, someone sold 1,300 bitcoins for $1. I'm like, oh my god, 1,300 for $1? Because you could mine them for free, and they didn't really have any intrinsic value. They're like, well, shit, I got these things on my computer. Let me go make $50. See if anyone wants them. And they were just selling them on eBay.
Kind of like NFTs right now. Yeah.
Well, NFTs started out expensive, dude. They're like, you're paying $50,000 for this?
Yeah.
This JPEG on your phone? Yeah, but I own it. So fucking what? It's like,
I mean, you
I
can
don't
buy an
want
NFT right
NFTs,
now
dude.
for
I don't.
50
I
cents.
think it's money laundering. I think it's money laundering. Like, have you seen the cyberpunk NFTs? They're like, yeah, there's no way. Those things are going for huge money.
It's
and
ridiculous.
I think it's a way. Let's say like Hunter Biden's artwork. That's what it reminds me of.
It's horrible.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars for this cheap ass artwork. It has to be money laundering. There's no other explanation.
Definitely.
Gotta be.
Oh yeah, I made these. Oh wow, you mean someone's actually paying you? millions of dollars for
Yeah,
a
I took a
James.
shit on a canvas and I sold it for $6 million.
What's that?
This is like I took a shit on a canvas and it sold it for $6 million.
That's
Yeah.
Hunter Biden. But this is
why-
digital shit. This is
why-
digital shit artwork. It's really shitty artwork selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
When I saw Logan Paul, like one weekend, he made an NFT. It was like little robot dude or whatever. I was like, he sold it. You know, the total value was like $6 million. I was like, what?
What? Come on, man.
Fuck.
That's a damn lie.
I was like,
you, sir, are a liar.
You, sir, are Mongo.
He's the worst. Remember the stunt he pulled on us? Oh my God.
That's the only reason I know who he is because he pulled that bullshit on us, man.
When you say us, what do you mean?
Flat
The
Earthers.
Flat Earth community. Well, he
Oh.
tried to get all of us, but I mean, I remember when it was a big secret on who the special guest was going to be for the Flat Earth conference. And so, yeah, I never would have guessed it was him.
Yeah.
And they said it was somebody famous. And I was like, oh God, I hope it's Jim Carrey. Please be Jim Carrey. But that's obviously not even close.
I'm like,
He's internet famous. He's not really famous. He's just internet famous.
Correct.
Yeah, it's different.
No. Yeah, no. I'm glad you brought that up. You're exactly right. Yes, definitely.
Because if he went
He's just
down the
a little
street,
puppet. He's just a little sock puppet, is what he is.
right? Like only younger people would recognize him. Like my nephew knows who he is, and like
Right.
young kids. So if anyone's like a little bit older and not really into internet shit, he could walk right past you and you wouldn't even know it. Like, hey,
Well,
who the
they
hell is
start these people out as kids on YouTube and stuff. Look at James Charles. He was like, I think he was like 12 or something when